Chapter 51:19. However, the more it was like this, the more likely it was that this fellow would use this move again. It could be said that it was a counterattack. Therefore, they did not dare to relax in the slightest, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the second heavenly law beast. Matter in reality, it wasn't just the few heavenly law beasts nearby who thought this way. Almost all the other ferocious beasts on the other side of the encirclement had the same thought. Although they were also testing the air around them, they diverted a portion of their attention to the area where Yi Xian had attacked twice in a row. Buddha was certain that Yi Xian would definitely use the same trick again and launch a sneak attack in that area again. Number after a breath on the left side of the encirclement. The third target that Yi Xian had locked onto was here. Now that he had concealed his body and restrained his aura, in just a few breaths of time, he had already silently arrived here. The third target's cultivation was slightly stronger, but he was only at the middle stage of the fifth step. For Yi Xian, who was already at the peak of the ninth step, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure when he suddenly attacked and instantly killed him. Huff, boom, rumble. This time the black fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. They expanded in the wind and turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the fifth stage heavenly law beast. Screech! Under the shock and fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size immediately let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. Same as at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black rod and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! There was suspense. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ruthless howl in the fireball instantly stopped. This fifth-stage heavenly law beast could not withstand it, and its incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could completely spread out, it had already been absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. Next, with a thought, the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed and condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. It shot over with incomparable agility and wrapped around his body. After doing all of this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he quickly swept his gaze across the group of heavenly beasts in the distance. The formless might that he emitted could be said to be looking down on the void. After he finished absorbing the boundless vital energy and blood formed from the explosion of the third target's body, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he swiftly swept his gaze past the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance, and the might he imperceptibly emitted could be said to look down upon the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance. At this moment, the hearts and minds of the 30 heavenly law beasts in the surroundings shook violently once more. Everything that happened earlier was too sudden, and it could be said that unforeseen events occurred successively. They utterly didn't have the time to react before 3 of the heavenly law beasts that came together had already been killed, and it was almost 10% of them. The monstrous and ferocious level of this ferocious ape was simply infuriating. After a short moment of silence, the group of heavenly law beasts roared fiercely once more, and the voice of their divine sense resounded out successively. All of them revealed boundless rage that surged into the heavens. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that the final outcome would be us being annihilated one by one. It's simply unimaginable. This ferocious ape's cultivation is too formidable, yet it just so happens that he possesses such a heaven-defying aura concealment technique. Once he approaches us without making a sound and makes a sudden move, it's practically an instant annihilation. Before the others could rush over to assist us, he would have already ended everything and concealed himself once more before fleeing. Moreover, he's obviously choosing existences with comparatively weaker cultivations to make a move against. He's going from weak to strong and he's annihilating us one by one. If this continues, then he'll annihilate over 10 more fellow Taoists before the seal on space will be instantly removed. At that time he'll be able to leave at any moment. Roar. This is absolutely not allowed. Fellow Taoists, do you have any ability to break through his aura concealment technique? Exactly, now isn't the time to conceal anything. Otherwise, even if we're not annihilated by him, once the ferocious ape flees in the end, then with his style of doing things, he'll surely come looking for us one by one. No one can dream of having an easy time. Roar. 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 Along with the furious roars of the ferocious beasts and the voices of their divine senses, Yi Xian instantly activated the perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique once more after everything was over. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. His figure immediately disappeared, and his aura was completely concealed. Just like before, there was not a single trace of him to be found. At the sight of this, the eyes of the 30 ferocious beasts immediately glowed with a dark light. Their vigilance was raised to the maximum. No one knew if they would be the next target targeted by the ferocious ape. This was especially so for those middle-stage heavenly Dao whose cultivation was relatively weaker. It was as if they were conditioned reflexes, and their scalps were somewhat numb. This ferocious ape strategy was clearly to start from the weak and kill them one by one through sneak attacks. Their cultivation was only at the middle stage of the heavenly Dao, so naturally they were in greater danger. Furthermore, once this kind of danger really descended upon them, the consequences would be so severe that they absolutely could not bear it. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was currently in the strongest form of his three-headed, six-armed demonic true body. It was equivalent to 3 great perfection 9th-stage peak heavenly Dao experts joining forces. Under a full-powered attack, even a late-stage 7th-stage heavenly Dao expert might very well die on the spot. Furthermore, the possibility was not small, so there was no need to mention those middle-stage 4th to 6th-stage heavenly Dao experts. They would definitely be killed on the spot. There was no suspense at all. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the middle-stage heavenly Dao experts present instantly trembled slightly. In the depths of their eyes, an imperceptible light of hesitation burst forth. For example, today there were 30 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void. Among them there were 13 middle-stage heavenly Dao experts, which was close to half of them. Also, in other words, the probability of this kind of life and death crisis descending upon them was 1 in 13. Furthermore, even if it did not descend upon them this time, the probability of it happening the next time would be even higher, reaching 1 in 12. If this continued, the degree of danger would become more serious. 1 in 10, 1 in 9. In short, based on the current situation, the violent ape was clearly going from weak to strong. This was simply F*King Bullsh**. They were clearly weaker in terms of cultivation, but they were chosen to take the brunt of the lightning. No one would be happy about such a matter. After all, they were using their lives to take the brunt of the lightning, and in the end they would end up dying. As for the final spoils of war, they would be divided up by those late-stage heavenly Dao experts with stronger cultivation. It was simply meaningless. Furthermore, this was definitely not alarmist talk, nor was it an exaggeration. Weren't there already 3 unlucky fellows before them as examples? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 13 middle-stage 4th to 6th-stage heavenly Dao instantly hesitated. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared once again, a few of them even retreated slightly out of reflex. The commotion had already started, and it could erupt at any time. Once it appeared, these 13 middle-stage heavenly Dao would definitely not stay any longer. They would turn around and leave without hesitation. Screech, "Fellow Daoists, please do not panic." Upon seeing this scene, the primeval heavens, I immediately panicked. Although there were many heavenly Dao experts present, he was the one who had the deepest enmity with Yi Xian. If this lineup was unable to keep Yi Xian here and suppress him, then there would basically be no chance to suppress him in the future. At that time, once revenge came, he would be the first to bear the brunt. The entire Chaos Forbidden Grounds would only exist in name. This kind of consequence was definitely not something he could bear. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, in the face of such a situation, the primeval heavens, I could only helplessly make a choice. Here at this moment, as he spoke, the gazes of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts instantly converged on him. Now it was too late for regrets. He could only steel his heart and make a decision in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, as a dark light flashed in the huge green vertical eye that was like a star, a blood-colored light immediately shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a single-horned blood ape. Its body was only about 1,000,000 kilometers long. It did not look eye-catching, but the aura that emanated from its body was eye-catching. Not only had it also reached the heavenly Dao realm, but it also exuded an extremely strange feeling. This blood ape was the favorite general of the heavenly Dao's green eye, the weeping soul blood ape. Previously, it was by the side of the mysterious home planet's guest, Xingbo. Later on, it had been by the side of the heavenly Dao's green eye. Because of the extraordinary power of the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline, the heavenly Dao's green eye thought highly of it. Such as today, it was clear that there was no other choice but to take the risk of summoning it, who was only at the early stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It wanted to use the Weeping Soul mystic technique in its bloodline to break Yi Xian's heaven-defying breath concealment technique. Screech! In an instant as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. The sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent. In an instant, it made Yi Xian, who had just rushed towards his fourth target, feel a jolt in his heart. As his mental strength fluctuated slightly, his originally perfectly concealed figure and aura were instantly exposed. Screech! In an instant as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul blood ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. Its sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent in its mellow voice. In the distance, Yi Xian, who'd used a secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and restrain his aura, instantly felt his heart tremble. Caught off guard, his mental strength slightly fluctuated, and his originally perfectly concealed aura leaked out, causing his figure to appear. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. It caught the heavenly Dao beasts gathered in the distant void off guard. After being stunned, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They subconsciously let out a wild roar. Roar! Just broken. His aura concealment mystic technique has finally been broken. Everything has its vanquisher. There is nothing absolute in this world. Fellow Daoist Qingyan will remember this great merit. The power of this blood ape's weeping soul is truly extraordinary. This is good. Fellow Daoists, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. You can relax. We still have 30 heavenly Dao beasts gathered here. As long as the blood ape's figure appears, he will definitely be exhausted. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Screech! Roar! As the voice of the divine sense continued to ring out, the eyes of the 13 mid-stage heavenly Dao beasts, who had originally wanted to retreat, immediately became firm again. Some of them even raised their heads and roared endlessly in excitement. They felt as if they had been sullen for a long time and were finally able to release it today. Thinking about it, it made sense. From the moment they suddenly moved and caused the void within 1 trillion kilometers to be completely chaotic, trapping Yi Xian in the encirclement until now, the group of heavenly Dao beasts did not even have the time to attack before Yi Xian killed 3 heavenly Dao beasts in succession. Under the addition of this kind of valiant battle record, it turned into an invisible pressure, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy, as if they were shrouded in a haze. But now Yi Xian's aura concealment secret technique had been broken. It was as if the haze that shrouded their hearts had instantly dispersed. After being suppressed for a long time, it would be strange if their emotions did not fluctuate. In such a short period of time, 3 heavenly Dao beasts from the same camp have died, yet they are still so happy and excited. There is really no one else who can do such a thing. At this moment, as his figure appeared, Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. The blood ape curled its lips and let out a mocking divine sense. Then a cold light flashed in its eyes. The 3 demon bodies turned around at the same time, and their gazes converged on the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Not only was Yi Xian not unfamiliar with this weeping soul blood ape, it could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Furthermore, Yi Xian had always been wary of him, because he felt that this old fellow was extremely shrewd and sinister. He was probably only below Xingbo and the primeval Heaven's Eye. Back then, when Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of the heaven-falling Bao, he had seen this weeping soul blood ape in the inheritance scene of this supreme ability. This fellow was mysterious and strange. In that incomparable battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly Dao's Eye. Yi Xian had seen it in the inheritance scene of the heaven-falling Bao. It was hibernating in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There was definitely a conspiracy. Until now, Yi Xian had not seen through everything, but at least he knew that this weeping soul blood ape had followed the mysterious Xingbo from the home planet, and then followed the primeval Heaven's Eye. Most over the past few years, as Yi Xian's cultivation base and strength had soared, he had gradually started to confront the primeval Heaven's Eye head-on. He had seen this weeping soul blood ape a couple of times, but he had never found an opportunity to make a move. He had only glanced at it briefly. He had never expected that this fellow would actually appear at this time and use the weeping soul secret technique in its bloodline right away. The mind power secret technique, which had made him feel uneasy and had perfectly shaken, had been broken in an instant. Hence, Yi Xian had always wanted to kill this weeping soul blood ape. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Brain as all this flashed through his mind, he immediately took action. A dim light flashed through the eyes of the Black Fog clone, and the mind source core suspended above his sea of consciousness immediately started to revolve frantically. Clang. When the level 8 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had transformed and evolved into a level 9 source core, he had also obtained a new type of mind power mystic ability. It was an offensive mystic ability that used mind power called the Mind Black Hole. Just by hearing the name of this mystic ability, one could roughly analyze its might, so it was obviously extraordinary. This mystic ability was also supported by the level 9 mind power contained in the level 9 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Once it was unleashed, it could form a terrifying black hole in the void of the universe outside its body. Way compared to the destructive vortex and other mind power mystic techniques Yi Xian had previously grasped, this mystic ability was much more powerful. However, because of this, the mind black hole also consumed a lot of mind power. When Yi Xian had first obtained this mystic ability, the total amount of mind power contained in the level 9 source core in his sea of consciousness had only been enough for him to fully unleash it once. After unleashing it this time, he would fall into a predicament where his mind power would be exhausted. He would be in a weak state, would have a splitting headache, and would lose more than half of his combat strength due to his poor state. However, this was all in the past. Now, Yi Xian was already a peak level 9 Sky Great Path Martialist. After undergoing numerous transformations, the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness had already grown to an unimaginable level. However, even so, if he unleashed the mind black hole, more than 60% of the accumulated mind power in the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness would be drained in an instant. Although it wouldn't affect his combat strength, a large amount of mind power would be depleted in an instant, so the speed of recovery wouldn't be fast. It would take time. Therefore, once the mind black hole was unleashed, although Yi Xian could still use all sorts of mind power mystic techniques and mystic abilities for a short period of time, he definitely wouldn't be able to squander them as freely as before. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could successfully kill the Weeping Soul Blood Ape by paying such a price, everything would be worth it. Since that was the case, there was no reason to hesitate. Swish. Buzz. An extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Before the group of sky beasts in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. In the next moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Fog clone, and it opened its mouth to roar, screech. Screech? The sharp screech seemed to want to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense scales appeared in the void, and a formless mind power roared out like a raging river. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. Buzz. Screech. At this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Fog clone, and it opened its mouth to let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed to pierce through one's eardrums. Scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the void, and a formless spiritual power roared out like a raging river. It was formless, but its power was extremely terrifying. As it surged out, the void instantly collapsed and spread all the way to the extreme. In less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter. It locked onto the blood aura of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and swept towards him. Roar! Seeing this scene, the huge green vertical eye that was like a star suddenly burst out with a sharp light, and it let out a shocking roar. Yi Xian, you dare? Swish! Following this furious roar, the primeval heavens eye made his move. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was a general that he valued the most, and could not be replaced, so he definitely could not sit by and watch the Blood Ape be killed by Yi Xian. An incomparably huge pillar of green light shot out from the star-like green vertical eye. This was the full strength of a level 8 Heavenly Dao expert. He had used some kind of bloodline secret technique, and his power was incomparably strong. However, the aura of the green light was very strange. Screech! As danger approached, even though the Weeping Soul Blood Ape was still raising its head and howling fiercely, its cries clearly revealed a wisp of panic. It had the feeling as if its vital energy had been completely locked onto, causing it to be unable to move its body, and it could only watch helplessly as this enormous spiritual black hole descended towards it. Rumble! the speed was too fast. The huge pillar of green light that shot out from the primeval heavens collided with the mental black hole in the blink of an eye. Shock and earth-shaking explosion rang out, and even the shockwave that spread out was incomparably terrifying. Under the full impact, the weeping soul blood ape who was too close, was instantly affected, and its entire huge body cracked open, just a hair's breadth away from exploding. Even the weeping soul demonic sound that had been going on in its mouth came to a sudden stop. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over the sky. It was clear that he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. This fellow was considered lucky. With the help of the primordial heavenly Tao Eye, he managed to escape the calamity. However, looking at his injuries, it was probably impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Swish. At this moment, an invisible force wrapped around the weeping soul blood ape's body, protecting it at the same time. At the same time, it also pulled fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape turned into a ray of blood light and shot out, rushing into the huge vertical eye that was like a star and disappearing. Roar! The roar sounded again, revealing an endless amount of anger, as well as a trace of unwillingness and resentment that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Following that, with a furious roar, a crack appeared at the bottom corner of the green-eyed vertical eye that was as large as a star. The vertical eye was entirely green-colored, but this crack was blood-colored. Even though it wasn't large, it was extremely eye-catching and could be seen clearly. Obviously, although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had successfully rescued the weeping soul blood ape that was on the verge of death, it had also suffered light injuries. Yi Xian's mental black hole was not so simple. This attack was originally aimed at the weeping soul blood ape, but the primeval heaven's eye had interfered. Although he was a level 8 heavenly Tao, and the green pillar of light that shot out belonged to some kind of bloodline ability of his. However, under the forceful interference, although the mental black hole collapsed after colliding with the green pillar of light, the primeval heaven's eye had also suffered a bit of backlash as a result. It was natural for him to suffer light injuries. This injury was actually not serious. Although it was not insignificant, it was definitely not to the extent that it would affect his combat strength and state. However, to the primeval heaven's eye, it was still somewhat unbearable. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, completely venting the endless anger in his heart. As the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of the Eldritch world, he had not suffered any similar injuries except for the incomparable battle that had collapsed the entire Eldritch world countless years ago. That is, even when the Eldritch world was completely destroyed and completely swallowed by the endless turbulent void, he was forced to bring the endless Eldritch world of the Eldritch world into this higher-level primordial void. The primeval heaven's eye had never been injured before. Of course, the heavy injuries that he had suffered from the heavenly punishment of the primordial void in the vast and endless dark area in front of the right bank with the dragon whale did not count. That was the heavenly punishment of the primordial void, a special existence. However, all of this had happened at this moment. Moreover, the existence that had injured him in front of everyone was actually a junior from the primeval world that he ruled. An existence that he had not even looked at directly not long ago. The contrast was so great that even he could not accept it for a while. Nice to look at but useless. Just one strike and he's already on the verge of death. What a piece of trash. At this moment, 200 billion miles away from the right side of the great black gold sun hanging high in the sky, the three-legged golden crow's low voice suddenly sounded, revealing a strong sense of depression. Rumble, whoosh, before the voice of the great black gold sun's voice faded away, an incomparably dull rumble of thunder suddenly came from that direction. The black flames on the surface of the great black gold sun surged and turned into a three-legged golden crow with a body size of 100 million miles in the blink of an eye. With a flap of its wings, it shot toward Yi Xian. Its speed was too fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had swept across hundreds of billion miles of void. In 2 more breaths it would be right in front of Yi Xian. Buzz! Seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of the Bao Yuan outlined a cold smile, and the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out blazing purple gold light. Down. In an instant, an incomparably low buzzing sound resounded through the void, and a mysterious aura spread out from the body of the skeleton doppelganger like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow that was famous in the Eldritch world. Now, the golden bow in the left hand of the skeleton doppelganger was simple and ferocious, and the middle part of the bow was a two-headed strange beast, which was facing up and down, biting the legs of two humanoid creatures. The two humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the two ends of the bowstring were connected to the two humanoid creatures' wide mouths. At this moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the three-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech! I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the three-legged golden crow's body suddenly trembled and then came to an abrupt stop. It raised its head and let out an incomparably sullen roar. Facing the three-legged golden crow, the skeleton doppelganger did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the heaven-falling bow. The next moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the three-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech! I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the three-legged golden crow could not help but be afraid. Its body suddenly trembled and then came to an abrupt stop halfway, raising its head and letting out an incomparably sullen roar. From the moment they suddenly moved, forming a circle to trap Yi Xian, although only a short time had passed. In fact, the three-legged golden crow had already wanted to attack several times. The reason why he had been suppressing his impulse was that he was extremely afraid of the heaven-falling bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger. The power of this kind of supreme magical power was too shocking. Although he was already a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, if he was hit by the golden arrow of the heaven-falling bow head-on, the result would be the same and he would definitely die. But Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength were only slightly weaker than him, so the power of a heaven-defying mystic technique like the heaven-falling bow with such a cultivation level was simply shocking. I have to say, the heaven-falling bow is indeed extremely stunning, especially now that it has appeared in the hands of an existence with a cultivation level similar to mine. The threat it poses is so great that I can't not be afraid. Screech! After the whistle, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flashed with a golden light, and an extremely deep voice was instantly transmitted out. But if you want to force me to hold back with just this, you're ultimately thinking too much. Although the heaven-falling bow is extremely powerful and terrifying, it's also because of this that this arrow will take away most of the energy in your body. Even if it doesn't affect the other two demonic bodies, this skeleton demonic body will definitely not be able to use the same attack again, even if it doesn't lose all its combat strength in a short period of time. In other words, your heaven-falling bow only has the strength for one attack in a short period of time. But now, there are more than 30 heavenly Dao realm existences gathered here. At this point, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flickered again, revealing a smug look. I only need to send a fellow Daoist to consume the heaven-falling arrow in your hand, and the final result of today's battle will no longer be suspenseful. This was indeed the best way to deal with it. Although there were many heavenly Dao ferocious beasts gathered around Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow was the only one who truly had the ability to fight head-on with Yi Xian and restrain him. But, due to the deterrence of the heaven-falling bow in the skeleton's hand, the three-legged golden crow could not get close to Yi Xian to engage in close combat and restrain him. If this continued, the situation would be extremely passive. 30 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts surrounded Yi Xian alone, but they could only maintain a distance and wait for an opportunity to strike, unable to launch an all-out attack. Such a siege was simply meaningless. But the only way to resolve this passive situation was to consume the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. And this matter indeed could not be done by the three-legged golden crow. Otherwise, once he was injured, although there were many remaining 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, none of them could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. The situation would instantly deteriorate. Everyone was well aware of this matter, but they did not point it out. Now that the three-legged golden crow said it in public, although it was a fact, when it fell into the ears of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, it made their bodies tremble at the same time, and their expressions immediately became a little strange. Heaven-falling arrow. The heaven-falling bow was known as the most powerful magical ability, and its power was already heaven-defying. Now that it appeared in the hands of a peak heavenly Dao ferocious beast of the 9th stage, even the three-legged golden crow, who had stepped into the peak of the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts for many years and ranked 10th among the countless starry sky ferocious beasts in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, was afraid and did not dare to be careless. Then, if it were them whose cultivation and strength were far inferior to the three-legged golden crow, were hit by this arrow, the final result was obvious. Then, it was clearly the rhythm of courting death. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Therefore, although the three-legged golden crow's words were reasonable, in fact, it was not realistic at all. This was not only a matter of personal interest, but also a matter of life and death. If they really gritted their teeth and resisted, they were simply tired of living, and it was no different from courting death. Because of this, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void not only trembled slightly, but all of them had strange expressions on their faces. No one responded to this suggestion at all. The three-legged golden crow had obviously expected such a situation, but since he said such words in public, it was obviously not without reason. He had his own calculations and confidence. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the silence that appeared in the surrounding void at all. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at all the 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts around him. In the end, his eyes focused and his gaze fell on one of them, and he did not look away. Fellow Taoist golden crow, feeling the burning gaze of the three-legged golden crow locked onto him, this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the three-legged golden crow as a conditioned reflex, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but he hesitated. This was a blood-horned rhinoceros. Its body was 50 million miles long, and its entire body was silver white. However, there was a blood horn on its head like a giant pillar that supported the sky, giving people a shocking feeling. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, just like the primeval heaven's eye. However, its aura was not very stable. If there were no accidents, it should have just broken through not long ago and successfully stepped into the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The three-legged golden crow's intention was very clear. He clearly wanted this blood-horned rhinoceros with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm to attack Yi Xian and exhaust the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. With his late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level of the 8th level, if he did not care about the price and used his strongest bloodline divine ability as if he was risking his life, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Looking at his hesitant look, it was clear that the three-legged golden crow had something on him. If the latter insisted on it, he would most likely not be able to refuse. Fellow Taoist blood-horned rhinoceros, I once saved your life and you once made a promise. In addition, 100 years ago you successfully broke through and stepped into the 8th level. It was also because of my help. However, seeing that this blood-horned rhinoceros seemed unwilling, a cold light flashed in the three-legged golden crow's eyes, and an extremely deep voice of divine sense was transmitted again. But these words came to an abrupt end halfway through, but the meaning was very clear. Since he owed the three-legged golden crow a life, even if he was unwilling, he could only act according to the plan. This was clearly forcing him to do something beyond his ability. If he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would despise him and even add insult to injury. The result would still be death, and he would have a bad reputation. His reputation would include the forbidden land behind him, as well as the subordinates and bloodline descendants he left behind there. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one. Chapter 51:20. Following the three-legged golden crow's words, the blood-horned rhinoceros's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes flashed with a thick sense of despair. He knew that today's calamity of death was unavoidable. The three-legged golden crow had already made it clear. Even if he was being forced to die, he was in the right. Faced in such a situation, if he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would look down on him and even hit him when he was down. In that case, his final outcome would still be death, and he would also have a bad reputation. His reputation would affect the forbidden land behind him, as well as his subordinates and bloodline descendants. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow, and be dealt with one by one. Choosing the lesser of two evils. Since his death was inevitable, the blood-horned rhinoceros naturally knew how to choose. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was incomparably mournful, revealing endless indignation and resentment. Boom. Rumble. Before the ruthless howl could fade away, his huge body, which was 50 million kilometers long, had already shot forward. The cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm in his body was pushed to the limit, transforming into an extremely bright ray of light that passed through the lightning and collided with the distant demon hall master, Yi Xian, halfway through, the ferocious blood horn on his head that was like a pillar that supported the heavens strangely separated from his head. Its speed was twice that of his body, and in the blink of an eye, it had shot forward and was still in front of him, still shooting towards Yi Xian. In the end, he was still unwilling to use his body to face the heaven-shattering arrow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. The result was certain to be death. But now, he had activated the strongest secret technique in his bloodline, extracting 90% of his terrifying heavenly Dao realm level 8 cultivation into the blood horn on his head. It separated from his head and shot towards the magic hall master Yi Xian. Furthermore, the blood horn's speed was doubled under the activation of his strongest bloodline ability. In an instant, it had closed in on the magic hall master Yi Xian. A century at that time, in order to block this attack, the blood-horned rhinoceros could only shoot out the only heavenfall arrow in his hand. Although the result of this would definitely be the destruction of his blood-horned rhinoceros, causing his foundation to be damaged and injuring his essence. If he was lucky, it was extremely likely that the blood-horned rhinoceros behind the blood-horned rhinoceros would be able to escape this calamity. At the very least, it would be able to preserve its life and not perish. This was precisely his plan. Even though he was already prepared to die, as long as there was a chance of survival, no one would not do their best to fight for it. You're quite clever, but this is also good. You've escaped this calamity and you've repaid this senior's favor. Looking at it, you've profited. Seeing this, the eyes of the three-legged golden crow in the distance flashed and he muttered with his divine sense, revealing a sense of extreme confidence. It was obvious that even with his eyesight, he could tell that the blood-horned rhinoceros's attack was extraordinary and stunning. Its speed was too fast and its power was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. Even the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian could only use the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand to block this attack. This expanse of space had already fallen into complete chaos under the powerful pressure of those 30 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao. Even teleportation was absolutely impossible to evade. 8th Order of the Heavenly Tao? Not bad. Unfortunately, you want to force this king to shoot this one and only heaven-shattering arrow? You're not worthy. When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed through the eyes of the violent ape. A look of disdain appeared on his face and his voice was filled with ridicule. Before he finished speaking, the Black Mist Avatar had already fully activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind. When a continuous and weak high-frequency vibrating sound rang out, and 2 streaks of blood light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the Black Mist body without any warning. The speed was too fast and it also surpassed the speed of lightning. The 2 streaks of blood light merged into one halfway and headed straight for him. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the towering blood horn that was shooting towards him. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. These streaks of blood-colored light were like liquid. After colliding with the towering blood horn, they did not explode. Instead, they instantly spread out along the blood horn like a layer of blood-colored dye. Seeing this scene, the blood-horned rhinoceros following closely behind the towering blood horn suddenly froze. The light in its eyes also became incomparably shocked at this moment. Although it did not know what exactly the blood-colored liquid that instantly spread on the blood horn was and what kind of power it had an extremely bad feeling in its heart. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In a split second, everything changed just like that. This gigantic blood horn that was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and in an instant, it would approach Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread out from the blood horn flashed. The incomparably huge blood horn that supported the heavens actually turned around in an instant, following the path that it came from. Its speed was even faster, and the blood-horned rhinoceros that was following closely behind was completely unable to react in time. What kind of secret technique is this? Boom! With a drastic change in expression, the blood-horned rhinoceros gasped. Before it could let out a cry of alarm, its enormous body had already been struck by the blood horn. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the towering blood horn and its enormous body exploded together, turning into a shocking blood mist. The eyes of the black fog clone flashed, and with a wave of its hand, it was absorbed into its body. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly law ferocious beast had been killed. Furthermore, it was a late-stage 8th Order heavenly law ferocious beast. At this point, from the beginning of the battle until now, Yi Xian had killed 4 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Of the original 33 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had gathered, only 29 were left. Everything has just begun. After instantly finishing off the 8th order blood-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian immediately sneered. His body shook slightly and with a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind, transforming into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000,000 kilometers long. Netherworld claw. Claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. All of a sudden, the black mist clone let loose a thunderous roar as it waved its hands through the air again. Streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were millions of kilometers in size each, and they shot forth in all directions. There were a total of 29 of these dark green withered claws, and each of them took a heavenly law ferocious beast. Back then, with the evolution of Yi Xian's netherworld physique, Yi Xian also obtained the netherworld claw that corresponded to the bloodline of the netherworld physique. In the beginning, when he used the netherworld claw bloodline ability, he could only manifest one form, which was the dark green withered claws that he was currently using. However, later on, Yi Xian also comprehended the second form, which was claw forms the netherworld. Now, as the 29 dark green withered claws rumbled forward, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Netherworld claw. Claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. As the black mist clone waved its hands through the air, streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were over 1,000,000 kilometers in size each. The claws then shot forth in all directions, and the ferocious ape let loose a frosty cry once again. At this moment, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw was fully activated by him. Almost at the same time, the 29 dark green withered claws that shot out exploded with a loud boom, and a raging dark green strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dark green skull that was 1,000,000 kilometers long, and its huge eye sockets were leaping with sinister flames. In the blink of an eye, it was millions of kilometers away, and as if it had teleported, it rushed in all directions. However, this was clearly not the end. Everything was still just the beginning. Netherworld claw? You actually have the bloodline ability of the remote antiquity ghost? As the 29 dark green withered claws shot out and exploded, they transformed into 29 green skulls that were millions of kilometers long. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. The deep voice of the divine sense was heard again in an instant. Damn it, where did you come from? Aren't their methods and foundations a little too many and too complicated? Rumble. Then, as the deep voice of the divine sense sounded, the three-legged golden crow, which was nearly 100 million kilometers long, quickly retreated. It was too huge and its speed was too fast. Unknowingly, there was an earth-shaking rumble of thunder in the void. Although the netherworld claw was also an extremely powerful remote antiquity technique, it was actually not at the same level as the fallen skybow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen skybow. The fallen skybow was the most powerful divine sense. Its power was too strong and it dominated the world. It was said that it could even shoot down the will of the heavenly way with one arrow. Although the netherworld claw did not have such terrifying power, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. The remote antiquity netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world. Its bloodline ability was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure of the remote antiquity would be greatly reduced. It could be said that when the three-legged golden crow saw a huge blood-green skull with a diameter of millions of kilometers shooting toward him, the reason why he hurriedly retreated was actually not because he was afraid of its power, but because he was worried that he would be contaminated and be damaged. It was hated by ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing. If stained, it would only be ominous and there was no benefit at all. Even the three-legged golden crow, who was at the peak of the great perfection stage of the 9th level, was already so scared. Needless to say, the other 28 heavenly way ferocious beasts were even worse. Including the primordial heavenly Dao Green Eye, the other 28 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts immediately retreated in disgust at the sight of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of kilometers long shooting toward them. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The speed was too fast. These 29 dark green skulls were originally in the form of energy, and they were activated by the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. Blinking. It was already close in the blink of an eye. Without any suspense, all the skulls exploded with a flash of green light in their eyes. In the next moment, it was as though a torrential rain of blood had fallen from the sky. 29 dark green skulls, each of which was tens of millions of miles long, had locked onto the figure and aura of a heavenly law ferocious beast. They tried their best to get close before exploding. Roar. Screech. Damn it, it can even self-explode. I can't see. My eyes are stained by the splashing dirty green blood. It's extremely painful. Roar. Too shameless. This kind of extremely evil bloodline ability actually detonated directly. This is intentional. It's deliberately disgusting. Roar. 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 There were a few late-stage and peak-stage existences, including the three-legged golden crow and the green eye of the heavenly way of untainted land, but more than 20 powerful beasts were all affected. After the dark green skulls in front of them exploded, the blood-green dirty green blood stained their bodies, causing various consequences in an instant. In addition, the invisible shock wave caused by the explosion of the huge dark green skulls could not be underestimated. Even if it was just some superficial wounds, as long as the skin was broken, the blood-green dirty soul blood would immediately invade and cause more serious injuries. In just a short moment, more than half of the 29 powerful heavenly law ferocious beasts were injured. Although none of them were heavily injured and only suffered light injuries, they were in an extremely sorry state, and it was extremely embarrassing. Even more. What made people speechless was that they were clearly besieging one person with 29 heavenly way ferocious beasts, but in the end they ended up like this. The other party suddenly attacked and forced them to be in such a sorry state despite being outnumbered. How could they endure it? Roar. Damn it, isn't it just some dirty soul blood? Its power is nothing more than this. Why are you so scared? Seeing the scene of everyone retreating, the three-legged golden crow in the distant void suddenly roared. In the incomparably deep voice of the divine sense, there was endless monstrous anger. If anyone dares to retreat, don't blame this venerable one for not recognizing you and directly killing you. Roar. The old guy said it nicely and righteously, but he seemed to have forgotten that when he saw the huge dark green skulls rumbling over, he was the first one to withdraw first, he was the first one to retreat, and now he was completely fine, but he was reprimanding the others. It really made people speechless. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Except for the few late-stage heavenly way beasts such as the primeval Heaven's Eye who were not affected by this attack, the other 20 or so heavenly way beasts immediately frowned. A dark light flashed in their eyes and displeasure appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, although they were dissatisfied and could even be said to be resentful, their cultivation and strength were too far apart from the three-legged golden crow. At most they could only secretly snort a few times. They were completely angry but did not dare to say anything. But Yi Xin was obviously not among them. It was rare to encounter such a good opportunity, so he naturally would not be stingy with his derogatory words. Ha! Old man, quickly raise your hand and touch your face. See if your face is still there. Just now you were the first one to withdraw and retreat, okay? Now you are saying such words. What is your face made of? With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth outlined an incomparably clear mocking smile, and the voice of divine sense was even more impolite. But, not only that, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog doppelganger. Under the full power of the black fog doppelganger, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from above the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head. An invisible attack was the most fatal. Then, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone. All under the activation of its power, a blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head without any warning. Crack. Awoo. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded, followed by an incomparably shrill and miserable howl that entered one's ears and heart. This miserable howl came from the three-legged golden crow's mouth. Caught off guard, he was struck by the spiritual thunder lightning technique head-on. Lightning? The speed of lightning was extremely fast to begin with, but ordinary lightning had traces to follow. At the very least it could be dodged. 4 starry sky experts, if nothing unexpected happened, The moment the lightning stuck its head out of the tribulation cloud and suddenly struck down, their hearts would already be on guard. Basically, they could dodge in advance. However, Yi Xian's spiritual thunder lightning technique was an exception. Ordinary starry sky experts' divine sense power could still be followed, but divine sense power was the same as the biological frequency of the starry sky Zerg. It was invisible and was an extremely special energy that could not be touched at all. Furthermore, after the spiritual thunder lightning technique was cast, an incomparably violent divine sense power would first quietly condense above the target's head. After accumulating power, it would suddenly explode and instantly strike down. It was simply unpredictable. This was especially so when the one casting the spiritual thunder lightning technique was Yi Xian. Not only was he a powerful existence at the heavenly Dao realm, he was even at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. A bolt of spiritual thunder lightning suddenly exploded. If one could capture its form, they would see that the lightning bolt had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, apart from the caster of the spiritual thunder lightning technique, Yi Xian, the other heavenly Dao experts present could not even detect the scale of the spiritual thunder lightning technique. When their divine sense power swept over, it was completely empty. There was nothing. Although the three-legged golden crow was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, and his cultivation was even stronger than Yi Xian's, he was still unable to dodge the spiritual thunder lightning technique. Now that he had been struck by it head-on, he was in an extremely sorry state. There were even a few black feathers that slowly floated down in the void. However, it was impossible for the spiritual thunder lightning technique to kill him on the spot. Even if it heavily injured him, it was impossible. The three-legged golden crow who had been struck only suffered light injuries. This was because he had once devoured countless stars in an entire great world and transformed his body into a black gold sun. Although it was not a thunderbolt, its attributes were similar to that of thunderbolts, and it was also scorching hot. No, if it were any other starry sky expert with a body of flesh and blood, even if they had the same cultivation level as him and were at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the level of Yi Xian, they would definitely not be able to withstand the spiritual thunder lightning technique so easily. They would probably be heavily injured at the very least. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a short period of time. From the moment the blood-horned rhinoceros charged out, to its meteorite attack, to Yi Xian conjuring 29 black-green withered claws with a wave of his hand to activate the claw netherworld, all of this happened one after another. And now he had activated the spiritual thunder lightning technique without warning, and a 1,000,000-kilometer-long blood-red lightning bolt struck the three-legged golden crow's head, causing it to cry out in pain. All of this happened in just a short span of a dozen breaths. A few breaths of time would have passed in the blink of an eye, but during this period of time, the blood-horned rhinoceros and 8th-level heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had fallen. Almost all of the other 29 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had been injured by the self-destruction of the Netherworld Claw's netherworld. Although they were only lightly injured, they were all in an extremely sorry state. Even more shockingly, even the three-legged golden crow, whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, and who was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, had been caught off guard and was struck by the lightning bolt. It was utterly humiliating. Such a valiant battle record all came from the hands of Yi Xian alone, and he was facing dozens of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, yet he was still able to run amok and kill in all directions. This kind of style was so domineering that it made people want to point their fingers at him. The strength of his might was simply undefeatable. Roar! Ruthless, 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 damn it! What exactly is this fellow's background? Why does he possess so many divine abilities? This Netherworld Claw is clearly a supreme bloodline divine ability of the primordial Netherworld clan. Although its might is limited, it's filthy to the extreme and instills fear in others. And that blood-red bolt of lightning from before had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers, and its might caused others to raise their eyebrows. It just so happened to be silent and directly exploded above their heads. How could they avoid it? And that strange secret technique that killed the blood-horned rhinoceros earlier. The might of that towering blood horn was so terrifying, and its speed was so swift, yet it was actually turned around by him in an instant and killed the blood-horned rhinoceros instead. This sort of secret technique is unheard of as well. Based on the situation, this doesn't seem to be all that he possesses. This fellow is too mysterious and his methods are too varied. Fighting him is simply asking for a beating. His various secret techniques are impossible to guard against. The crux of the matter is still that sky-split arrow in the hands of the skeleton clone. The blood-horned rhinoceros has already fallen, yet it sacrificed itself for nothing. It's meaningless. That sky-split arrow is still there, and it's capable of deterring everyone. How can this battle continue? Screech, I don't want to give up, roar. Under the shock in their hearts, the group of heavenly law beasts that had retreated to the surroundings all exclaimed and roared. These words were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making the three-legged golden crow, who had just been struck by the spiritual lightning technique, even angrier. It roared toward the sky. As the roar fell, the three-legged golden crow had already turned around and scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed with a dark light, and his incomparably deep divine sense clearly revealed a strong sense of suppressed anger. Everyone, since things have come to this point, we can't continue to delay. The heavenly falling arrow in his hand must be consumed. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained, and I won't be able to use it at all. I can't do this myself. Fellow friends, who is willing to do it for me? In other words, it was clearly looking for a person to follow in the footsteps of the blood-horned rhinoceros. There was a moment of silence in the void. Except for the three-legged golden crow, the other 28 heavenly law ferocious beasts looked at each other. Their expressions all became strange, but for a moment no one responded at all. Open. What a joke. The strongest among them was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, which was about the same strength as the blood-horned rhinoceros. As for the blood-horned rhinoceros, such a powerful and fierce attack was reversed in an instant, causing him to explode. So aggrieved, dying under one's strongest bloodline divine ability. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed and speechless. It was simply too tragic. In this situation, the three-legged golden crow wanted someone to replace the blood-horned rhinoceros. Who would be willing to do it? Dante say that there's no confidence in forcing the sky-split arrow out of his hand. Even if it can be done, the price paid will definitely be unbearable. It's very likely that one will die on the spot. Unless one's brain is kicked by a donkey, no one will be interested in such a thing. At this point we can't delay any longer. The sky-split arrow in his hand has to be exhausted. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained. I won't be able to produce the desired effect. As the roar faded away, the three-legged golden crow swept his gaze towards the surroundings, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. An extremely deep voice resounded through his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of strongly suppressed rage. I'm unable to do this myself. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to do it for me? Naturally, no one was willing to do such a thing. The 28 heavenly law beasts in the surrounding void fell into silence. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, and there was a suffocating feeling that couldn't be dispersed, a bunch of motley crew. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered. Bao Yuan said sarcastically. Then a dark light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the primeval heaven's eye on the right. Although there were still quite a few heavenly Tao beasts present, a total of 29 of them, amongst the 29 heavenly Tao beasts, the one that Yi Xian wanted to kill the most was obviously the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. This matter was originally not urgent, but the atmosphere at the scene was a little strange. Even Yi Xian could clearly feel that at least half of the heavenly law beasts had already shown signs of retreating. They definitely didn't think of such a result at first, but now it had become a reality. The skeletal clones of Yi Xian's 3 great demon bodies had the sky-split Bao's most powerful divine ability. Although the three-legged golden crow was a peak heavenly law beast at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, it was originally completely capable of restraining him head-on. Next, at this time, all the remaining heavenly law beasts were waiting around, each looking for an opportunity. Even if they had to grind Yi Xian to death, they could still wear him down. Unfortunately, although this plan was perfect, the three-legged golden crow didn't dare to really charge in front of Yi Xian and restrain him head-on because of the sky-split Bao's existence. If that was the case, once Yi Xian shot this arrow, the three-legged golden crow would lose its only peak combat power that could restrain Yi Xian head-on if it wasn't careful. However, the only chance he had to use up the sky-split arrow in Yi Xian's hand had been wasted. Now, no one was willing to take the initiative to take on this mission. The so-called joint encirclement and suppression had instantly turned into a joke. Dang. However, the three-legged golden crow was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th level. He had the ability to use force, but once that was the case, the so-called alliance that wasn't tight to begin with would instantly collapse. Not only was the three-legged golden crow well aware of this, the other heavenly law beasts also knew. From the looks of it, there was clearly no chance or possibility of suppressing Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, rather than staying here and enduring the risk of being targeted and killed by Yi Xian, it was better to retreat. If someone really took the lead to leave, the other heavenly law beasts would definitely not be willing to fall behind. A portion of the heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void would soon leave, at least a third of them. Once this scene appeared, with Yi Xian's understanding of the primeval heaven's eye, he would definitely not continue to stay here. He would most likely escape immediately. Therefore, if they wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him, this matter could not be delayed any longer. They had to act as soon as possible. Yi Xian's gaze quickly shifted and landed on a 5th-level heavenly law beast not far from the heavenly law green eye. Previously, his target had always been a 4th to 6th-level heavenly law beast. Therefore, it was normal for him to choose this heavenly law beast to attack. It would not arouse suspicion. Netherworld claw into the netherworld. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the black mist clone, and it waved its right hand through the air. A burst of light shot forth, instantly transforming into a dark green claw that was over 500,000 kilometers in size. At the same time, a frosty cry rang out from the ferocious ape's mouth. In an instant, the incomparably complicated patterns on the dark green withered claw suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw had been fully activated by him. The speed was too fast. The dark green withered claw had already exploded on its way. The devastating dark green strange energy swirled in the air, expanding and retracting as it swallowed and retracted. Half in a breath, it turned into a huge dark green skull. Dense flames jumped in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. As if it had teleported, it arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye and exploded. Screech! The heavenly law beast's eyelids twitched violently. It raised its head and let out a violent roar, immediately retreating. Roar? At this moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true form followed closely behind the dark green skull, closing in on it in the blink of an eye. Hesitating, the black fog clone opened its mouth and roared violently. As it roared, the destructive vortex was activated. The purple-black spirit source core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in the central domain also began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spirit origin energy contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. This tiny speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the origin energy in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of the opponent, it immediately exploded. The boundless and boundless spirit origin energy collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape instantly swung the big-headed black stick in its hand. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. The violent ape's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its neck at the same time. Although this heavenly law ferocious beast cultivation was not bad, it was not just a little bit weaker than Yi Xian. Same as in the face of the crushing power of the claw netherworld and the spiritual vortex. In addition to the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's punch following closely behind, it did not have time to react at all. The majestic power had already surged into its body. Half in a breath, its entire body, which was tens of millions of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Black the fog clone suddenly waved its hand, and immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into an invisible gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept up the bloody mist that had exploded into its body and directly sent it to the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another of the 29 heavenly law ferocious beasts had fallen. Now there were only 28 left. In the surrounding void, the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The 3-legged golden crow was so angry that it directly raised its head and roared angrily. However, there was nothing it could do. It did not dare to go forward because after the punch, the skeleton clone raised its left arm, and the giant golden bow instantly appeared again. The golden heaven-destroying slip on the bowstring was clearly aimed at him from afar, locking onto his aura. All of this was just Yi Xian's tactic. Killing this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast was just to avoid being seen and relax the primeval heaven's eye's vigilance. Therefore, when this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian activated the spiritual lightning technique to attack with all its might. Chapter 51:21. Bang! As the skeleton clone threw out a punch, the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand was instantly swung up and smashed down. The entire body of this level 5 heavenly Tao, which was tens of millions of kilometers long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. In the surrounding void, the heavenly axiom beast's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it raised its head and roared angrily. However, it did not dare to step forward, for it was intimidated by the heaven-falling bow. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone, and this time it was fully activated. The spiritual energy that had been emitted by the spiritual core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness during this period of time was completely sucked dry. In an instant, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty primeval Heaven's Eye's head without warning. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, especially when the three Blood Sea clones merged and activated the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form at its strongest state, he was already not an ordinary peak heavenly axiom. Under such combat strength, if he shot the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton clone's hand, it would be almost impossible for the primeval Heaven's Eye to escape. Even if it did not die, it would be severely injured and lose its ability to fight. After all, he was still only at the level 8 heavenly axiom. In terms of cultivation strength, Yi Xian had already surpassed him. However, due to the three-legged golden crow's existence, Yi Xian could not easily shoot this arrow. Otherwise, the current situation where he held the initiative would be instantly reversed. Unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not make such a choice. Thus, therefore, he could only use other methods to suppress the primeval Heaven's Eye as much as possible. Crack! A woo! An incomparably crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out, and a shrill scream came out from the primeval Heaven's Eye's mouth. It was shocking to hear. It had indeed been careless. It had not expected that Yi Xian would suddenly attack it at such a time. Suddenly, caught off guard, the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was immediately struck head-on by this spiritual lightning technique. In the huge, star-like vertical eye of the green eye, a few more dazzling blood threads could be seen with the naked eye. This was clearly the rhythm of the worsening of the injury, but it was still some distance away from a serious injury. Since Yi Xian had already made his move, there was no way he would stop so easily. There would definitely be a storm of thunderous attacks to follow, screech, rumble. However, he was injured and he was caught off guard by a sneak attack. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao were enraged, and a heaven-shaking howl sounded out. A green light with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers shot out from the huge vertical eye like a bolt of green lightning, rumbling towards Yi Xian. You are courting death. A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the fog clone. At this moment, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its brain was activated once again. The remaining spirit power in the source core poured out without reservation. An incomparably intense pain appeared in Yi Xian's mind at this moment. He had continuously used his spirit power, and each time, it had consumed a huge amount of spirit power. This kind of deficit was somewhat unbearable. The true devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms swayed slightly, but the piercing pain in its brain did not dissipate. It continued to persist, causing the 3 great devil bodies' expressions to become even more sinister. Buzz. At the same time, a faint but continuous high-frequency vibrating sound was heard. Without warning, 2 beams of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the black fog clone. Essence God's reversal had been activated, extracting all the spirit power in the spirit source core in Yi Xian's brain. It transformed into 2 beams of blood-red light and rushed out. This time, its speed was even faster, far faster than lightning. Blink. In the blink of an eye, the 2 blood lights merged into one and headed straight for Yi Xian. In an instant they came into contact with the green light pillar that was rumbling towards Yi Xian. Just like before, the blood-red light was like liquid. When it came into contact with the green light beam, it did not explode. Instead, it spread out like a layer of blood-red dye. This scene was very familiar as it had happened not too long ago. The only difference was that back then, the blood-red light had covered and colored the blood-horned rhinoceros horns. Now, it had turned into the green light beam of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind this strange rendering. The primeval Heaven's Eye, who was following closely behind the green light beam, suddenly froze. The look in its eyes was also incomparably shocked. The blood-horned rhinoceros was a physical object, but his green light beam was an existence of energy. He did not understand how this strange blood-red light could cover and color the surface of the green light beam, but all of this was no longer important. The most important thing was that in an instant, an extremely bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. A huge sense of crisis descended, unprecedented. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everything changed. Swish. An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The azure pillar of light that was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away was about to approach Yi Xian in an instant. However, at this moment, as the blood-colored brilliance that covered and spread out from the pillar of light suddenly flashed, the azure pillar of light that was millions of kilometers in diameter suddenly turned around and shot away. First, everything was exactly the same as what had happened to the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Yen, who was like a star, were filled with an ominous glint, revealing endless fear. Screech. An earth-shattering screech sounded. Without any hesitation, the primeval heaven's eye suddenly turned to the side in shock. Rip. Pooh. A clear sound like silk being torn was heard, followed by the sound of splashing. Although the primeval heaven's eye was fast, it was still slower by half an instant. Following that, as he dodged to the side, the green light beam that shot back to its original direction shot past his side. Although it was not able to directly penetrate the primeval heaven's eye, it scraped away an area of more than 300,000 miles around his eyelid. This wound was like a fountain, gushing out a large amount of green liquid. It was extremely pure and exuded the rich aura of the heavenly Tao. He was not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm beast. After all, he was once the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a large world. This green liquid was extremely extraordinary. It was even useful to the present Yi Xian. If it was brought back for the subordinates under his command to use, the effects would be even more astonishing. Naturally, Yi Xian wouldn't waste it just like that. Whoosh. Walala. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the Black Fog avatar suddenly waved his hand as an invisible force swept out. In an instant, the heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge green river was swept up and absorbed into his body. Screech. Screech. Using this gap, the green vertical eye that resembled a star retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. However, it did not stop there and continued to move towards the encirclement. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. Furthermore, with his heart filled with fear, the primeval heaven's eye instantly made the decision to flee and give up on today's encirclement battle. Screech. Screech. An earth-shattering screech rang out. Taking advantage of the gap when Yi Xian collected the green heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge river, the green vertical eye that resembled a star also retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. He made the decision to flee and give up on today's battle. Where there's life, there's hope. Today he was severely injured and the situation was not good. If he forced himself to stay here, it was very likely that he would truly die in the end. At this moment, the primeval heaven's eye still knew what to do. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the edge of this chaotic void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. Without stopping, he directly tore open a void crack and entered it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, there were originally a total of 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had joined forces to ambush Yi Xian. However, before the primeval heaven's eye escaped, there were only 28 of them left. In total, 5 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Now, with the primeval heaven's eye escaping in a hurry, the number of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had decreased by 1. Including the 3-legged golden crow, there were only 27 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts left. They were still gathered in the void in the distance. Roar! Damn it, the heavenly Tao's eye actually escaped. He's only severely injured and is far from losing his combat strength. He's actually so cowardly. I've heard before that the primeval heaven's eye is unreliable. Back then he seemed to have cooperated with fellow Taoist Longjing. He was the first to escape. Now, it seems that he's really like that. This matter should be spread out so that all the fellow Taoists on the left bank can see his true colors. He's simply abandoned by both men and gods. He's too wretched. Seeing that the primeval heaven's eye did not say a word and directly escaped without saying a word, the 20-odd heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the void in the distance were immediately in an uproar. The voice of the divine sense was transmitted, and there was resentment in it. Fellow Taoists, the situation has become more serious. If you continue to hesitate, everything today will be in vain. At this time, the three-legged golden crow standing in the void in front of them once again transmitted the voice of the divine sense. At the same time, his eyes flashed, and he looked to the right of the void with an urging tone. The two of you are at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao. As long as you have the heart, you can definitely force him to shoot the heaven-destroying arrow. Among the 26 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, there were indeed two late-stage 8th-level existences. Their cultivation strength was similar to that of the primeval Heaven's Eye and the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this time, the three-legged golden crow was clearly urging the two of them to make a decision. Void the sky fell into silence once again. The other heavenly Tao ferocious beasts secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expressions of the two 8th-level heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were called out by the three-legged golden crow turned gloomy at the same time. They could not say anything to refuse. At least they could not say anything first. Otherwise they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The other 8th-level heavenly Tao ferocious beasts would definitely immediately say something to stir up trouble, and the three-legged golden crow would definitely agree. They would then fall into a passive situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two 8th-level heavenly Tao ferocious beasts subconsciously exchanged glances. They stared at each other and neither of them made a sound. The atmosphere in the void instantly became heavy again. Within the heavy atmosphere there was a sense of oppression and strangeness as well as awkwardness. Roar. Don't be anxious. Today, as long as you don't leave, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die here. Although Yi Xian felt a little regretful that the desolate Heaven Path's green eye had escaped, he had at least obtained a river-like amount of heavenly Tao green liquid. This was an item of the heavenly Tao's essence and it was extremely rare. It would only appear after the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will in a large world was heavily injured. It was equivalent to the blood essence that an ordinary starry sky expert would spit out after being heavily injured. With this river-like amount of heavenly Tao green liquid, he could be considered to have gained a little today. Furthermore, he had killed 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and obtained 5 heavenly Tao blood essences. However, although the primeval Heaven's Eye had escaped, today's battle was far from over. Including the three-legged golden crow, there were still 27 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Although from the current awkward situation, the time for these old fellows to scatter like birds and beasts would come sooner or later. But, since he was still hesitating and seemed to want to persist, then Yi Xian could take advantage of this opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences and obtain 1 or 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences. Phew, boom, rumble. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash, he rushed towards a rank 5 heavenly Tao beast. Previously, after so many attacks, all of the mental energy in the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness had long been sucked dry. Such as today, he still had a splitting headache, so he was temporarily unable to use the mental energy secret technique. This time, the Black Fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. As the storm expanded, it instantly turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the rank 5 heavenly Tao beast. Everything was too unexpected. This rank 5 heavenly Tao beast had not expected Yi Xian to suddenly make a move. In its fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size instantly let out an incomparably shrill howl. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. The 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body was overflowing with killing intent. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's giant purple gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded in the next instant, and the violent howl in the 9-colored fireball came to an abrupt end. The rank 5 heavenly Tao beast's incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Before it could completely spread out, the Black Fog clone had already absorbed it into its body with a wave of its hand. Entire. This process was as smooth as flowing water, but it was completed within a breath. Immediately after, Yi Xian made a mental command, and the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed. After condensing, it once again turned into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his body. When he suddenly turned around, the eyes of the 3 devil bodies all shone with a fierce light. Their gazes were like venomous snakes as they quickly swept across the group of heavenly Tao beasts in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of choosing the next target to attack. In an instant he attacked again. The 27 heavenly Tao beasts were reduced by 1, and the total number of heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen at Yi Xian's hands had reached 6. This was a shocking number, and looking at Yi Xian's momentum, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. The number of heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen was clearly going to continue to climb. Or perhaps, the next one to fall will be me. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, more than half of the remaining 26 heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts had never been stronger than before. As for the dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage, they felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Roar! Roar! Even the primeval heaven's eye has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th-stage heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar! Even the primeval heaven's eye has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th-stage heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar! As Yi Xian attacked again and killed another heavenly Tao beast in an instant, more than half of the remaining 26 heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts was unprecedentedly strong. This was especially so for the dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage. They felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated as fast as they could. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. With the precedent set by the primeval heaven's eye, coupled with the invisible pressure brought about by Yi Xian's killing of another heavenly Tao beast when he was caught off guard, now, after these dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage decided to retreat, they did not feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated hundreds of billions of miles away, to the edge of this trillion-mile chaotic void. There were originally only 26 heavenly Tao beasts around the void. Now that 14 of them had left, there were only 12 left, including the 3-legged golden crow. The degree of chaos in this trillions of miles of sealed void instantly eased. Although it was still unable to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body, it was not far from it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, at most, he could kill 2 more beasts before the chaos in the void dissipated. At that time, Yi Xian only needed to think, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would be activated instantly, quietly escaping into the distance. Roar! Damn it, you pieces of trash, you actually fled at the last moment. This is infuriating. In the distance, seeing that 14 heavenly Tao beasts had left in an instant, the 3-legged golden crow was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. The voice of his divine sense was unprecedentedly furious and manic. Unfortunately, this could not change anything at all. If only 1 or 2 heavenly Tao beasts had left, he could still make an example out of them. But now more than half of them had left. No matter how he dealt with them, it was meaningless. Screech, rumble. At the same time, the 3-headed, 6-armed Yi Xian also rushed out. Although the remaining 12 heavenly Tao beasts were all at the late stage or higher, other than the peak heavenly Tao 3-legged golden crow, even the 2 8th-stage heavenly Tao beasts were confident that Yi Xian would be able to kill them if he attacked with all his might. Moreover, the target he had chosen at this moment was merely a rank 7 Heaven's Way beast. Moreover, from the aura that this Heaven's Way beast was emitting, it was clear that he had just broken through to the late stage of the 7th step not long ago. Compared to the peak of the middle stage of the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao, he was not much stronger. Screech! A whistling sound rang out, and an earth-shattering boom resounded through the void. The berserk ape moved its hands together, and the Shinong cauldron and the big-headed black stick smashed out together. Remains the bone clone also punched out with both fists. 2 huge energy fists the size of stars, one on the left and one on the right, smashed towards the huge body of the 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast. Black. Although the mist clone was no longer able to use the secret technique of mental power, the 9-colored sea of flames was like a giant python in the starry sky. It rushed out with incomparable agility, directly blocking the path of retreat of the 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast. After His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his soul was about to leave his body. He subconsciously pulled back and retreated. Wu, caught off guard, he came into contact with the nine-colored sea of flames that was blocking his retreat. His body was burned, and he instantly let out an incomparably mournful howl. Just like that, during this delay, the attacks of the berserk ape and the skeleton clone finally arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, they came crashing down on his head. Screech, boom boom, bam. There was no suspense in what happened next. This seventh-stage heavenly Tao beast was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably mournful howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the mist clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately, an invisible strength chi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the seventh-stage heavenly Tao beast swept over and was absorbed into his body. He directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yi Xian had already killed as many as 7 heavenly Tao beasts. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of these 7 heavenly Tao beasts was all absorbed by the black fog clone and sent into his body. Now after a long time he would be able to refine 7 heavenly Tao blood essences. Before the start of this battle, Yi Xian already had 18 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. With these 7, the total number had already reached 25. His harvest could be said to be extremely astonishing. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly Tao beast had fallen. The pressure of the heavenly Tao in the void decreased by another level, and the chaotic situation was slightly alleviated. It was only a thin line away from stabilizing to the point where Yi Xian could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, the chaos in the void would be completely calmed down after killing the last heavenly Tao beast. The remaining 10 heavenly Tao beasts would release all the cultivation in their bodies, stacking together to form an invisible pressure. The chaotic effect on the void was no longer able to stop Yi Xian from escaping with his interstellar coordinate jump ability. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. The 3 demon bodies immediately turned and focused their gazes on a 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast, locking onto it. Hiss, today's matter is indeed impossible. This venerable one will not accompany you. Otherwise I will die. Feeling the pressure of the 3 demon bodies locking onto it, this 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast trembled as if it was a conditioned reflex. Its expression changed drastically as it cried out involuntarily. Then, without hesitation, it turned around and shot into the distance. He was truly afraid. Just a moment ago, a level 7 heaven's way that possessed the same cultivation level as him had perished, and he didn't want to follow in its footsteps. So, leaving at this moment was the wisest choice. The next moment, following his departure, there were only 10 heavenly law ferocious beasts left in the surroundings, including the 3-legged golden crow. Everyone felt the change in the void, and the teleportation that they could not use before was no longer restricted. In other words, as long as he was willing, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who had transformed into the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, could leave at any time. Roar, this should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 3-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly, "Roar! Die, light of destruction!" There were only 10 heavenly Tao beasts left, and the void instantly changed. The teleportation that could not be used before was no longer restricted. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he could leave at any time. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the 3-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar? This should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly, "Roar! The light of destruction!" Buzz. As the last roar came out, the 3-legged golden crow Pang Da's terrifying body, which was close to 100 million miles long, instantly changed from the form of a ferocious beast to an incomparably huge black gold sun in the blink of an eye. This black gold sun was also close to 100 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, An incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the inside of the sun, imperceptibly giving people a feeling of numbness on their scalps and an extremely bad feeling. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect clan that had left the forbidden land of demonic insects countless years ago, it had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly Tao. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in that great world. It was because of this that it was invited by the more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao masters in this alliance to join in and fight against Yi Xian as a leading figure. Yi Xian had the 9-colored sea of flames in his hands. Only the three-legged golden crow, which had swallowed countless stars and even its own body had turned into an incomparably scorching black gold sun, could resist the power of this sea of flames. In fact, this had already been proven. Previously, when Yi Xian had just fallen into a predicament, he had immediately summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and turned it into a huge fireball to protect his body. At that time, it was the three-legged golden crow that had destroyed the fireball, causing Yi Xian to lose his protection and be forced to fight. However, at that time, although the three-legged golden crow had attacked with all its strength, it had not used its most powerful bloodline ability that was its trump card. While, now, seeing that the chaos in the air had disappeared, Yi Xian could leave with a thought at any time. With extreme unwillingness in his heart, he suddenly attacked. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use an ordinary attack like before. His trump card had already been activated. Crackle. An incomparably muffled buzzing sound rang out, and an extremely dark light instantly blossomed from the massive black and gold great heavenly sun. It was as fast as lightning, and as it spread out, it was as if even the void was being melted away, and a frighteningly clear sizzling sound rang out. This black light could ignore everything. Once it touched it, all things would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow had extracted from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a black curtain of light to kill. Chapter 51:22. Screech. Rumble. At this moment, as this murderous streak of light shot toward Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow once again let out an earth-shattering screech. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he also activated his follow-up attack with all his might. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames instantly rushed out from the great black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, following closely behind the light of destruction like a black waterfall, rolling toward Yi Xian. The light of destruction was his trump card. Once he used it, he would also suffer a certain backlash. After paying such a price, if he still could not keep Yi Xian here, how could he be satisfied? The black flame river that followed was his precautionary measure. He used both methods simultaneously to ensure that everything would go according to plan. At this moment, everything that appeared in the void was too scorching, and the strength of the aura was even more shocking. Oni black screen of light with a diameter of 100 million kilometers swept towards Yi Xianji with lightning that was faster than lightning. It was like an incomparably agile and world-destroying waterfall. Following behind it was a black flame tide with a diameter of 100 million miles. This black flame tide was like a raging river bursting its banks, pouring out from the great black golden Sunday. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of void and was only 200 to 300 billion miles away from Yi Xian. This tide of flames was formed from pure black flames of destruction. Extinguish. The black flames of destruction were infamous. This could be guessed from its name alone. This kind of top-grade heavenly flame was as violent as the destruction of the world. Therefore, when used as an attack, the black flames of destruction in the great black golden sun were definitely not inferior to the Shinong 9-colored flames. Even more. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection 9th stage. In fact, his cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yi Xian. Now that he had activated the great black golden sun with all his strength, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the black flame river that poured out like a raging river was. Classes, the black river of flames had previously destroyed the 9-colored fireball that enveloped Yi Xian's body. Now that Yi Xian didn't have the protection of the 9-colored fireball, if he were to be hit by the black river, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. More not to mention that in front of this horrifying river of black flames, there was a world-obliterating waterfall that was like a black screen of light. Its aura was even more terrifying and its might was obviously even stronger. The two attacks were almost the limit of the three-legged golden crow. Any peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the ninth stage would not be able to escape the calamity of death if they were attacked head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the other 9 heavenly law beasts that were still in the distance trembled violently in an instant. At the same time, their expressions changed drastically, but at the same time, their eyes burst out with an incomparably burning light of expectation. In their opinion, even if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who was like an undefeatable god of war, faced with such an attack, if he didn't withdraw and dodge, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being severely injured, on the verge of death, or even dying on the spot. Of course, there was still a suspense, and that was the heaven-sundering bow in the hands of the skeleton. When this thought surfaced in the minds of the 9 heavenly law beasts, Yi Xian also made a move. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, but it didn't make a move. However, the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound resounded in the void at this moment. In an instant, a strange aura, like a raging river, spread out from the skeleton's body. Its left arm suddenly raised without any suspense, and the originally empty left palm shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Shockingly, it was the supreme ability that shook the primordial world, the heaven-sundering bow. The light of destruction? It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even this highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. At the same time, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule, and the voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon, the light of destruction? It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even this highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. As the black light ribbon and the black flame tide surged forward one after another, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule. The voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon. Xiao. Before the voice fell, the skeleton had already released the right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. Already then, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was too strong and it was simply unstoppable. When the arrow was shot out, it seemed that even the void was instantly broken. As the golden arrow burst out, a black flame-like wave appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. The golden arrow whistled away at an extremely fast speed, and it instantly arrived in front of the 3-legged golden crow. This was simply teleportation. The distance in the void was ignored and it directly descended. Hiss! This is impossible, how can it be so fast? Seeing this scene, the 3-legged golden crow took a breath of cold air, and an exclamation of horror suddenly sounded. The black sun hanging high in the void also rippled like a dream. This was clearly the rhythm of activating some kind of secret method, and it was about to teleport away. Walala, hua! As the 3-legged golden crow hurriedly tried to escape, it completely let go of the control of the previous 2 attacks. The black light ribbon and the black flame tide instantly collapsed in the void and were annihilated halfway. Yi Xian was right. The fallen sky bow could ignore the distance in space. As soon as the golden arrow was shot from the bowstring, it could cross the void and appear in front of the target in the next moment. This speed was indeed incomparable to the black light ribbon and black flame tide that the 3-legged golden crow had previously displayed, and this arrow gave him a strong sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before. Even the 3-legged golden crow had to avoid it. As such, it forced him to immediately withdraw and escape. He let go of the control of the previous 2 waves of attacks and neutralized them endlessly. This was killing to stop killing. The heavenly fallen bow's strange ability to ignore the void made everything a reality. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was still so confident and calm in the face of his 2 terrifying attacks. Unfortunately, although the 3-legged golden crow made a decision at the first moment, and even gave up the control of the previous 2 waves of terrifying attacks, he urged the power in his body and teleported away at the first moment. However, the speed of the fallen sky bow was too fast. His handling and reaction were still half a beat slower. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded as the heaven-perishing bow, which had already arrived in front of him in an instant, exploded. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow, who was about to teleport away in a hurry, was still in a hazy state. It was like a dream. Obviously, the teleportation had not been completed yet. Screech. Puff. An extremely shrill and ruthless howl sounded out. It was clearly from the mouth of the three-legged golden crow, followed by a muffled puff. A large amount of black liquid suddenly appeared in the air, emitting an extremely dense aura of the heavenly Tao. Obviously, the three-legged golden crow was injured. Just like the primeval heaven's eye before, it spat out a large amount of heavenly way liquid that was like the original blood essence of flesh and blood creatures. It was also the will of the heavenly way of a big world. It was natural for it to spit out this kind of heavenly way liquid when it was suddenly injured. The black liquid of the heavenly way was like a rolling river, releasing an incomparably hot aura. The black fog doppelganger did not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rolled it over and directly absorbed it into his body. Wow. At this time, the three-legged golden crow's figure had already disappeared. After being severely injured by the fallen skybow's arrow, it had finally completed its teleportation. It had to be said that this was indeed a pity. The power of this arrow was originally enough to kill the three-legged golden crow, but he was after all a veteran peak heavenly way who had long entered the 9th stage of perfection. His cultivation was slightly stronger than Yi Xian's, and his reaction was too fast. Moreover, the speed of his teleportation was not something an ordinary heavenly way could compare to. In the end he escaped. If Yi Xian had been a tenth of an instant faster, or if the three-legged golden crow's reaction had been a tenth of an instant slower, the result might have been completely different. It was very likely that he would have fallen. No, although this old fellow had escaped, it was not bad to be able to severely injure him. Furthermore, Yi Xian had collected such a huge amount of heavenly way origin black liquid that was like a rolling river. It was better than nothing. This kind of origin black liquid was the liquid left behind after the will of the heavenly way of a large world was heavily injured, like the blood essence of a flesh and blood creature. It was a top-grade resource in the starry sky and was extremely rare. Yi Xian originally did not have it, but today he had obtained 2 at the same time. It was really not easy. Roar. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the heavenly way origin black liquid that was like a rolling river into his body, a series of shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the surrounding void, all of them revealing endless fear. Turn around. Looking over, the remaining 9 heavenly way ferocious beasts all had a look of horror on their faces. Before the roars and ruthless howls from their mouths fell, they had already torn open a void crack and rushed into it, leaving just like that. Although Yi Xian had already shot the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand, the three-legged golden crow was also heavily injured. This was also the reason why he did not personally make a move earlier. He was the only one who could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. Now that he had escaped with heavy injuries, not to mention the remaining 9 late-stage heavenly way ferocious beasts, even the dozen mid-stage heavenly way ferocious beasts from before were still here. They were definitely not Yi Xian's match if they joined forces. Only, they could be killed one by him. Therefore, these 9 heavenly way ferocious beasts hurriedly escaped as soon as possible. They did not dare to stay here at all. This is good too. I will let you live for now. I will take this opportunity to immediately go into seclusion and break through. As he muttered softly, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly shot toward the endless dark void in front of the left bank. He could be said to have killed incisively and vividly in this battle. After shooting the arrow, the skeleton clone fell into a disadvantageous position. He also felt a stabbing pain in his head because he had exhausted too much of his spiritual power. Taking advantage of his recovery to go into seclusion and break through again, the opportunity to break through to the peak of 9th stage desolate supremacy had arrived. He did not return to the right bank of the Milky Way. If he did, he would need a lot of time to rush over after coming out of seclusion. Instead of that, he might as well find an abandoned planet on the left bank and go into seclusion. 2 days later, an abandoned planet appeared in front of him on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and directly entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shinnong treasured cauldron. Whoosh! The treasured cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it, whoosh, in front of him. An abandoned planet appeared in the dark void in the distance on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shinnong treasured cauldron. The treasured cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it, This time, not only was he breaking through to the peak of 9th stage Desolate Supremacy, he was also going to consume a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill after the breakthrough. He was going to officially break through to the Heavenly Dao realm during this seclusion. Class, there would definitely be an aura leaking out. Therefore, he could not sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. After entering the cauldron, Yi Xian's figure appeared high in the sky and landed on the edge of the central region volcano. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he immediately sat cross-legged on one side of the central region volcano. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand there was a faint sound of the air being torn apart. Instantly, beams of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. But this time Yi Xian did not take out the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill because his true cultivation level was only at 8th stage Desolate Supremacy. It was not time to consume the Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Without the slightest hesitation, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them. Whoosh! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river in the blink of an eye. It slowly flowed in Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of chains rattling came from everywhere. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. It was still one. After entering the Desolate Supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for two shackles to appear at the same time. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian concentrated and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time the battle was also extremely intense, far more intense than before. Even now there was still a tingling in his head. This was a sign that his mental power had been overused. In this case, it was equivalent to breaking and then reconstructing. The cultivation resources that were swallowed into the body were refined and absorbed more smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river formed in Yi Xian's meridians had been completely refined. Then, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackles had broken. Dang, when this shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm: 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm: 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. He had finally stepped into the peak of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Now, even if he did not activate the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability, he was already half-step into the Heavenly Dao realm. And with this breakthrough, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to consume a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill and use it to break through to the Heavenly Dao realm. Previously, his cultivation had reached 8th stage Desolate Supremacy realm. Once Yi Xian activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability, his cultivation would instantly reach 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm, which was the peak of the Desolate Supremacy realm. And every transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability would raise his cultivation by 1 stage. Yes. Therefore, after entering the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength had already reached 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm, which was the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Now that he had made another breakthrough, his cultivation had reached the great circle of the 9th level of the Heavenly Way. Once he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would instantly possess the battle prowess of the first level of the Heavenly Way. Again. Together with the 9 transformations Devil Ape, once he reached the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation strength would increase by another great world, reaching the first stage of the primordial chaos Great Dao after the Heavenly Dao realm. Of course, this was just a theory. According to Yi Xian's inference, such a situation was clearly impossible. It was an extravagant hope. This was because although there were 2 more great realms after the Heavenly Dao realm, they were the Primordial Chaos Great Dao Realm and the Supreme Chaos Realm. But even in the Primordial Chaos Void, the Supreme Chaos Realm was a mysterious realm that only existed in legends. It had never appeared before. The Primordial Chaos Void was like a cycle of samsara. Primordial Chaos epics would unfold one after another. Every epic would scatter 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials as Chaos Seeds in order to seek the opportunity to transform into the Supreme Chaos Realm. It also meant that in the Primordial Chaos Void, the Primordial Chaos Great Dao Realm was actually the strongest realm. This situation was similar to the Heavenly Dao Realm in various great worlds. As such, There was bound to be the suppression of the primordial chaos great Tao, similar to the suppression of the heavenly Tao in various great worlds. To put it simply, in the primordial void, the various mystic techniques that could raise one's cultivation level were only effective when one was below the primordial Tao realm. It was impossible to directly obtain the power of the primordial Tao realm through the various bloodline mystic techniques. However, this was still only his guess. Whether it was true or not, he still had to verify it. He immediately opened it, but the result was regrettable. His conjecture had indeed been confirmed. Although it's a little disappointing, perhaps I can make another attempt after stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian murmured as if he was sleep-talking. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand again. Shio shio shio. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. The most important one was a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Very quickly, he activated the farmer god Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He then swallowed them into his stomach and closed his eyes. Filled with excitement, he began the final charge. Voila! As expected, the sound of the chains rattling filled the air. Although there was only one shackle this time, it was extremely thick. After all, he was breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm. It was no small matter. He used all his strength to activate the huge river of energy that had formed in his body, and it began to circulate in his meridians. Gradually, he forgot about the existence of time as he immersed himself in it, intoxicated. After an unknown amount of time, this large river of energy was finally completely refined. Immediately after, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken in response. The system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's lifeblood. Current realm, first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation strength had finally stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Chapter 51-23. Ding. Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the Grotto Void Ancient Art realm. Current realm, first stage heavenly Tao realm. Ding. Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the physical body's lifeblood realm. Current realm, first stage heavenly Tao realm. With the successful completion of the breakthrough, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. It energized him and made him extremely excited. First stage heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation level and strength had finally entered the heavenly Tao realm. Although his strongest combat strength before his seclusion had reached the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, which was the peak of the realm, that was after activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline divine power in his body and casting it to the 9th transformation. If one really wanted to talk about it, it could not be considered Yi Xian's cultivation strength. But now it was different. He had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. The significance was absolutely different. After calming his excited emotions, Yi Xian stood up and directly activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline divine power. His cultivation strength instantly soared to the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Tight following that, he cast the divine power to the 9th transformation as a look of anticipation suffused his heart. Unfortunately, the outcome made him sigh once again. Nothing was useful. He was still suppressed by the primordial chaos great Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the 1st stage of the primordial chaos great Tao and remained at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. That also meant that in the future, even if his cultivation strength made another breakthrough in the heavenly Tao realm, even if he reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, Yi Xian would not be able to use such a method to obtain the strength of the primordial chaos great Tao realm ahead of time after activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline divine power and casting it to the 9th transformation. Except, unless his cultivation strength broke through another major realm, allowing him to truly enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm. Of course, although his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm after 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, there were differences in strength between the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. For example, the 3-legged golden crow that he had severely injured with the skyfall bow was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th stage. Its combat strength was slightly stronger than Yi Xian's. But now, after 2 small breakthroughs in succession, Yi Xian's cultivation realm under the ninth transformation did not change, but his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. According to his estimation, he should be on par with the three-legged golden crow back then. In other words, he was now at the peak of the ninth change. Even if he did not take into account his divine powers such as the fallen sky bow, his own combat strength was almost in the top 10 among the countless ferocious beast experts on the left bank of the Milky Way. Dang, of course he was the weakest of them all. Half a year has actually passed. Counting with his fingers, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, but half a year had passed. He had never expected half a year. A year was not considered long, but it was not short either. It was enough for many things to happen. Thinking of the primeval heaven's eye, the three-legged golden crow, and the 20-odd heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had escaped, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It would have been fine if those fellows had behaved themselves. He would have given them a quick death. If not, if someone had attacked the Magic Hall's forbidden zone in the past half a year, Yi Xian would have probably bathed the entire left bank of the Milky Way in blood in his rage. Now, he already had the qualifications and ability to do so. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on successfully breaking through and entering the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, a figure shot over. It was none other than the goat horn immortal that he had kept in the farmer god cauldron to temporarily avoid trouble. Elder, this fellow had clearly been watching from afar. He had most likely waited for half a year, but did not dare disturb him. Now he only dared to appear when he saw Yi Xian successfully break through and come out of seclusion. As the voice sounded, Goat Horn Immortal's figure quickly landed in front of him. He nodded and bowed with a respectful and fawning expression. However, there was a thick and unconcealable look of extreme shock and horror in his eyes. Previously, when Yi Xian had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone, he believed that Yi Xian was a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. It was only half a year ago when Yi Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron and made his first breakthrough that he realized that Yi Xian's true cultivation level was only at the 8th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. It already made him feel extremely horrified. 8th stage Desolate Supremacy had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause an uproar on both sides of the Milky Way. What was even more terrifying was that the 8th-step Desolate Supremacy had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a single seclusion, directly entering the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Such a cultivation speed was unprecedented. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. Goat Horn Immortal had previously heard of everything related to Yi Xian, but he did not believe it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was completely convinced. Same as at this time, there were changes in his heart. Back then he had decided to leave after reaching the right bank, but now he decided to stay by Yi Xian's side. Such a monstrous existence was one of a kind. Legend had it that he was even preparing to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine that had miraculous effects for those who reached the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. If he stayed by his side and served him well, when the primordial chaos treasure medicine was refined in the future, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. He would at least be rewarded a little. Yi Xian saw through the fellow's thoughts at a glance. That was fine too. Although the Goat Horn Immortal's cultivation level was a little weak, being only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was an extremely ancient Zerg. If not, it was impossible for him to know about the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Leave him by his side was not a bad choice. If he had any questions in the future, he could ask this old fellow at any time. Furthermore, no matter how weak he was still a Heavenly Tao realm existence. The entire Magic Hall did not have many Heavenly Tao realm existences to date. If Goat Horn Immortal stayed behind, it would be beneficial to the Magic Hall. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately exchanged pleasantries with Goat Horn Immortal. Finally, he waved his hand and sent out a 9-colored divine medicine that resembled a gigantic mountain. Following that, he ignored the dumbfounded Goat Horn Immortal and left the Farmer God Cauldron with a flash. Phew! After walking out of the cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. And at that moment, his aura leaked out and was sensed by the outside world. Instantly, it attracted the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation that belonged to him. Boom! Rumble! High in the void beyond the star, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom. A dense tribulation cloud that enveloped 100 million kilometers suddenly appeared. It was clearly a Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. All of this was only the beginning. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. A large swath of the firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Back when he devoured the treasure body, he had encountered such a situation. It could be said that even if a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence were to encounter it, they would lose a layer of skin from the wanton lightning tribulation. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. Boom! Rumble! As Yi Xian walked out of the Shinong cauldron, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom in the void beyond the star. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. Looking up, the vast firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Yi Xian's heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had descended. Furthermore, typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. It was the same situation that the treasure body had encountered back then. Even a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. To him, even such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was only a form of tempering and baptism for his newly attained cultivation realm. Phew! Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately phased and transformed into his ape form. His body was only about 10 feet tall as he charged out of the core of the star he was in seclusion and into the dark void beyond the star. Rumble! Ka! At this moment, the tumultuous tribulation cloud high in the sky had turned even more frenzied. Alarmed amidst the thunderous booms in the sky, a crisp sound that left one shuddering sounded. Finally, a blood-colored bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation cloud that spanned 5 billion kilometers. The tribulation lightning was about 50 million kilometers in diameter. It was terrifyingly thick and exuded a formless aura of destruction. Even heavenly Tao realm existences would be appalled by it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. With a smirk, he leaped up and charged head-on. Boom! An astounding explosion sounded. At the instant Yi Xian's body made contact with the blood-colored tribulation lightning, the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 50 million kilometers in diameter exploded, transforming into a sea of lightning that spanned 5 billion kilometers. It completely enveloped the ape's body as though it was drowning him. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the dark void to the right. It was about 500 billion kilometers away. Or perhaps because it sensed the violent aura of the lightning tribulation here, the light that was originally passing through the void 1 trillion kilometers away suddenly paused, then immediately turned around and rushed over here. Amidst the beam of light, one could faintly hear a surprised exclamation. Ah! Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation? It's actually a mutated heavenly Tao tribulation. From the looks of it, this existence that has just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm is most likely an astral beast. Furthermore, the bloodline in his body must be extraordinary. This is quite an opportunity for me to pick up a huge bargain. With a murmur, the beam of light shot over at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, it had arrived in the dark void that was only 100 billion kilometers away from the lightning tribulation area. It came to an abrupt stop and transformed into an old man in a yellow robe. This was clearly a true remnant expert and not the manifestation of a ferocious beast. This was because the aura that emanated from his body was completely different from the astral beast's rich lifeblood and brutal ferocity. This remnant expert was also a heavenly Tao realm existence. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not weak, having reached the late-stage 7th order heavenly Tao realm. However, although his cultivation level was extraordinary, his appearance was a little wretched. His triangular eyes were like soybeans, his nose was flat, his cheekbones were high, and his head was as big as a bucket. Even the wretched appearance of the goat horn immortal looked much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye than him. Furthermore, the goat horn immortal's temperament was cowardly. However, this remnant expert at the late-stage 7th order heavenly Tao realm was not only more wretched, but his temperament also revealed a strong sense of insidiousness and ruthlessness. This could be seen from his words. He clearly regarded Yi Xian, who was transcending the tribulation, as a certain astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. And it was clearly impossible for an ordinary astral beast to attract a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. This also showed that there was definitely something extraordinary about his bloodline. And such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was something that even a mid-stage 4th order heavenly Tao realm expert would probably end up losing a layer of skin even if they did not die. Therefore, from his point of view, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to transcend it and would definitely perish under the lightning tribulation. As far as he was concerned, this was a good opportunity to take advantage of him. This kind of ferocious star beast with a special bloodline must have something like a Xiantian ferocious star beast, such as a Heaven Eye, Heaven Jewel, Heaven Core, or Heaven Velvet. After it perished, these things would be tempered by the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. The effects would definitely be better. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect it immediately. What else could it be but a huge bargain? And furthermore, remnant experts were good at refining flesh and blood medicine. The main ingredients of the flesh and blood medicine were the various blood materials in the astral beast's body. It was not easy to hunt an astral beast at the heavenly Tao realm. And so now that he had encountered an existence that was about to be struck to death by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, there was no need for him to do anything. Once the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect the fresh flesh and blood of a heavenly Tao beast. It was like a pie falling from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corner of the 7th order remnant's mouth instantly curled into a smug smile. He was in no hurry to take action because he could tell that this was only the first wave of the lightning tribulation. The other party would definitely be able to withstand it. No, it doesn't matter. This mutated lightning tribulation is just too powerful. An astral beast that has just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm will only be able to withstand 3 or 4 waves no matter how heaven-defying its bloodline is. It will soon perish. Boom, boom, boom. On this side, the 7th order remnant waited calmly for the lightning tribulation to end. And in the void 200 billion kilometers away, the rumbling explosions did not stop for even a moment. Time slowly passed as tribulation lightning struck down, but Yi Xian's figure remained motionless. He was enveloped by a hazy blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers. His figure could not be seen, but it was clear that his condition was extremely stable. His aura was rich and clearly he had not been injured by the lightning tribulation. Kacha. At this moment, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more frenzied. Amidst the thunderous roar, a crisp sound of ripping cloth that made one's heart tremble sounded. The terrifying tribulation clouds that enveloped 5 billion kilometers of the void once again struck down a blood-colored lightning bolt. This was already the 6th tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. It was still 5 million kilometers in diameter, and it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it made one's expression change in horror. At this moment, the 7th order survivors waiting in the void 200 billion miles away subconsciously held their breaths as if it was a conditioned reflex. Their hearts were in their throats and there was a look of expectation on their faces. First of all, there was a hint of hope. Previously, he had estimated that the astral beast undergoing the tribulation in the blob of light would at most withstand 5 waves of tribulation lightning. But in fact, after the 5th wave of tribulation lightning struck down, the aura in the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers did not change much. It was still vigorous and abundant, as though the previous 5 waves of tribulation lightning had not struck him at all. Kacha. 200 billion kilometers in front of him, amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound of ripping silk that caused one's heart to tremble rang out. A 6th bolt of blood-colored lightning with a diameter of 50 million kilometers struck down, instantly drowning out the light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body. At this moment, the 7th order remnant watching from afar subconsciously raised his heart to his throat, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Previously, Yi Xian's aura did not change after withstanding 5 waves of tribulation lightning. This surprised him greatly. But, at the same time he was secretly delighted because this was enough to show that this astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm definitely had an extraordinary bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his aura to remain as vigorous and long after withstanding 5 mutated tribulation lightning bolts. To him, this was a good thing because the other party would definitely not be able to withstand the next 4 waves of tribulation lightning. In the end he would still die. And the more extraordinary his bloodline was, the more delightful his final harvest would be. However, the result left him dumbfounded. After the 6th wave of tribulation lightning exploded, the sea of lightning that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers quickly dissipated, but the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers still stood in the void. It was indeed the aura of an astral beast that had just broken through to the 1st order of the heavenly Tao realm. There was no problem with this. The key was that after the 6th wave of tribulation lightning wreaked havoc, This astral beast's aura was still extremely vigorous, as though it had not been struck by lightning at all. Could it be immune to lightning? What bloodline is this? The Seventh Order remnant stared blankly at this scene in a daze. His mouth was slightly agape, and his face was blank as though he was the one who had been struck by lightning. From the dreamlike murmurs that came out of his mouth, this old fellow clearly saw Yi Xian as a space beast with a special bloodline that was immune to thunder and lightning. This was the only explanation to begin with. Otherwise, everything that happened in the void in front of him was completely illogical. All of this flashed through his mind. While the Seventh Order remnant was shocked, the greed in his eyes grew even stronger. A bloodline that was immune to lightning was unheard of. It was absolutely shocking. If he could obtain the remains of this astral beast after it failed to transcend the tribulation, its flesh and blood could be used to refine flesh and blood medicine, and the materials related to the lightning immunity bloodline in its body could be used to refine magic treasures. The harvest would definitely be astounding. At this moment, not only was the greed in his eyes even stronger, it was even to the extent that it faintly revealed a wisp of a savage expression. He was determined to obtain it, and even if this ferocious beast didn't perish during the tribulation lightning, he would surely kill and seize the treasure. Legacy humans and astral beasts were mortal enemies, to begin with, not to mention the treasures in front of them. He did not have any psychological pressure to do this. However, this was also impossible. There was no need for him to make a move because the astral beast that had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm definitely would not survive the next 3 lightning tribulations. After all, the power of the last lightning tribulation would double again. After experiencing the havoc of the first 8 lightning tribulations, even if this astral beast had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, its cultivation level was still there. Any bloodline activation would consume its cultivation level. After experiencing the consumption of the first 8 lightning tribulations, it was impossible for it to withstand the last lightning tribulation. Even if it had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, it would be useless if it could not activate it. It would definitely perish. Lightning in the sea, rumble. Kacha! Once again an earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky above his head. Raising his head to look, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. However, Yi Xian remained completely unmoved. Not even the slightest ripple of emotion could be felt in his heart. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His body was enveloped in a blurry light screen that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. This was to prevent other experts from passing through the void and seeing his figure, instantly exposing his identity. Very quickly, the tribulation lightning struck down, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of lightning that wreaked havoc. However, Yi Xian still had his hands behind his back, as if he was strong enough to not move a single inch. All the lightning surged into his body, cleansing it and tempering his soul. Finally, Yi Xian's heavenly Tao realm cultivation level was completely stabilized after his breakthrough. If that's the case, there's no need to waste the 9th lightning tribulation. It can be used to continue tempering my body. As he muttered to himself, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, causing the Rai-D seal to instantly shoot out. It expanded with the wind and spun around randomly, darting out of the blurry light screen that enveloped his body and out of the light screen. Kacha! At the same instant, an unprecedented explosion sounded. The vast tribulation cloud high in the void instantly surged as a terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers came crashing down. As the blood-red tribulation lightning that doubled in diameter struck out, the vast tribulation cloud that shrouded the sky instantly dissipated. All the violent lightning power contained in the tribulation cloud was integrated into the terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, there was nothing else in the void except for the terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers, the blurry light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body, and the Rai-D seal that was spinning above the light screen. The thunder spirit in the Rai-D seal was no longer there. It had entered a nest star, but the Rai-D seal was originally a thunder source treasure. After absorbing this lightning bolt, it would be nourished by more powerful lightning, and its power would be even more astonishing in the future. Hiss! Innate thunder source treasure? So that's how it is. At this moment, as the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the Thunder Emperor seal rushed out from the hazy light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body and charged towards the blood-colored tribulation lightning that was 100 million kilometers in diameter. On the other side, the 7th-rank survivors who were standing in the air 200 billion kilometers away also gasped as their bodies shook violently and cried out involuntarily. At this moment he finally understood. This starry sky beast didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning. The reason why he was able to remain unscathed under the previous 8 waves of tribulation lightning, and even his aura didn't change, was simply because all the lightning bolts that struck down and smashed into the blurry light screen didn't touch his body at all. They were all absorbed by this innate thunder source treasure. Damn. What a coward, he didn't even dare to resist a wave of lightning tribulation. He was obviously afraid of dying. No, yes, this guy's luck was pretty good. He could even get such a rare innate thunder source treasure. His dogshit luck was really too heaven-defying. But, to him this was definitely a heaven-shaking piece of good news. Compared to the so-called lightning immunity bloodline, the value of this innate lightning source treasure was even more shocking. There was no need to refine it. Once he obtained it, he could just directly refine it. It seems that the last 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. Thinking of this, the 7th rank survivor didn't hesitate anymore. While murmuring softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to resist the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will send him on his way. Chapter 51:24. It seems that the 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to withstand the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will take action and send him on his way. Thinking of this, the rank 7 survivor no longer hesitated. As he muttered softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. The power in his body was pushed to the extreme. His whole body was like a yellow lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the hazy light curtain that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Roar. Rumble? Perhaps it was because his heart was too agitated at this moment. When his figure approached the hazy light screen, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared. It was like the roar of a ferocious beast, revealing an extremely domineering and powerful aura. Same as at the same time, his right arm suddenly spread out, and the rank 7 late-stage heavenly Tao cultivation in his body was fully activated. He punched at the hazy light curtain a million miles in front of him. In the hazy light curtain, Yi Xian looked over and saw a yellow-robed survivor with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched. He immediately frowned. In fact, when this old guy first came over, Yi Xian had already noticed him, but he didn't pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just standing in the void 200 billion miles away watching from a distance. Moreover, he was enveloped by this hazy light curtain. The outside world could only sense his aura, but couldn't see his figure at all. Yi Xian wasn't worried about his whereabouts being exposed. More besides, although this old guy's cultivation was not weak, reaching rank 7 of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not a star beast, but a survivor of the primordial era. Yes. For Yi Xian, there was no value in killing a survivor of the primordial era. After killing a star beast, its body would explode, and there would be an endless amount of star beast blood essence that could be used to refine star beast blood essence. However, a survivor of the primordial era was the same as a human. They didn't have the majestic star beast blood essence. Even if their bodies exploded, it would just be a flash of blood mist accompanied by energy dissipation. It wasn't that it was useless, but compared to the majestic star beast blood essence, it was not just a little bit weaker. It was on a completely different level. Again, however, Yi Xian was also a member of the human clan. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure when the blood mist of the ferocious beasts exploded. He could directly swallow it after refining it into blood essence. However, he couldn't swallow the blood mist of the human clan and the powerhouses of the remnant. Therefore, he was too lazy to pay attention to this yellow-robed survivor. However, the yellow-robed survivor was acting recklessly. Taking advantage of the last and most powerful blood-red tribulation lightning in the sky, he suddenly rushed over. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. At this point, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He was too lazy to pay attention to the primeval survivors and had no interest in them, but that didn't mean that he would allow them to act so presumptuously in front of him, let alone kill him and steal his treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape and directly performed the 9th transformation. With a wave of his hand, he directly removed the hazy light curtain that shrouded his body. Voila! Shio! At the same time, the terrifying blood-red tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100 million miles also all disappeared into the Rai D seal. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Rai-D seal that swallowed the blood-red tribulation lightning flashed and instantly turned into a purple-gold light, penetrating into Yi Xian's forehead and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 7th-rank remnant who was punching out flashed fiercely, and he immediately roared, "Damn guy, hand over the Thunder Source treasure or I will extract your soul." However, before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shook violently, and he stopped abruptly with a stunned expression on his face. Even the punch that he had thrown out was forcefully withdrawn as if it was a conditioned reflex. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot due to the backlash. Looking at him now, in the line, the hazy light curtain that covered thousands of miles in the void a million miles ahead had disappeared. A violent ape appeared in the void, and its figure was only about 3 meters tall. He had long believed that the existence in the hazy light curtain was a space beast. Although the violent ape that appeared now was a little small, it was indeed a space beast. The key was the cultivation aura that was emitted from the other party's body. Where was the first level of the heavenly Tao? Didn't he just break through? This should be right. Wasn't the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation descending just now? But right now, after the hazy light curtain disappeared, the aura of the starry sky violent ape that walked out of it was clearly stronger than his, and it was not just a little stronger. This was clearly a peak heavenly Tao at the level of perfection in the 9th level, and it was even to the extent that it was absolutely not someone who had just stepped into this level. Its aura was too vigorous, like a boundless abyss of stars, and it gave others an unfathomable feeling. This was definitely an experienced peak heavenly Tao. It had been a long time since it entered the Great Perfection Stage 9, but why did it only undergo the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation now? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 7th Order survivor felt his mind turn blank. He had the feeling that he had been scammed. This was a peak heavenly Tao and he was only at the 7th level of this realm. Yet he had actually attacked him. Furthermore, he had even wanted to kill him and snatch his treasures. He had even clamored to hand over the lightning origins or his soul would be extracted and refined. This was no different from an old man hanging himself. This was the rhythm of someone tired of living. At that moment, his heart was on the brink of collapse. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wished that he could slap himself a few times on the spot. It would not be enough to vent his anger if he did not draw out a nosebleed. But now was clearly not the time to be conflicted or regretful. After the hazy light curtain vanished, the starry sky violent ape that suddenly appeared in the void was less than 1,000,000 miles away from him. This bit of distance was completely negligible to a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party seemed to be strolling leisurely in the air, but in fact, it could appear in front of him in a matter of seconds. In fact, 1,000,000 miles was clearly a close distance for a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party could attack at any time. It was as if he was right in front of the other party, and there was no way for him to escape. Thinking of this, his body suddenly trembled. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably because of the monstrous fear that suddenly rose in his heart. No, with half a moment of hesitation, he immediately squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with a fake smile, "Hee fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoist just now." Joking? It's okay. Yi Xian immediately sneered in his heart. The corner of the violent ape's mouth outlined a very playful smile, but it gave people the feeling that it was ferocious and ferocious. After a pause, the voice of the divine sense sounded again, "It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today?" Roar! As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out, "It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today?" Roar! As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out, boom! Rumble! Yi Xian used all the power in his body for this punch. He had just entered seclusion, allowing his true cultivation realm to enter the heavenly Tao realm. He wanted to find someone to test his skills, but now that he encountered an ignorant fellow who came to him to seek death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. His strength was too powerful, and it even revealed a wisp of violent and ferocious aura that caused others to tremble. It seemed like a simple punch, yet the rumbling it caused shook the heavens and the earth, and it was even to the extent that it surpassed the tribulation lightning from before. Wherever the formless fist passed, the void would rapidly collapse. It was simply a shocking sight, causing one to tremble in fear. "Fellow Taoist, please stop, let's talk nicely." At the next moment, the rank 7 survivor's entire body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly explained again in a panic, "It's a misunderstanding, I assure you that this is really a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. His eyes were extremely firm and cold, and the killing intent emanating from his body surged to the sky. He was clearly determined to kill this rank 7 survivor with one punch. Screech, "I can't accept it. Violent ape, you kill without a word. You are so cruel that you deserve to be killed." Bang! In despair, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared fiercely. At the same time, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. More than 90% of it poured into his life source magic weapon. In the next moment, his body exploded into a small blood mist. There was even a tiny light that was only the size of a finger in the blood mist. With a flash, it directly rushed into the void and disappeared. Life source magic weapon to send a message? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he murmured softly, at the last moment, this 7th order remnant knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to give up. So, he poured most of the power in his body into his natal magic treasure. Then he used the power of the explosion of his body to tear open the void and send his natal magic treasure into it. Only his first purpose was to send a message, and this life origin magic treasure wouldn't exist for long. His soul had already perished, and his life origin magic treasure was connected to it. Now it was just forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then it would turn into ashes. The qi and blood of a human expert was too weak to be refined into blood essence. Therefore Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to collect the blood mist that filled the air. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. Hiss! A crack was torn open in the void. It was exactly the place where the life source magic weapon of the rank 7 survivor had rushed into. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian immediately sent out a ray of divine thought and extended it along the crack, but soon he frowned. He murmured softly, "Strange, I can't track his whereabouts." Although he was a little disappointed, this was actually not surprising. After all, it was understandable that a rank 7 Heaven's Way master had some extraordinary secret method. Although he could not find the life source magic weapon that had escaped, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. It was just a communication treasure. Since it was a remnant Heaven's Way, it must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era. While Yi Xian was now wandering in the fierce beast forbidden area, and the remnant star domain was basically not interested in getting involved. Therefore, even if this communication treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. What's more, his cultivation realm had now stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. After activating the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation state, his strongest combat power was already among the best among the Heaven's Way masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage. What was there to fear? One thinking of this, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the void and glanced around, then waved his hand again to tear open a crack in the void. With a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the left bank of the Milky Way, in another remote area of the vast dark void ahead, hiss! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as a crack appeared in the dark void. A figure walked out from within, and surprisingly it was Yi Xian. The current him had already returned to his original appearance as a human, but he was still in the 9th transformation of his bloodline ability. Therefore, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was extremely powerful. Even among the peak Heaven's Way masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage, he was definitely among the best. After leaving the place of tribulation, he did not immediately return to the right section of the left bank to take revenge. Instead, he stayed in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, but in a different place. The reason for this was that he still had one thing to do, and that was to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill. He had determined that in this primordial chaos void, any secret technique or divine ability would be suppressed by the primordial chaos Tao. It was impossible to obtain the power of the primordial chaos Tao in advance through secret techniques or divine abilities. Therefore he could only rely on his repeated breakthroughs in seclusion to allow his cultivation realm to truly step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. Although he had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, and his true cultivation strength was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. If it were other ferocious beasts or remnant experts, it might take a long time to go from the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, Yi Xian was different. In fact, his subordinates in the magic hall were different as well. Due to the various levels of treasured pills provided by Yi Xian, as well as top-grade cultivation resources such as the 9-colored divine medicine and chaos medicine, their cultivation speed was very fast, far surpassing that of ordinary ferocious beasts and remnant experts. From the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it only took 8 small breakthroughs. To Yi Xian it would not take too long. At that time he would need to consume a level 31 primordial chaos pill and enter seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the refinement of the level 31 primordial chaos pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be put on the agenda. While he had not even deduced the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill, so one could imagine how heavy the pressure in his heart was. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he had spent an unknown amount of time. After the deduction was completed, it even attracted the heavenly Tao pill tribulation. The perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill would definitely take a long time, and the primordial chaos pill tribulation after the deduction was completed would probably be unavoidable. Yi Xian was not worried about the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although its power was not as powerful as the real primordial chaos tribulation, it was not much weaker. To Yi Xian it was an excellent opportunity to trick others. Reverse, it was impossible to complete the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill in one go. He did not have that much time to go into seclusion for a long time, so his current plan was to implement this matter first. After he had some ideas, he could hand it over to the devouring system in his body and use all of its calculation ability to carry out the follow-up deduction. Beginning of revenge, 111. No, after a long time, Yi Xian found an abandoned star and directly entered the core of the star. He waved his hand and took out the Shinong cauldron. He restrained his aura and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Before this, Yi Xian had swallowed and refined everything from the level 1 liquid to the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. He had also carefully studied the pill formula. From the initial treasure liquid to the level 29 desolate supreme pill, Yi Xian had almost never encountered too big of a problem when deducing the pill formula. During this time, he had borrowed the secret refining method of the desolate supreme pill from the remnants of the ancients to refine the flesh medicine. Even for the level 29 desolate supreme pill, it only took him a little longer to successfully deduce it. However, when he was deducing the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he encountered difficulties. Later he received an unexpected reminder and added the elements of the 5 elements, which allowed him to successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. As for the level 31 primordial chaos pill, it was obviously more difficult to deduce the pill formula. Even with the previous experience of the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Xian had always had an intuition that in the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, other than the 5 elements, there were probably other elements that had to be added before it could be successfully refined. However, he still had no idea what this element was. This matter could not be rushed. It depended on luck. What he needed to do now was only to deduce the rough pill formula. Today, even among the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, he was considered one of the best. His divine sense was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body was fully mobilized. In just half a month, the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill had already begun to take shape. Yi Xian did not continue. He opened his eyes and stood up. He issued an order to the devouring system in his body, mobilizing all of the system's calculation ability, and continued to deduce with all of its might. After that, he rushed out of the Shinong treasure cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his body and walked out of the core of this abandoned planet. Counting the time, it's been more than half a year since that battle. I wonder if the injuries of the heavenly Tao Green Eye and that 3-legged golden crow have recovered. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian turned to look at the left and right banks of the Milky Way at the end of the void. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the battle that day, he had been ambushed by 33 heavenly Tao beasts. This kind of large-scale attack could be said to be earth-shattering. It was probably rare to see such a scene in this primordial chaos void. It would have been fine if he had fallen that day, but since he was still alive, then after he was done with the matters at hand, Yi Xian would definitely take revenge. Swallowing his anger was not his usual style. Of the 33 heavenly Dao beasts, 7 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Including the primeval Heaven's Eye that had escaped first, there were 26 heavenly Dao beasts that had survived that battle with Yi Xian. These 26 heavenly Dao beasts came from more than a dozen vicious beast forbidden grounds. Other than the great desolate forbidden grounds, which were located in the middle and right sections of the left bank, the rest were all located in the right section of the left bank. Without a doubt, Yi Xian would visit these vicious beast forbidden grounds one by one. As for his first stop, he chose the great desolate forbidden grounds. Hiss! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared in front of him. Body with a flash, Yi Xian transformed into a 10-foot-tall stellar berserk ape. With a flash, he entered the void crack and vanished in a blink of an eye. His revenge after breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm began, in full swing. Hung, great desolate forbidden grounds. Hiss! With the sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds. He had come with anger, but now that he had descended and surveyed the area, the scene that entered his eyes rendered Yi Xian rather speechless. In fact, at the beginning of the battle more than half a year ago, the extremely huge primitive forbidden grounds had completely fallen into a deathly silence. Within the abandoned stars, there was not the slightest aura of life, and not even a single ancient wild beast could be seen, although there were countless living beings in the endless sea of battleships in the vast void to the left of the stellar domain. All of them were slumped to the ground when Yi Xian arrived. Although there were signs of life that emanated, it was as though their souls had been extinguished. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of life. This was the result of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape casting its bloodline mystic technique, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Back then, the moment the Weeping Soul Blood Ape cast its bloodline mystic technique, countless living beings of the present world struggled and roared angrily in the endless sea of battleships. But soon as the roars and howls that were filled with endless indignation sounded, they slowly closed their eyes as their bodies slumped to the ground. The signs of life in their bodies seemed to freeze. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape's Weeping Soul mystic technique was extraordinary. In a short period of time, it sealed their souls, making them appear like living dead. They were worse than walking corpses. The primeval Heaven's Eye had abandoned the countless living beings of the present world from the 3 main celestial planes, leaving them in the great desolate forbidden grounds as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. That being said, the 9 stars of the immortal Sky End Palace, the Temple of Glory, as well as the hundreds of barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the former First Universe, as well as the Blood WRM, Blue Rock, Warrior Lion, Inji, Raging Bull, Golden Hawk, Colored Python, Voracious Wolf, and Tree Sprite from the Second Universe, along with the barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the 9 races. However, the star fortresses where the important figures were standing were all pulled by an invisible force and rushed out of the endless ocean of battleships into a space crack. Then, they entered the parallel space where the green eye of the primeval age of heavenly axiom was in seclusion. From the primeval Heaven's Eye's point of view, they clearly still had some value, which was why he left some of his elites behind. Together with the ancient pharaohs that had followed him for countless years, they were taken into the parallel void. Later, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds, he did not make a move against the living beings in the endless sea of battleships. After the primeval Heaven's Eye fled back to his lair, he predicted that Yi Xian would eventually come knocking on his door. After entering the parallel void, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his wounds. At the same time, he issued an order to the other 9 heavenly beasts under his command to take in the sea of battleships left in the void of the great desolate forbidden grounds, as well as the living beings of the present world sleeping within, into the parallel void. This matter was completed in a short period of less than 10 days after the return of the Heaven Dao's Azure Eye. From that moment onward, the primeval Forbidden Grounds only existed in name, and the entire Forbidden Grounds was simply like an empty city. Moreover, this situation had been going on for more than half a year until today when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon this place. It was still the same. The entire Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds had now been completely transformed into an empty city in the Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds. Above when Yi Xian arrived last time, he could at least see a sea of battleships spread out in the void. However, this time, there was nothing but abandoned stars floating in the void, without a single breath of life. Obviously, the primeval heavens I had predicted that Yi Xian would definitely come and take revenge, so he had already moved everything away before he arrived. He was afraid that he would not return in a short period of time. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. The enmity between him and the primeval heavens I would be completely resolved one day, so there was no need to rush now. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, tore open a crack in the void and left. Chapter 51-25. Right section of the left bank, Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Among all the forbidden grounds on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds could only be considered average. It didn't even make it into the top 100. The strongest person guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds was a starry sky Blood Rock. Its cultivation level was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was one of the 33 Heavenly Tao beasts that had besieged Yi Xian. Apart with this starry sky Blood Rock, one of the 5 Heavenly Tao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds had also participated. Now this fellow was also in the Forbidden Grounds. Until as for the other 3 Heavenly Tao beasts of the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds, one had gone out to visit a friend, while the other had entered seclusion in a parallel void. Therefore, there were a total of 3 Heavenly Tao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Other than the late-stage Starry Sky Blood Rock at the 7th stage, the other 2 were ferocious beasts, but their cultivation levels were only at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Big after the battle half a year ago, the Starry Sky Blood Rock had been in a constant state of anxiety. It didn't even dare to appear in the Forbidden Grounds. It entered the parallel void to recuperate and lie low. But now that more than half a year had passed, the master of the magic hall Yi Xian had yet to arrive. There was no news of him in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. The Starry Sky Blood Rock was relieved, believing that Yi Xian had returned to the right bank of the Milky Way and had no intention of taking revenge. After thinking about it carefully, this was reasonable. Although the master of the magic hall Yi Xian had a powerful cultivation level, even the 3-legged golden crow, which was ranked 10th among the Heavenly Tao beasts on the left bank, was severely injured by his sky-falling arrow. But he was only one person after all. Could it be that he dared to challenge the entire left bank? Right because of this thought, the Starry Sky Blood Rock walked out of the parallel void in seclusion a month ago and returned to the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. It was certain that the master of the magic hall Yi Xian would not take revenge for the battle back then. Rip. Ching, a crisp sound of cloth tearing sounded as a void rift appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. A violent ape, which was about 10 feet tall, walked out with an unruly expression. Blood Rock, come out and die. Walala. As soon as his figure appeared, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense spread out immediately, resounding through the entire void. At the same time, the figure of Bao Yuan also disappeared in his mind, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Violence, the ape's figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe, exuding a boundless bloody intent. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. Positive they were Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones. The aura of the 3 clones was at the perfect rank 9 of the Heavenly Path realm. They were 3 powerful experts at the peak of the Heavenly Path realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, they could set off a bloody storm wherever they appeared at the same time. Now they suddenly appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Ground star region, causing the entire star region to fall into a dead silence. An invisible aura of panic quickly spread in the star domain. Everyone trembled as if doomsday had arrived. It could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling, as their figures appeared. The 3 Blood Sea clones immediately raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline was activated. 3 The power in the Blood Sea clone's body instantly surged like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged out from their limbs and bones. They quickly gathered together and merged into their backs. In the blink of an eye, in the void, the 3-headed and 6-armed demonic ape true body had appeared, looking down on all directions. Swoosh. Swoosh. As the demonic ape true body appeared, the berserk ape flipped his hands. In an instant, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. A ray of light shot out, and the Shinong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick was held upside down by his right hand. While the Shinong cauldron was not summoned, the black fog clones did not stop. Swoosh. Walala. In an instant, a ray of light shot out from between the black fog clone's eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a vast nine-colored sea of flames. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge nine-colored ribbon. A few after winding and circling, it had already wrapped around the black fog clone's body in less than half a breath. The two ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Could burst out at any time and devour everything. As for the skeleton clones, this time they did not use the fallen skybow. They only clenched their fists, but the aura they emitted was so fierce that it made people's courage shatter. The current Yi Xian, even when facing the peak Tiandao of the 9th stage Great Perfection, did not need to use the fallen skybow at all times to form a deterrent. His strongest battle prowess was already one of the best among the peak Heavenly Dao of the 9th stage. This although there were currently 3 ferocious beast Heavenly Daos in the Blood Rock Forbidden area, even the strongest of them, the Starry Sky Blood Rock, was only at the late stage of the Heavenly Dao realm at the 7th step. It was far from having the qualifications to make Yi Xian use the fallen skybow. In an instant, Yi Xian's strongest form condensed. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was so terrifying that the void trembled slightly. There seemed to be a faint buzzing sound. The entire Blood Rock Forbidden Land was dead silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were trembling. Although they wanted to escape, they could not move at all. Ruthless. 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 At this moment, violent howls that shook the heavens suddenly sounded out from the depths of the Forbidden Land ahead. 3 fine lights shot out violently from the limits of one's field of vision and stopped abruptly 50 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian. They were precisely the 3 heavenly beasts led by the Starry Sky Blood Rock. Fellow Taoist Yi, in the battle that day I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved? Along with the appearance of his figure, the voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock instantly sounded out. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. If it can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. I will surely satisfy them. Fellow Taoist Yi, in the battle that day, I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved? The voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock sounded out from 50 billion kilometers away. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. So long as the old enmity can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. I will surely satisfy them. You'll satisfy any request? Fellow Taoist is indeed sincere. In that case, I won't be polite. Hearing this, the violent ape smiled and nodded. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed the topic. What I want is your life. Whoosh! Before the voice fell, teleportation had already been launched. The devil ape's figure appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The skeleton doppelganger punched out, and the violent ape swung the big-headed black stick above his head and smashed it down. Screech! The black fog doppelganger moved at the same time. The spirit source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain rotated faster and faster along with the circulation of the spirit source core. In the end, a small spirit bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spirit source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a dense and heavy silk, carrying the shadow of a battle spear rumbling forward. Screech! 3. The great demon body attacked at the same time, and even the spirit attack secret technique, the Annihilation Spear, had been blasted out. Faced with all this, the Starry Sky Blood Rock was caught off guard. It was too late for him to teleport away. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it couldn't change anything at all. He was already destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. The Annihilation Spear instantly pierced through the Starry Sky Blood Rock's huge body. Immediately after, the skeleton doppelganger's huge purple-gold fist smashed down with incomparable force. A thunderous boom rang out in the sky. He had no time to react at all. He merely raised his head and let out a sky-shaking roar. Then Pang Da's gigantic body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Then, with the whistling of a strong wind, the black fog doppelganger waved his hand immediately. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the black fog doppelganger's body. It was absorbed into the black fog doppelganger's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a flash. Yi Xian attacked without saying a word, and his attack took a life. He was so fierce and ruthless, and his cultivation was so powerful and terrifying that the other two heavenly beasts were immediately dumbfounded. They stood in a daze and fell into a daze. Matter. In reality, even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have the slightest chance. At such a close distance, it was as if a mid-stage Heavenly Dao expert was defenseless against an existence at the peak of the Heavenly Dao. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. After a slight pause, Yi Xian attacked again. This time he attacked separately. The Black Fog Doppelganger activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain. His spirit power was fully activated, and he used the spiritual lightning technique. A crisp sound of ripping cloth that caused one's heart to be alarmed rang out. A blood-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared above the head of a mid-stage Heavenly Dao expert. It was 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and its speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to raise his head to look. This lightning bolt had already smashed down and directly split open his head. After he fell, his body exploded with a boom, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. As for the other mid-stage Heavenly Dao, the devil ape personally rushed over. The skeleton clone continued to throw out a punch and smashed it into the ape's chest. The violent ape clone, on the other hand, swept the black cudgel horizontally and directly shattered the mid-stage Heavenly Dao's head. Without any suspense, the massive body exploded with a boom, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the Black Fog Doppelganger waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the two Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts swept over and was absorbed into the Black Fog Doppelganger's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, among the 5 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Land, other than the 2 old fellows who had not returned from visiting friends and had entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion, the 3 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, including the Starry Sky Blood Rock, had all fallen in a short period of time. First, previously, Yi Xian already had 25 Heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 3 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and refined the majestic blood mist after their bodies exploded, he had obtained another 3. At this time, the total number of Heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had already reached 28, and he was not far from 30. This was only the beginning. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. If there were no accidents, the number of ferocious beast blood essences in Yi Xian's hands would most likely reach 50 after this revenge operation. Screech? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little excited. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech, shaking the entire Blood Rock Forbidden Land. Countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly as they trembled. As a forbidden land with 5 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding it, the number of desolate venerable old monsters in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land was obviously not small. However, Yi Xian no longer had much interest in hunting desolate venerable realm ferocious beasts. It was fine if he encountered them in the battle and killed them along the way, but if he deliberately stayed here and killed them one by one, he really had no interest in that. Hiss! As he moved, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Yi Xian did not release the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He only shrunk to a size of about 100,000 feet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body turned into a ray of light and entered the crack in the void, disappearing. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. He had to rush there without stopping because everything that happened in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land would soon spread out. If he was late, the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in those forbidden lands would all enter the parallel void and hibernate. Even Yi Xian would not be able to trace them. Hong. The desolate forbidden land was located in the middle section of the left bank, near the border area of the right bank. Therefore, Yi Xian rushed over from the desolate forbidden land and began his revenge operation from the left side of the right bank. Blood the Forbidden Land was the first stop. It was located on the left side of the right bank, not far from the middle section of the left bank. Such as today, after leaving the Blood Rock Forbidden Land, Yi Xian rushed to the second target from the left side of the right bank. The ferocious beast Forbidden Land closest to the Blood Rock Forbidden Land was called the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. As the name implied, the strongest person in this Forbidden Land was clearly a Starry Sky Purple Marten. The Starry Sky Purple Marten's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was known for its speed. If the Elephant Fox Marten had not entered the Origin Nest Star, the Heavenly Dao Fei Core would be the best supplement for the Elephant Fox Marten. Hiss! A ripping sound could be heard as a void crack appeared in the periphery of the star domain of the Purple Martin Forbidden Land. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the star domain's void outside the crack. Wah! It was a three-headed, six-armed devil ape. It was none other than Yi Xian. At the next moment, the god of slaughter descended. An invisible pressure spread out. The entire Purple Martin Forbidden Land was in an uproar. Purple. There was a total of 6 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Purple Martin Forbidden Land. Their strengths weren't bad and were rather formidable. But now, there were only 2 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts residing in the Forbidden Land. 4 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had entered into seclusion in a parallel space. Whereas, these 2 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that resided in the Purple Martin Forbidden Land had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Besides the starry sky Purple Martin that was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, there was another starry sky bear that was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Supposedly, this starry sky bear was extremely loyal to the starry sky Purple Martin, and it had accompanied the starry sky Purple Martin for many years and obeyed its every command. At this moment, along with Yi Xian's arrival, he walked out from the spatial crack. As soon as he appeared, he was in his strongest form as a 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. The invisible pressure that suffused his body was terrifying to the point of being horrifying, and it instantly caused the entire Purple Martin Forbidden Land to be in an uproar. Roar. 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 In the next moment, the 3 devil bodies raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. Their figures that were originally 30 kilometers in size had instantly expanded explosively, and they reached a distance of 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. They lay across space like a reincarnated fiend god that looked down upon the world. For the uproar in the distance instantly stopped, and it became deathly silent. Without exception, all the ferocious beasts in the countless forbidden grounds on the abandoned stars within the Purple Martin Forbidden Land kept silent like cicadas in the winter when they heard the furious roars of the 3 devil bodies. Swish. Same. At this moment, an imperceptible violet beam of light suddenly shot out from an abandoned star in the distance. It was faster than a bolt of lightning as it shot out of the forbidden grounds on the right. Clearly it intended to escape. The commotion of tearing through space was too great, and it required a certain amount of time. If it teleported, there would be spatial fluctuations, and it would be impossible for it to escape the violent ape's eyes. This violet martin relied on its speed to restrain its aura and transform into an extremely weak violet beam of light that shot out. It intended to flee far away before teleporting. In fact, it had nearly succeeded. If it were any other heavenly Tao realm expert, even if they were at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, it would probably be very difficult for them to detect the existence of this weak violet beam of light. Not only was it fast, but it also did not produce any spatial fluctuations when it shot out. It could be said to be completely undetectable. Unfortunately, Yi Xian possessed mental strength. His mental strength was the same as the biological frequency of the Zerg. There was no way to sense it. When used for investigation, it could detect weak fluctuations that even divine sense could not detect. At the instant of its arrival, Yi Xian's divine sense had already enveloped the entire Violet Martin Forbidden Land. His formless mental strength also extended out at the same time, so he instantly sensed the abnormality. An extremely deep buzzing sound sounded. In the middle of Yi Xian's brows, the demonic soul pupil quietly appeared like a third vertical eye. It emitted a hazy light that seemed thin, but it instantly spread out and enveloped the entire star domain. Front and the right, the fleeing starry sky violet minx figure instantly revealed itself and was exposed. Stop him. At the same moment the figure appeared, a divine sense voice suddenly sounded from the weak violet beam of light. It was filled with fear and uneasiness as well as sternness. Roar. Front A figure rushed out from an abandoned planet to the front. It was 50 million kilometers long, and it was none other than a Violet Martin Forbidden Land bear. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. This Violet Martin Forbidden Land bear seemed to be unafraid of death. In order to protect the Violet Martin Forbidden Land bear's escape and buy time, it charged out of the abandoned planet with all its might and charged straight for Yi Xian. You are rather loyal. If that's the case, this lord will do as you wish. Feeling provoked, Yi Xian was enraged. As his divine sense voice sounded, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Violet Martin Forbidden Land bear tightened its grip on the big-headed black cudgel and instantly charged forward. Rumble, bam. The skeleton avatar punched out as the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear's big-headed black cudgel came crashing down. There was no need for the Black Fog avatar to do anything as the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear was killed in one strike. Its body exploded into a majestic blood mist that spread out. No. It was only at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It had just entered the middle stages of the realm. It was not Yi Xian's match at all. Whoosh! The wind howled as an invisible force swept out, sucking in the majestic blood mist that spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was sent into the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. You won't be able to escape. After doing all of this, Yi Xian turned to look to the right. Without any hesitation, he immediately teleported. Whoosh! A weak sonic boom sounded. With his terrifying cultivation level at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, even if the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear was one step ahead of him and was known for its speed, Yi Xian could only teleport once with all his strength. He had already caught up to the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear, who was 50 billion kilometers behind it. Swish! At this moment, the Black Mist clone made his move. The spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind began to spin faster and faster along with the circulation of his mental energy. In less than 10 breaths of time, a small spiritual beam formed from the compression of a large amount of spiritual origin energy shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech! Feeling that his aura had been locked onto, and that there was an incomparably clear light approaching from behind at an incomparably fast speed, the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear, who was escaping at full speed, trembled violently as it raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, revealing an endless sense of unwillingness. At this moment, he seemed to have used some kind of bloodline secret technique. His cultivation was fully activated, and his originally extremely fast speed suddenly increased by a large amount. Boom! The invisible spiritual spear chased after him. It was originally aimed at the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear's head, but at this moment, under the sudden acceleration of his body, it pierced through his abdomen with a loud bang. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a bloody hole was pierced through the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear's abdomen. A purple liquid that was like a large river gushed out and stretched across the void. Heavenly Tao origin purple liquid? Seeing this scene, the violent ape's eyes flashed as he subconsciously muttered softly. Heavens, the Heavenly Tao origin liquid was extremely precious. Even the bodies of Xiantian ferocious beasts did not have it. Only the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao of a great world would spurt it out when it was heavily injured, just like the origin blood essence of a ferocious beast. First, Yi Xian had already obtained 2 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. One was the Heavenly Tao green liquid, which came from the primeval Heaven's Eye, and the other was the Heavenly Tao black liquid, which came from the 3-legged golden crow. No thinking that this Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear was also the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao of a great world, and now that it was heavily injured by Yi Xian, although it did not die, it spurted out a stream of Heavenly Tao purple liquid like a large river. Yi Xian naturally would not miss such a good thing. With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the Black Mist avatar immediately waved his hand. Huff! Walala! Along with the howling of the wind, there was a strange splashing sound in front of him. A stream of purple liquid that was like a large river rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the body of the Black Fog avatar and disappeared. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After all this, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today you will definitely die. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After taking the Heavenly Tao origin purple liquid that was like a large river into his body, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today you will definitely die. Shio. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power in his body and directly teleported. This time he was even closer. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles behind the Violet Marten Forbidden Land. Without hesitation, the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately punched out. At the same time, the violent ape's big-headed black stick was also raised high and smashed down fiercely. Bang! A loud sound came out. The purple-gold giant fist of the skeleton avatar blasted on the Violet Marten Forbidden Land's body, and the big-headed black stick just smashed its head open. The severely injured Violet Marten Forbidden Land had no time to react at all. It couldn't even raise its head and let out a shocking roar. Pang Da's entire body that was thousands of miles long instantly exploded. turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. Very quickly soon the sound of the wind whistling sounded. The black mist avatar waved its hand immediately, and a majestic invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the Violet Marten Forbidden Land swept over and absorbed it into its body. It sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started the blood essence condensation. Until, at this moment, without exception, the two ferocious beasts that resided in the Violet Marten Forbidden Land had perished. First, before this, Yi Xian already had 28 Heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 2 Heavenly Dao beasts, he had refined the boundless blood mist from their bodies after they exploded and obtained 2 more. Thus, at this moment, the total amount of Heavenly Dao blood essences in his possession had already arrived at an enormous amount of 30, and it was delightful. Based on the time, less than a day had passed since he left the first stop, the Blood Rock Forbidden Land. So, the news of everything that occurred there ought to not have spread. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He tore open a spatial rift with a wave of his hand, and then his figure flashed into it and left. As for the direction he was heading towards, it was still towards the right side of the left bank. The next stop was adjacent to the Violet Marten Forbidden Land, and it was called the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. The strongest expert that resided in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land was a Red Refinement Star Python. This Red Refinement Star Python was one of the 33 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Another Heavenly Dao ferocious beast had gone with him to the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, but it had been annihilated by Yi Xian at that time. The Red Refinement Star Python's cultivation wasn't weak. Just like the Starry Violet Marten in the Violet Marten Forbidden Land, it was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, and it was only a single level away from the peak of the Heavenly Dao. The Red Refinement Star Python was just like the Heavenly Dao Azure Eye, Three-Legged Sun Crow, and Starry Violet Marten. It was once a manifestation of the will of the Heavenly Dao of a large world. But later on, that large world called Red Refinement collapsed and was devoured by the boundless turbulence of space. Since after that, the Red Refinement Star Python led all the generals under its command into the primordial chaos, and it established the Red Refinement Forbidden Land until now. Over the years, the number of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land had slowly accumulated. Now there were as many as 7 of them. But now there were only 2 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land. The other 5 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts were either out or in a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. They were not in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. This of the 2 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land, one was a Red Refinement Star Python, and the other was also of the Star Python bloodline. However, it was completely black and shimmering. It was called the Black Jade Star Python. This Black Jade Star Python's cultivation level was not weak. It had just broken through to the 7th level of the Heavenly Dao realm not long ago, and now it had entered the late stage. Dang, by the time Yi Xian rushed to the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, another day had passed. The news regarding the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land and the Violet Marten Forbidden Land had just reached here. Rip! At this moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded. A void crack suddenly appeared in the periphery of the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, and then a ray of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the void of the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. In the void, a demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms could be seen. It was Yi Xian. As soon as he arrived, the invisible pressure in his body instantly spread out, making the entire Red Refinement Forbidden Land tremble. Hiss! Hiss hiss hiss! All the ferocious beasts in the entire Red Refinement Forbidden Land were mostly star pythons of different bloodlines. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the invisible terrifying pressure spread out. In the huge Red Refinement Forbidden Land, countless star pythons in the abandoned stars suddenly flicked their tongues uneasily, an incomparably weak hissing sound rang out. There were too many of them, covering the sky and covering the earth as they converged together, forming an incomparably strange sound. It entered one's ears and made one's hair stand on end. However, Yi Xian did not react at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. They seemed to have sensed something, and they looked at the void on the left side at the same time. In the darkness of the void in this direction, there were 2 incomparably huge star pythons slowly meandering out of the void. They were as huge as stars. One was covered in red scales and the other was like black jade, glowing with black light. The former's cultivation was stronger, reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao. It was the strongest in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. It was one of the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, the Red Refinement Star Python. Yi Xian had never seen the other one before. It was as black as ink and glowed like the top black jade. Its cultivation was at the 7th level of the realm. Fellow Yi, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As the figure appeared, the black jade star python did not make a sound, but the red refinement star python that was wandering in front immediately transmitted a voice through divine sense. Fellow Yi, the matter of Gu Shueping and the purple marten in the Forbidden Land has already spread. Originally, I planned to escape and lie low for a while. But on second thought, the old grievances have to be resolved. It is useless to delay, so I decided to stay. I think Fellow Yi can see my sincerity. His words were clear and sounded sincere, but Yi Xian was unmoved. Whether the truth was as he said, that he had taken the initiative to stay in order to resolve the old grievances, or that the news had just spread, and they had no time to escape, for Yi Xian the result was the same. That was, the 2 star pythons in front of him must be killed today. However, regardless of whether it was true or false, since the other party dared to say such words in front of him, it was obvious that he had some confidence. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could do to move him, so he didn't make a move immediately. But, without making a sound, the 3 demon bodies coldly stared at the red refinement star python, and the pressure in their bodies gradually became stronger. Fellow Yi, you don't have to be suspicious. Today I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Seeming to feel that the pressure in Yi Xian's body gradually became heavier, the red refinement star python that was hundreds of billions of miles away did not keep him in suspense anymore. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose of visiting the forbidden land of the fierce beasts this time should be to get the original liquid of the natural way, right? I was also the incarnation of the natural way of a macro world. In order to resolve the old grievances, I am willing to give you the original liquid of the natural way of the natural way. I wonder if you can accept it? Chapter 51:26. Fellow cultivator, you don't have to be suspicious. Today I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Feeling the gradually dignified pressure in Yi Xian's body, the red refined star python did not dare to keep him in suspense. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose should be for the Heaven Path original liquid, right? I was also the incarnation of the will of the Heaven Path in the big world. In order to resolve the old grudges, I am willing to give you the Heaven Path original liquid. I wonder if you can accept it? Tao original red liquid? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. It was not because he heard about the origin red liquid, nor was it because this red refined star python was once the incarnation of the will of the natural way of a big world. Instead, it was because the other party was so sure that he visited the forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts on the left bank and right bank for the origin red liquid of the natural way. In fact, Yi Xian did not do this for the Heaven Path original liquid at all. He was completely angry in his heart. He wanted to vent his anger and collect the Heaven Path blood essence on the way. But since the other party had this guess, it was obviously not without reason. Also, in other words, this so-called Heavenly Tao origin liquid probably had some sort of secret that the current Yi Xian didn't know about. This immediately caused him to develop a strong interest in this matter. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within the violent ape's eyes. Yi Xian's voice instantly sounded out, in that case, could it be that the so-called Heavenly Tao origin liquid has some sort of special secret? In that case, why don't you tell me in detail? You are not here for the red liquid? As soon as he finished speaking, the red refined star python was startled. Then its face suddenly changed. Before it finished its words, it suddenly let out a terrifying roar, screech, rumble. At the same time, the huge body of the red refined star python also retreated quickly like a red lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Not only him, but the other dark jade star boa, whose cultivation base was at the 4th level of the heavenly way, also did the same. It abruptly retreated to the left. This scene once again surprised Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the middle stage ink jade star python that was only at the 4th step. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body directly chased after the scarlet refined star python that was retreating explosively. Needless to say, this red refined star python was worthy of being in existence of the 8th order of the heavens. It was not far from the peak of the 9th order of the heavens. Now that it had fully activated its cultivation base, its speed was extremely fast. Shoo. Boom. With a flash of cold light, Bao Yuan immediately made his move. The big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was raised above his head. He held the stick in the middle and threw it with all his might. It shot out like a spear. Sharp and extremely sharp sound broke through the air. A black light traversed the void at lightning speed and caught up with the red refined star python in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the middle part of the python's body. A red liquid as red as fire poured out from the python's body and spread across the void. Heavens! Tao source red liquid. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. The black mist clone immediately made a move, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force swept out. In the blink of an eye, the boundless red liquid that was like a large river was swept over and absorbed into his body. Bang! At the same time as the big-headed black stick flew back and fell into his hand, Demon Ape Yuan also pushed the power in his body to the extreme and directly activated teleportation. Shio! With a whistling sound, Demon Ape Yuan appeared out of thin air. The big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand smashed out immediately, and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar also blasted out. With a crisp sound, a thunderbolt exploded above the severely injured red refined star python's head. A crimson lightning with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck down, instantly making his body spasm. Before the red refined star python could recover from this spiritual lightning, the big-headed black stick and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar had already blasted down at the same time. Its huge body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed into the body of the black mist avatar in the blink of an eye. After all this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at the black refined star python on the left side that was rumbling away. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of divine thought suddenly came out. "You can't escape." Shio. Before the voice had died away, the 9 colored ribbons entwined around the huge body of the black fog doppelganger had already shot out. It was so fast that it was as agile as a giant python in the starry sky. Like a dazzling waterfall, it expanded in the wind and turned into a vast and endless 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye. It penetrated diagonally and directly cut off the path of the black jade star python in front. "You have got the natural way red liquid. I am not the incarnation of the natural way of the big world, and I don't have the natural way red liquid in my body. Why are you still chasing me?" As the sea of flames filled the sky, the ink jade star python that was shooting in that direction came to an abrupt stop. It turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Its eyes flickered with a dark light, and the voice of its divine sense was instantly transmitted over, "Because I can refine your fleshly body into a heavenly Tao blood essence." Yi Xian's heart was suddenly relieved. He immediately sent out a voice transmission. The next moment he had already arrived in front of the black refined star python. This time he didn't even use his skeleton avatar. He only swung the big-headed black stick, which instantly blasted the huge body of the black refined star python into a cloud of blood mist. Shio! Shio! With a whistling sound, the 9-colored flame sea instantly condensed and turned into a 9-colored ribbon again, which wrapped around the huge body of the black mist avatar. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the black refined star python was collected by the fierce ape and sent to the Shinnon cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yi Xian already had 30 natural way blood essences in his hand. Now, after killing 2 natural way beasts, he took the blood mist after their bodies exploded and started to condense them. In this way, the total number of natural way blood essences in his hand had reached 32, but everything was not over yet. Although the 2 natural way beasts in the red refining forbidden area had been killed, the doubts in Yi Xian's mind had not been solved. First, when he killed the red refined star python, he didn't hold back at all. The opponent was a rank 8 natural way. Even if he left a wisp of soul, it would be difficult to find anything. But this black refined star python was different. He was just a rank 4 middle natural way and his aura was not very stable. Obviously he had just broken through. Not long ago he was just a rank 3 early stage natural way. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was more confident to search his soul. Because of this, Yi Xian intentionally held back when the big-headed black rod struck out. Now that the blood mist had been absorbed into the violent ape's body, there was still a strand of remnant soul in the air. It was precisely left behind by the ink jade star python. With a wave of his hand, the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness was directly rolled up by the fierce ape. Then he immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In a short time he got the result, which made Yi Mao's body tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor. Shio! With a faint sound of breaking the air, the fierce ape suddenly waved his hand, and the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness in the void in front of him was directly rolled up. Then Yi Xian immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In just a short time he got the result he wanted, which made Yi Mao tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Previously he was worried that this dark jade star boa did not know the secret of the origin liquid of the natural way. But after hearing what it said before it died, he suddenly felt relieved. After the soul search, Yi Xian finally understood everything. The reason why he was so surprised was that this discovery was very likely to be helpful for him to deduce the perfect formula of the level 31 primordial pellet. First, previously, when he was deducing the perfect formula of the primordial pellet in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, Yi Xian had a strong intuition that the refining of the primordial pellet was very likely to be more complicated. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent added when refining the level 30 primordial pellet, there were most likely to be other factors added. Now, it seemed that this intuition should be correct. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent, the other elements needed to be added in order to refine the level 31 primordial pellet were very likely to be related to the origin liquid of natural way. The origin liquid of natural way was extremely extraordinary, and it had nothing to do with cultivation strength. Even if it was a peak way of natural at the peak of rank 9 or a primordial fierce beast with an extremely special bloodline, if it was not the incarnation of the will of natural way of a macro world, there would be no origin liquid of natural way in its body. In other words, the origin liquid of natural way was related to the heavenly Tao of a macro world, and these macro worlds were all created by the chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era. Although there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era, these chaos demon gods were the favorites of the primordial era. The primordial era opened new epochs time after time, and the 3,000 chaos demon gods were born so that they could be spread out like seeds of chaos. The primordial era hoped to give birth to a supreme existence in the primordial era. Once it appeared, it meant that the entire primordial era would transform, and the opportunity to step into a higher level of the primordial era would appear. Because of this, after these chaos demon gods were born from the nests, they would possess the primordial era cultivation after the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of the macro worlds they created naturally contained some primordial era energy. Known many years ago, there was once an outstanding expert of the primordial era who became interested in this matter. He tried to collect some origin liquid of natural way and started to research it based on the primordial era's secret refining method. Most after that, this remnant expert finally obtained something. He announced that he could use 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids to refine a type of treasure liquid. After swallowing this treasure liquid, it would be beneficial to peak heavenly Tao stage 9 Great Circle heavenly Tao cultivators who wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. This kind of treasure liquid was called the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid. Every single one of them. The refining of a portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid required 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural way. This ancient and mysterious expert of the primordial era had limited ability and could not collect too much origin liquid of natural way with his own strength. However, he did need to refine the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid to break through to the primordial era's Great Tao treasure liquid. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he announced that whether it was the expert of the primordial era or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural way, he could refine the heavenly Great Tao treasure liquid. However, he had to take half of the refined treasure liquid as a reward for refining. This matter happened millions of years ago and once caused an uproar on the left bank of the Milky Way. The turmoil lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless ferocious star beasts and experts of the primordial era fell because of it. But in the end, there were some powerful experts of the primordial era who had stepped into the great perfection stage heavenly Tao. They collected enough origin liquid of natural way and asked the mysterious expert of the primordial era to refine the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid. The exact number was unknown, but it was certain that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land was one of them. It was after that time that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land left and sought a place to break through to the primordial era's Great Tao treasure liquid. Until now he had not returned, except, apart from him, there were also some ferocious star beasts and primordial era experts of the primordial era who disappeared on the left bank of the Milky Way at that time. Since then there had been no news of them. Presumably, like the expert of the demonic wolf forbidden land, they had obtained some of the primordial era's Great Tao treasure liquid and sought a place to cultivate in seclusion. Among them, this included the mysterious and ancient expert of the primordial era. Every time he refined a furnace of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid, he would take half of it as a reward. No matter how many furnaces were refined in total, there was no doubt that he had the most primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Just as he was because of this, he left even more carefully. There was no news of him overnight and no one knew where he went. It was said that even in the primordial era where he was, no one knew about it. After this person left, the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. For millions of years, although there were countless experts of the primordial era who were good at refining the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid, no one was able to refine it. The reason why the red refined star python, which was killed by Yi Xian just now, believed that Yi Xian visited the primordial era's great Tao treasure places one after another to collect the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was because there was a rumor in the outside world that Yi Xian had refined the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and was now preparing to refine the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Everything could only be said to be a freak combination of factors, but it inadvertently helped Yi Xian and pointed out a possible useful way for him. Otherwise, if there was no chance, who knew how long he would have to wait to know about the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid? Those ancient experts are really not simple. They can think of such a way to steal a wisp of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and use it to help break through this realm. The primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid is indeed feasible. After understanding everything clearly, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of dark light, and Yi Xian's murmur also sounded, clearly showing a touch of unstingy appreciation. This was also a kind of enlightenment for him, but this information was obviously not enough. It would be best if he could understand the general refining method of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. In this way, when Yi Xian introduced this element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial era's great Tao treasure pill, it would be more smooth and convenient, and he could take fewer detours. This matter is not urgent. Go back to the ancestral star field of the ancient and mysterious primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. As for now, naturally it was still according to the original plan. It just so happened that he could collect a few more types of primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Shio. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a spatial rift and immediately stepped into it, leaving far away. The Milky Way star domain was very vast, and the two sides of the Milky Way were incomparably long. Although Yi Xian's goal this time was only the right section of the left bank, in fact, with his current peak heavenly Tao cultivation at the peak of the 9th step, if he were to traverse the void with his physical body, it would take at least 7 days to travel from the leftmost end of the right bank to the rightmost end of the left bank. From this, it could be seen how long the right bank of the Milky Way was. Calculating the time, it had only been 2 days since Yi Xian left the Blood Rock Forbidden Area. Although the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Area and the Violet Martin Forbidden Area had already spread, it had not yet been known to all of the Vicious Beast Forbidden Area and the Remnant Star region on the right side of the left bank. In front of him was the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, which was adjacent to the Red Refining Forbidden Land. Yi Xian left the Red Refining Forbidden Land and took less than half a day to arrive here. After walking out of the spatial rift, he immediately rushed forward and rushed into the interior of the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land star domain. There were 6 heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, but there was only one guarding the Forbidden Land. The other 5 heavenly Tao fierce beasts were all in seclusion in the parallel void. The one guarding the Forbidden Land was a Thunder Ape. Its cultivation level was at the 5th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Among the 6 heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, this Thunder Ape happened to be the only one who had participated in the battle to encircle and annihilate Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian had come at the right time today because soon 2 of the 5 heavenly Tao fierce beasts that had entered the parallel void would come out of seclusion. At that time, this Thunder Ape would enter seclusion. If Yi Xian had just arrived, he would probably not have been able to touch it. Roar! Just as Yi Xian rushed into the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, a shocking roar came from the depths of the star domain in front of him. A figure walked out of the void and rushed over with large strides. It was none other than the 5th level Thunder Ape. Although the Thunder Ape's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the heavenly Tao realm, its body spanned 80 million kilometers, making it rather rare. Due to the lightning attribute in its bloodline, this lightning ape's temperament was also extremely violent. Otherwise, seeing a pinnacle great perfection 9th level heavenly Tao descend with such murderous intent, if it were any other 5th level heavenly Tao, they would probably have turned tail and fled at the first moment. One with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he could instantly kill this middle-stage Thunder Ape with a single strike. However, because he didn't know if this Thunder Ape was once an incarnation of the will of the Heavenly Tao from a large world, in other words, he couldn't be sure if he had the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body, so Yi Xian didn't plan on exploding it with a single punch. Otherwise, if he were to instantly kill it, even if this Thunder Ape had the Heavenly Tao Fierce Beast, it would not be able to pour out due to its instantaneous death. Instead, it would explode with its body, turning into a bloody mist that would dissipate. The Heavenly Tao Fierce Beast would only surge out when the embodiment of a great world's Heavenly Tao was severely injured. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, both parties were already within 50 million kilometers. The violent ape did not hesitate at all as it immediately raised its big-headed black cudgel and smashed out. However, it did not use its full strength for this strike. Otherwise, the cudgel would have directly blasted the Thunder Ape into a bloody mist. Bam! Roar! The ape's temperament was unyielding and brutal. Half of his body was destroyed by this strike, but he still let out an earth-shattering roar with a hint of defiance. But however, there was no Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the void. Only the faint golden blood was splashing in the air, spraying everywhere. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Bao Yuan's eyes when he saw this. Yi Xian's voice sounded out with boundless coldness, "Since that's the case, you can die now." Bang! With a bang, the big-headed black stick smashed into the Thunder Ape's huge body. The already heavily injured Thunder Ape had no time to react. It didn't even have the chance to raise its head and roar. Pang Da's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that quickly spread out. Phew! In an instant, the howling of the wind rang out, and the black fog body waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible chi whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the Thunder Ape's body. It was absorbed into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Since he was not the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao will of the Great World, he did not have the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more words with him. Not after tying everything up, Yi Xian's divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire vast Thunder Astral Forbidden area. After confirming that there was not a single Heavenly Tao Beast's aura left, he immediately turned around and tore through the void to leave. And, at this time, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had already reached a total of 33. In the next 10 days or so, Yi Xian walked and killed all the way, successively visiting 5 forbidden zones. In these 5 forbidden zones, he killed a total of 15 Heavenly Tao Beasts, so the total number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands was now 48. Unfortunately, among the 15 Heavenly Tao Beasts that were killed, none of them were the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao will of the Great World, so there was no Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their bodies. This made Yi Xian quite disappointed, and at the same time he also realized the difficulty of collecting this Heavenly Tao origin liquid. By now, the news of Yi Xian's revenge and massacre in the right section of the left bank had already spread throughout the entire right section of the left bank, causing a shocking uproar. However, there were too many forbidden zones in the right section of the left bank, including the remnant star domain. Yi Xian did not visit them one by one, and it was impossible for him to do so. That would definitely cause a shocking commotion, and the consequences would be unpredictable. The forbidden zones that he visited were all related to the 33 Heavenly Tao Beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. There were a total of more than a dozen forbidden zones, and in each forbidden zone, at least one Heavenly Tao Beast had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. Of these dozen forbidden zones, only 3 forbidden zones had not been visited, including the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone where the 3-legged Golden Crow resided. Yi Xian had put that place last, which meant that before he went to the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone, there were still 2 forbidden zones that he had to visit. Of the 33 Heavenly Tao Beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian, apart from the 7 that had been killed on the spot, there were only 4 Heavenly Tao Beasts that had not been dealt with, excluding the 3-legged Golden Crow and the primeval Heaven's Eye. The 4 Heavenly Tao Beasts were in the next 2 forbidden zones. One forbidden zone had 3 Heavenly Tao Beasts, while the other only had 1 Heavenly Tao Beast. The Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone was one of these 2 forbidden zones, and it was the forbidden zone that had 3 must-kill targets. After dealing with the 3 Heavenly Tao Beasts in the Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone, of the 33 Heavenly Tao Beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian, only 3 were left, including the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 3-legged Golden Crow. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a spatial rift and stepped into it, heading towards the Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone in front of him. Today, the news that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had wreaked havoc on the left bank and right bank, and had visited more than 10 forbidden zones in less than a month had already spread in the left bank and right bank. But the Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone was located at the right end of the left bank, close to the vast dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's right bank. Thus, the news had just spread here, and at this time Yi Xian had also just arrived. There were only 5 heavenly Dao beasts in the Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone. Originally, these 5 heavenly Dao beasts just happened to be guarding the forbidden zones, but when they heard that Yi Xian was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the 2 heavenly Dao beasts that had nothing to do with this matter immediately entered a parallel space to cultivate in seclusion, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Left, it was not that the 3 old fellows below did not want to leave, but the 5 of them had already reached an agreement that one of them had to stay behind to guard the forbidden zone, so that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would have a target to vent his anger on when he descended. Otherwise, he would definitely descend again in the future. The one who came down was undoubtedly destined to die, but the other 2 might be able to escape this calamity, so this was the best way to deal with it. At the very least, these 3 heavenly Dao beasts had acknowledged this. However, the 3 of them could not come to an agreement as to who would be left behind to bear the lightning. While, at this moment, Yi Xian had already descended, hiss, in the outer space of the Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared. Immediately after, the 3 6-armed demon apes in their true forms rushed out of the crack, and Yi Xian rushed out in his true form. His body was originally only around 10,000 zhang in size, but after rushing out of the spatial crack, he rapidly expanded in size, and in just half a breath's time he had already reached 10 million li in size. The peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao aura spread out in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire Blood Elephant Forbidden Zone and locking onto the auras of the 3 heavenly Dao beasts. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? It's too late. Fellow Taoists, this old man will take his leave first. Why should you leave? This venerable one doesn't want to stay behind either. Roar! Seeing Yi Xian suddenly descend without any warning, these 3 heavenly Dao beasts were caught off guard and instantly lost their footing. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. As they spoke, they immediately waved their hands to tear open a spatial crack and escape into the parallel space to seek refuge. How could they still regard these 3 mid-stage heavenly Dao beasts with such hasty and flustered expressions? Even Yi Xian was rather speechless and rolled his eyes. There's no need to argue. Since this venerable one has already descended, the 3 of you, don't even think about leaving today. Screech! As soon as the voice of knowledge fell, the black fog clone of the 3 demon bodies had already raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the spirit source core suspended above the sea of knowledge in his mind began to operate rapidly once again. An invisible wave of spirit energy instantly radiated out like a tsunami, completely enveloping the 3 heavenly Dao beasts in an instant. The black fog clone had indeed used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear, nor was it the spirit lightning technique or the spirit reversal technique. Instead, it was the spirit crush. The spirit crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. However, this kind of spirit energy secret technique had a certain limitation. If one's cultivation base was too close, the effect would not be good. However, the 3 heavenly Dao beasts in front of them were only mid-stage heavenly Dao beasts of the 4th and 5th stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly Dao cultivation base at the peak of the 9th stage, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. At this moment, as this spirit energy completely enveloped the 3 heavenly Dao beasts, who were about to escape, all of their bodies inexplicably froze, and their consciousness instantly fell into a trance. As if they had been bewitched, their eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. At this moment, it was at this moment that the violent ape made its move. Whoosh! Shoulder with a shake of its head, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape instantly closed in. Without any hesitation, it raised its big-headed black cudgel high up and directly smashed it at the 3 heavenly Dao beasts. Of course, it still did not use its full strength. Otherwise, the cudgel would have blown all of them up. Pooh! Pooh pew! An incomparably dull thud sounded, mixed with the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. Under the might of this cudgel, the 3 heavenly Dao beasts, who had fallen into a trance, were completely unprepared. At the same time, they were heavily injured and vomited blood. Half of their shoulders collapsed and their precious bodies cracked. Although precious blood splattered out, but not a single drop of heavenly Tao origin liquid could be seen. Very obviously, these three fellows were not the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the great world. Yi Xian's efforts were in vain. Thinking about it, ever since he obtained the river-like heavenly Tao origin red liquid from the red refining forbidden area 10 days ago, although Yi Xian consecutively killed more than a dozen heavenly Tao beasts, he did not obtain a single drop of heavenly Tao origin liquid. This time, because there were 3 must-kill targets in the blood elephant forbidden area, Yi Xian more or less had some hope. However, the result was still the same and it was truly regrettable. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt an unknown fire in his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he no longer hesitated. The violent ape continuously waved the big-headed black cudgel in its hand and smashed it down ruthlessly. Chapter 51:27. Bam. 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 Loud bangs sounded one after another as the big-headed black cudgel struck the 3 heavenly Tao beasts' massive bodies. The trio's consciousnesses were still in a daze due to the psyche suppression. Before they could react, their massive bodies exploded one after another, transforming into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly dispersed. Phew. Although they were not the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world, they did not have the heavenly Tao origins liquid in their bodies. However, they were still 3 heavenly Tao realm astral beasts. The blood mist that exploded from their bodies was not to be wasted. Black the Fog Avatar immediately waved its hand, and a gust of wind howled as a boundless and invisible force swept up the 3 clouds of blood mist and absorbed them into its body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands finally broke through the 50 mark, reaching a whopping 51. This was not even counting the few pills he had swallowed earlier to forcibly break through his cultivation base. Every single one of the heavenly Tao blood essences represented a powerful heavenly Tao realm fierce beast. 51 of them meant 51 heavenly Tao fierce beasts. Even Yi Xian was moved when he thought about it. So it turned out that so many heavenly Tao fierce beasts had unknowingly fallen into his hands. If news of this were to spread, it was unknown how many cosmos experts would be frightened out of their wits. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, 30 had been killed. The final 3 targets were the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had entered the parallel void ahead of time. The second was the strongest expert in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the 3-legged Golden Crow. The final target was the demon runic ghost demon of the Ghost Demon Forbidden Land. This demon runic ghost demon was his next target. After finishing it off, Yi Xian could return and head for the Golden Crow Forbidden Land located in the middle of the left bank's right bank. The Ghost Domain Forbidden Land wasn't considered very powerful on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the very least, it was far inferior to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land presided over by the 3-legged Golden Crow. However, because the creatures gathered in this forbidden area were somewhat different, the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area was very special. Not to mention the survivors of the primordial era, even some fierce beasts were unwilling to set foot in this place. The strongest experts presiding over the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds were 2 ghost imps. These 2 ghost imps were at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. And the one that participated in the siege of Yi Xian was only one of the 2 ghost imps. Within the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, there were only 2 late-stage 7th-order ghostly immortals guarding it. In addition, the so-called fierce beasts of the Forbidden Grounds were all resentful spirits, evil spirits, or existences like souls. In fact, although the ghost demon was also a kind of living creature, it was not completely a living creature of flesh and blood. The existence of this kind of living creature was between a soul and a living creature of flesh and blood. It was quite special. It was because of the special bloodline of these 2 ghost immortals that they could be regarded as both living beings of flesh and blood, as well as soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts, that all of the so-called fierce beasts in the forbidden area were soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. This soul-form beings were basically filthy and evil creatures of the world. With so many vengeful spirits and evil ghosts gathered together, over time, it imperceptibly affected the environment of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, causing this vast star domain void to be gloomy all year round. Not only did the survivors not like it, but even the fierce beasts of the starry sky were quite disgusted. Therefore, the entire Ghost Region Forbidden Land, including its star area, was empty and silent for a long time. It was rare to see the figures of the remnant experts or ferocious beasts in this place. It was like a vast ghost region in the starry sky. Since Yi Xian was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the two Seventh Order ghostly immortals in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds naturally knew about it. A day ago, the Seventh Order ghostly immortal that had participated in the siege of Yi Xian had entered a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. This was clearly the rhythm of a temporary retreat. It did not dare to face Yi Xian's arrival. Until, as for the other ghost demon, it remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. Over the past half a month, although the Master of Magic Hall Yi Xian had been massacring more than a dozen fierce beast forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank, these fierce beast forbidden grounds were all places where Heavenly Dao Realm experts had participated in the siege of him. Although Yi Xian had indeed killed some of the heavenly beasts that hadn't participated in the encirclement and annihilation of him in these dozen or so forbidden areas, it was only because of the conflict that these innocent heavenly beasts were affected every time. In the opinion of the Seventh Order ghostly immortal that remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, the other ghost immortal that had participated in the siege of Yi Xian had already fled in advance and did not remain in the Forbidden Grounds. Even if the Master of Magic Hall Yi Xian were to descend, there was no reason for him to start a war. Naturally, there was no possibility of him being implicated. Selah. After waiting anxiously for 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the outskirts of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. A void fissure appeared out of thin air within the Star Domain Forbidden Grounds without any warning, imperceptibly exuding a domineering aura. Someone who dared to be so rude as to tear through the void and descend into the Forbidden Grounds naturally could not be anyone else. The Master of Magic Hall Yi Xian had finally descended. At this moment, the ghost immortal that remained in the Forbidden Grounds felt relieved, but it immediately tensed up again. He felt relieved because after waiting for 2 days, the other party had finally arrived. Following that, he immediately tensed up again because the other party had arrived, but would it be as he had guessed? Seeing that the other ghost immortal was not here, he would immediately turn around and leave. Although he had some confidence in his heart, he was not very confident. Whoosh! With apprehension, the ghost immortal's figure flickered and rushed out of the abandoned planet where the cave mansion was located. His entire body turned into a blue light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he came to an abrupt stop in the void hundreds of billions of miles in front of Yi Xian. This ghost immortal was not small, at least tens of thousands of miles long. When he stood up, his appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. He looked somewhat similar to the desolate ancient Yuxia, but he did not have the pair of flesh wings on his back. His body was between flesh and blood and an energy soul body. He did not have hair, his skin was blue and black and looked somewhat dry. There were some blood-red demonic patterns on his surface. His claws were extremely sharp, presumably incomparably sharp, and his bloody mouth was full of fangs. It was a ghastly sight. However, although his appearance was incomparably ferocious, and looked even more terrifying than the evil ghost at this time facing the rude arrival of Yi Xian, this ghost immortal did not have the slightest temper, and was extremely respectful and humble. The moment he came to an abrupt stop, his face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was dry and hoarse, but his voice was deliberately soft and gentle. Slightly bowing, he cupped his hands to Yi Xian and said, "This must be fellow Taoist Yi from the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank. This king is Meng Qi, one of the 2 Seventh Order Ghost Immortals guarding this Ghost Immortal Forbidden Area." Meng Qi's voice suddenly stopped, and after a short pause he continued, "This king has already known everything that fellow Taoist Yi has done recently in the right bank of the left bank. Today you have come to my Ghost Immortal Forbidden Area for the other 7th Order Ghost Immortal guarding here. To tell you the truth, this person is called Meng San. More than half a year ago he was indeed tricked into participating in the encirclement and annihilation of fellow Taoist Yi, but he has already repented. Although he hurriedly returned half a year ago, he quickly turned around and left, saying that he was going to find a secluded place to reflect on his mistakes. Before leaving, Meng San asked this king to tell fellow Taoist Yi that if fellow Taoist Yi comes in the future, he wants this king to apologize on his behalf. When he comes out of seclusion in the future, he will definitely go to the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank and personally offer a humble apology to fellow Taoist Yi. Although this matter has nothing to do with this king and that Meng San come from the same large world, and this king is the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of that large world. Meng San is also considered this king's subordinate, so if you think about it carefully, this king is not completely without responsibility. At this point, the smile on Pei Qi's face became even uglier. The corners of his mouth had already curled up to the back of his ears, revealing a hint of flattery. However, that bloody mouth full of fangs really made Yi Xian feel disgusted. This king will definitely punish him later and urge him to personally go to the magic hall to ask for forgiveness. At that time, I hope that fellow Taoists can give this king a short life. Seeing that he has repented, I can spare his life. Spare his life? You are quite considerate of your subordinates. You can't even save your own life, but you still want to plead for mercy for others? After Wu Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the three demons who had been coldly watching him suddenly flashed with a cold light. Immediately after, Yi Xian's divine sense sounded out, "You dare to show off in front of me with such a little trick? You really don't know what's good for you. He really deserves to be killed." Roar! With a furious roar, Yi Xian's figure flashed and suddenly shot out. Boom! Yi Xian suddenly attacked and instantly appeared in front of Pei Qi. Pei Qi was caught off guard and did not expect him to be so decisive. He immediately attacked at the slightest disagreement. Pei Qi's expression changed greatly and he immediately pulled back, but he was still half a step too late. With just one punch, Pei Qi's chest caved in and he was seriously injured. A stream of blue liquid gushed out like a river, causing Yi Xian's eyes to instantly light up. Since Xiao San was not here, he was too lazy to make a move, but this Pei Qi thought that he was smart, and his words just now made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. More importantly, this old fellow actually took the initiative to say that he was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world. This was simply courting death. Even if Yi Xian did not intend to make a move, he would not let go of this opportunity after hearing this. This punch was also because he had held back. Otherwise, it was very likely that this punch would have directly blown Pei Qi to pieces. For example, today he was heavily injured, and the surging blue liquid that was like a large river gushed out, causing Yi Xian to be incomparably happy. The black mist clone immediately waved its hand, and an invisible force swept out, absorbing all of the heavenly law origin blue liquid into its body. Roar, crack. At the same time, the violent ape raised its head and roared. The big-headed black cudgel was like a giant pillar that held up the sky, smashing directly toward Pei Qi's head. The black fog clone once again activated the spirit source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above Pei Qi's head, and a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles appeared. He was an existence that was between a physical body and an energy soul, so he was very afraid of lightning and had the effect of restraining it. Now that the spiritual lightning technique was used, the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck from the top of his head, instantly making him dizzy. By the time Pei Qi came back to his senses, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang! A loud sound was heard as the big-headed black cudgel landed squarely on Pei Qi's huge body. Pei Qi, who was already seriously injured, did not have time to react. His whole body instantly exploded into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Whoosh! As the wind whistled, the black fog clone immediately waved his hand and an incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this point, Yi Xian had one more heavenly Tao blood essence in his hands. Previously, he had 52 heavenly Tao blood essence, but now he had 53 heavenly Tao blood essences. Not after this battle, he originally wanted to leave, but after the power of his divine sense spread out and scanned the entire gloomy ghost region forbidden area, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although that old guy Pei San had escaped into the parallel void like the primeval heaven's eye and would not appear in a short period of time, just killing Pei Qi was not enough to deter him. It just so happened that the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area were full of resentful spirits and other energy souls. He could use them as a blood sacrifice for the withered demon blade. Withered demon blade. The withered demon blade was Yi Xian's weapon, but ever since he entered the primordial void, to be precise, ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, the withered demon blade had rarely been used. Bao the same went for the indestructible Nirvana armor and the small private warship void-breaking shuttle. Matter in fact, these three weapons, armor and battleship had all reached the rank of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure after being refined multiple times by him. But although Starry Sky Grade Treasures and Desolation Grade Treasures were both called Supreme Treasures, Starry Sky Grade Treasures were refined in the current era, while Desolation Grade Treasures were ancient existences that had experienced the accumulation and baptism of countless years. Although both were supreme treasures, Desolation Grade Treasures were still stronger than Starry Sky Grade Treasures. Since after Yi Xian stepped into the immortal realm, these three weapons, armor and warship were no longer suitable. The power of the weapon was not sharp enough, the defense of the armor was not enough, and the small private warship void-breaking shuttle was also useless. Its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's ability to tear through the void or traverse it with his body. This was indeed a pity. When Yi Xian thought about it occasionally, he felt a sense of regret. But he was not in a hurry, because if he encountered an opportunity in the future, these three weapons, armor and warship, could continue to be refined, and their grades and power could be improved again. For example, the 4 war charms that had been integrated into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were like this. For a period of time, Yi Xian had put them aside because they were useless. But after being refined again and with the help of the kinetic energy within the war charms, they seemed to have regained their vitality and were still powerful today. And now the opportunity to refine the withered demon blood blade had arrived. Here the blade had been refined 6 times by Yi Xian and consumed a lot of resources and energy. After the last refinement, the shape of the withered demon blood blade had obviously changed dramatically. Here previously it was a sword. Now it was a blade. Moreover, it was a glossy and ferocious supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. After the last refinement, the withered demon blood blade inside the blade had been in a deep sleep. Now it must have awakened. This time Yi Xian was going to refine the withered demon blood blade for the 7th time. If nothing unexpected happened, once the refinement was successful, the withered demon blood blade's grade would be upgraded from the current starry sky grade to the desolation grade. And because there was a blade spirit inside the blade, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be reflected in 2 aspects. First, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be upgraded. These 2 things could only be done separately. And the first thing to be done was obviously the former. Withered demon blood blade. While muttering, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, a black light rushed out of his body and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy, ferocious and domineering supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. Here. It was his starry sky grade weapon, the withered demon blood blade. Roar! As soon as the withered demon blood blade was taken out, the blade trembled violently. An earth-shattering roar came from it, and a ferocious aura filled the sky. It was as if a demon had awakened and was about to devour someone. Don't be impatient. Today, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. After comforting it, Yi Xian waved his hand again. In an instant, more than a dozen fine lights shot out. They were all kinds of top-grade metals that he had collected in the Hongmeng Void over the years. They were the best materials to refine the withered demon blood blade and improve the quality of the weapon. First, after the preparation work was completed, Yi Xian immediately activated the forging system attached to the devouring system. Soon, the withered demon blood blade and more than a dozen kinds of supreme starry sky grade metals were taken away by the system. They turned into fine lights and entered Yi Xian's body. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the demonic blood star tier sword has begun. Progress 1. It finally began. Yi Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. His heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although his weapon, armor and battleship had been fused many times, there had never been a failure. So far, the withered demon blood blade had succeeded 6 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the greater the possibility of failure. Similarly, the further the fusion went, the greater the loss for Yi Xian. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, he had not used the forging system for a long time. It felt a little strange, whoosh. When the 7th refinement of the withered demon blood blade began, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly arrived at the central area of the ghost region forbidden area. He directly sat down cross-legged in the void. On the one hand, he was waiting for the result of the refinement. On the other hand, he was sitting here to deter the countless resentful spirits, ghosts and other energy souls in the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area. They were waiting for Yi Xian to complete the 7th refinement to be used as a sacrifice for the withered demon blood blade. He could not let them escape. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Yi Xian suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. At the same time, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The 7th and 8th refinement of the withered demon blood blade had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the devil blood star tier sword has been successfully completed. You have obtained the treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Grade, Antiquity Supreme Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfect. Sure enough, after the 7th fusion, the grade of the withered demon blood blade, which was originally a starry sky treasure, finally increased once again, reaching the level of a primordial treasure. Even for the current Yi Xian, it was still suitable. However, it was obviously not enough to only upgrade the quality and grade of the blood blade. In order to make the withered demon blood blade reach its peak, the life level of the withered demon blood blade in the blood blade had to undergo another transformation. But this kind of transformation could be completed through a large-scale blood sacrifice. Whoosh! After calming down his excited state of mind, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a blood-red light shot out. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-black demonic blade. It was tens of thousands of miles long and looked extremely ferocious. It was surrounded by a blood-black demonic fog, exuding a murderous aura. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. Hiss! The blood blade was launched and shot toward an abandoned star in the depths of the ghost domain forbidden area. The huge blade immediately let out a shocking roar, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Hiss! The black demonic fog that swirled around the massive blade rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying demon god that was over 10 million miles in size. It stood on its hind legs and looked extremely ferocious. As it instantly sucked in the countless resentful spirits, ghosts, and other energy souls on this planet. It chewed and swallowed like a whale swallowing the sea. The blood sacrifice began. Roar, hiss, 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 hiss. This scene was so frightening that it even frightened all the resentful spirits and evil ghosts in the ghost domain. Countless evil spirits roared and shrieked crazily in the deserted stars, showing endless despair and fear. At this moment, the entire ghost domain forbidden area was filled with ghosts and demons. It was like a real ghost domain. Whoosh! After circling, the withered demon blood blade changed direction and rushed to the second abandoned star in the blink of an eye. The ferocious withered demon blood blade, which was tens of thousands of miles long, raised its head and roared, opening its bloody mouth again. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all this. He sat cross-legged in the void again, waiting for the blood sacrifice to end. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, the entire forbidden ground had turned into a true astral ghost domain. Countless demons and devils roared, but they couldn't change anything. In the end, they were all devoured by the withered devil blade spirit inside the withered devil blood blade. Since it was a forbidden area, and the strongest people guarding it were 2 7th-level heavenly Dao realm ghost demons, then, there would naturally be a primordial supreme in the ghost domain forbidden area. This matter in fact it was true. There were more than 20 desolate supremacy-level demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. As for the primordial supreme-level experts, there were nearly 100. There were also countless universe realm demon spirits and demons below the primordial supreme level and immortal level demon spirits and demons. It was fine if they were below the primordial supreme level, but the withered demon blood blade was only at the early primordial supreme level. There were nearly 100 primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. The withered demon blood blade's strength was obviously not enough to devour the primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons. However, with Yi Xian guarding it, none of this was a problem. These primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons did not dare to resist at all. Even more. Besides, after the 7th refinement, the withered demon blood blade's grade had skyrocketed to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. It just so happened that the withered demon blood blade needed a huge amount of energy to nourish itself. After the countless demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area were devoured by the withered demon blood blade, their energy was all sent to the withered demon blood blade. At the same time, the withered demon blood blade absorbed and refined this energy, and then fed it to the withered demon blood blade, increasing its cultivation at a terrifying speed. This was a perfect virtuous cycle. It was enough to absorb and refine all the soul energy of the countless demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. Whoosh! Dang! After 2 days, when everything was over, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. After devouring all the demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area, the withered demon blood blade returned to Yi Xian's glabella as a thin beam of light. Is it over? At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes and muttered softly. At the same time, he stood up from the void. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon blood blade appeared in his hand again. At this time, Yi Xian was in his human form, so the withered demon blood blade was only 10 feet long. However, it was taller than him. It was blood-black in color and covered with obscure demonic patterns. It looked extremely ferocious. Boom! With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian raised his right arm and slashed forward with the blood blade in his hand. This He did not use any of his own strength in this attack. He only raised the blood blade and slashed. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The power of this attack was indeed astonishing. It was just a slash from a distance, but an abandoned star hundreds of billions of miles away exploded into a cloud of cosmic dust. It was as if a star had self-destructed. This was only the power of the withered demon blood blade's own domain. When Yi Xian slashed out with this attack, he did not pour his own strength into it. If he did, the power would be even more astonishing. That is, even if he was now a peak heaven's way at the great circle of the 9th rank, such a terrifying withered demon blood blade was definitely enough to use. At this moment Yi Xian's heart surged. This weapon had been with him since the beginning. Later on, because of its lack of power, it had been put aside for too long. Now that it had been refined for the 7th time, it could finally come out again and accompany Yi Xian to conquer the starry sky. Screech! As if it felt the excitement in Yi Xian's heart, and as if it was satisfied with the power of this attack, the withered demon blood blade inside the blood blade also let out an earth-shattering roar at this moment, revealing endless joy and ferocity. Can't wait anymore? Well, it's time to go to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. With a smile on his face, Yi Xian turned his hand and put away the blood blade. Then he waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed and stepped into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Next stop, the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Chapter 51-28. For nearly a month, Yi Xian had been killing non-stop on the left bank and right bank. Although it was tough, his harvest was amazing. For example, today he already possessed 53 Heavenly Dao blood essences and 5 types of Heavenly Dao origin liquids. He got the Heavenly Dao green liquid from the Primeval Heaven's Eye. He got the Heavenly Dao black liquid from the 3-legged golden crow. He got the Heavenly Dao purple liquid from the starry purple mink. He got the Heavenly Dao red liquid from the red serpent. Finally, he got the Heavenly Dao blue liquid from the ghost mandrill 7. For example, in addition to this, the withered demon blood blade had also completed its 7th refinement, as well as a large-scale blood sacrifice. Now, its power had skyrocketed, and its grade had also risen to the level of a primordial treasure, allowing the current Yi Xian to use it to kill his enemies. As for the 33 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had participated in the encirclement half a year ago, he had killed 30 of them. The remaining 3, the Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Ghost Mandrill 7, had fled into the parallel void to seek refuge. While Yi Xian was rushing to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land for the last target. That target was the 3-legged golden crow. Unlike the ancient demon bug in the Demon Bug Forbidden Land, which had left a long time ago to seek a place to break through to the primordial Dao realm. Putting aside the strong people of the remnant people, among all the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had appeared on the left bank of the Milky Way, the 3-legged golden crow was ranked 10th in strength. Although it was said that he was defeated by Yi Xian half a year ago and escaped with serious injuries, but that was only because he was suppressed by the heaven-falling bow. He did not really fight with his own strength. Therefore, even if he lost that battle, it only meant that Yi Xian had made a name for himself on the left bank. It had no effect on the 3-legged golden crow's ranking among the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Ro, the ferocious beast forbidden land guarded by the 10th-ranked Heavenly Dao ferocious beast, was naturally not weak. Its overall strength could be imagined. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land, where the 3-legged golden crow lived, was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beasts on the left bank of the Milky Way. It was the same as the 3-legged golden crow's ranking among the ferocious beasts of the heavenly law. In fact, just by thinking about the overall strength of the primitive Forbidden Lands, one could roughly guess the situation of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Including the Primeval Heaven's Eye, there were originally 11 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. Of course, only 9 were left now. The Blood-Winged Tiger and the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast had fallen. Dang, when they first had 11 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts, the Great Desolate Forbidden Land was only ranked around 40 or 50 among all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands on the left bank. From this, one could see how strong the Golden Crow Forbidden Land was. Chanching, there were more than 20 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Dang, however, not all of the 20 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts were presiding over the Forbidden Lands. Some were out visiting friends, while others entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. There were only about 10 of them that usually stayed in the Forbidden Lands. Among the 20-plus Heavenly Law ferocious beasts, the one with the strongest cultivation level was the 3-legged golden crow. He had stepped into the peak of the Heavenly Law realm at the 9th stage perfection stage a long time ago. No, the Golden Crow Forbidden Land only had one peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage perfection stage. Apart from the three-legged Golden Crow, the strongest existence in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land was at the 7th stage. There were quite a number of late-stage Heavenly Tao at the 8th stage. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Just the lineup of Heavenly Tao realm existences was already so terrifying. It was obvious how massive the number of ferocious beasts under the Heavenly Tao were. Their cultivation levels were also extremely high. There was, with such a heritage and the illustrious reputation of being ranked 10th on the left bank, it was naturally impossible for the three-legged Golden Crow to hide in the parallel void like the primeval Heaven's Eye and the Ghost Mandrill 3 to avoid calamity. Now, the news of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, wreaking havoc in the right sector of the left bank had already spread to all the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star domain. Everyone was staring at the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This was because the news of the three-legged Golden Crow and the other 33 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts had also spread. It was no longer a secret. This time Yi Xian had visited more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands in the right sector of the Milky Way and began a massacre. It was clear that he was taking revenge for the previous encirclement. As such, he was bound to descend upon the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This matter was simply shocking. All the ferocious beast forbidden lands and countless experts in the remnant star domain on the left bank and right sector were shocked. Too ferocious and domineering. More than half a year ago, he had single-handedly defeated the encirclement of 33 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Not only did he retreat unscathed, he even killed 7 of the Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Even more, as for the three-legged Golden Crow who was ranked 10th among all the Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts on the left bank, it was no match for him. It was injured by the Heavenfall arrow and had no choice but to flee in anger due to its heavy injuries. This battle made the name of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, resound throughout the Milky Way. As for the three-legged Golden Crow's reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank, it was covered in dust. Vaguely, there were already people secretly criticizing him. All of this was well known to the three-legged Golden Crow. He was also holding back his energy as he awaited the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. He also yearned for this battle because this was his only chance to prove himself. There was no way to avoid it, nor could he deliberately avoid it. He did not even recall the dozen Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had left the Golden Crow Forbidden Land to visit friends or other matters, as well as those that had entered seclusion in the parallel void. Because, for this battle, he wanted to fight the master of the Magic Hall alone and defeat him in a head-on battle. Only then would he be able to completely wash away the dirt on his reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank. Clang. In the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land, Nightmare 7 thought that he was clever, but in the end he was killed by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in a fit of rage. He even implicated the entire Forbidden Land, causing the countless monster spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land to be killed without exception. When the news spread that the master of the Magic Hall had killed all of them, the entire left bank and right bank was in an uproar once again. Following that, all the experts in the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the Remnant Star region turned their gazes to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Because they knew that the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would definitely descend here. Clang. The crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out as a spatial rift appeared in the void outside the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Following that, a figure stepped out of it. It was none other than the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. It could be said to be a battle of the pinnacle. At this moment, before the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, a few Heavenly Tao realm experts from the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the Remnant Star region had rushed over. However, they did not enter the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. They were not here to lend a hand but to watch the battle. Therefore, to avoid arousing suspicion, all of them remained in the dark void outside the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. At that moment, with the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, far into the void, several psyche fluctuations instantly appeared. They were all the auras of Heavenly Tao realm experts. Yi Xian had long expected all of this. He completely ignored them because these old fogies were 500 billion kilometers away. This was a clear indication of their attitude. Three-legged old black bird, this lord is here. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Yi Xian's psyche voice resounded through the void. It was filled with endless disdain. Why aren't you, scram out here and accept your death? Screech, Yi Xian, you are courting death. Rumble? Just as Yi Xian's psyche voice faded, an astounding roar sounded from the Golden Crow Forbidden Land in front of him. The three-legged Golden Crow's psyche voice sounded, accompanied by a shocking rumbling of thunder. A black gold sun rushed out from the depths of the forbidden stellar domain. He was indeed infuriated. A peak heavenly Tao realm at the ninth order, a supreme existence ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao beasts on the left bank, had been reduced to a three-legged old black bird in Yixin's mouth. Who the F***K could tolerate this? Soon, the black gold sun rushed out of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land stellar domain and came to a stop at the edge of the stellar domain. It was as massive as a star, and black flames billowed on its surface. It had an astounding might. Division with the black gold sun formed by the three-legged golden crow's body, 8 heavenly Tao beasts, as well as hundreds of desolate supremacies and even more primordial mighty figures charged out. All of them gathered behind the black gold sun, eyeing Yixin covetously from 200 billion miles away. In less than a year, your cultivation has improved again. No wonder you are so arrogant. Yixin's black voice sounded. On the golden day, the three-legged golden crow's deep voice sounded again. Unfortunately, even so, if you don't rely on the heaven-falling bow, you are still no match for me. Do you still intend to do this in this battle? It was clearly a provocation, humiliating Yixin in public, mocking him for being arrogant in front of it only because of the heaven-falling bow. With the heaven-falling bow in hand, it is naturally easy to suppress you. Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs last time when you were seriously injured? Yixin sneered and retorted. But this time, since you are not convinced, I will give up the heaven-falling bow and fight you head-on. So what? I will still suppress you. Walala? Just as his voice faded, there was the sound of splashing water in the void. Yixin had appeared in his human form, but at that moment his body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void, exuding an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. They were none other than Yixin's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the perfected heavenly Tao realm. Shockingly, they were the 3 powerful experts at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, if they appeared at the same time, they would be able to set off a storm of blood. Now that they had appeared, they instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a deathly silence. A large number of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnant experts were lurking in the void a trillion kilometers away. All of them looked over and secretly drew a cold gasp. Soon as the figures appeared, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious roar. The 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power's final form, the Devil Ape True Body, was activated. Boundless power surged out from the 3 demon avatars' bodies as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless bloodthirstiness as they rapidly gathered and fused together. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape True Body appeared in the void. It looked down on everything in its path. Swoosh. Swoosh. The next instant, the berserk ape flipped its hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shinnong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black club was dragged by its right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swoosh. Splash. Black. With a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. Welcome. Under the expansion of the storm, it turned into a vast 9-color flame sea. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme, forming a huge 9-color ribbon. After a few twists and turns, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon poked out from its chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It could burst out at any time and devour everything. Swoosh. As for the skeleton avatar this time, it did not use the fallen skybow. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in an instant. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was unleashed, the withered blade spirit inside the demonic blade let out an earth-shattering roar. It was a ferocious and ruthless aura that was simply frightening. Even the 3-legged golden crow was caught off guard. The endless black flames rising from the surface of the black gold sun suddenly paused. He had never seen the withered demon blood blade before. Even though he hadn't tasted its might yet, merely the ferocious and ruthless aura of this blade was enough to cause others to raise their eyebrows and be moved. Originally he thought that Yixin had already shown all his trump cards. Now that he suddenly saw a ferocious demonic blade that he had never seen before, he realized that the truth was far from it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow could not help but tremble slightly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a bad feeling growing in his heart, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. Kacha. When the three-legged golden crow's mind was slightly shaken, an incomparably clear Kacha sound suddenly came from above the black golden sun like a star. Yi Xian made a move. Using the secret technique of spiritual power, he quietly blasted out a spiritual thunder lightning technique. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack without any warning beforehand. When the three-legged golden crow realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A blood-red lightning with a diameter of millions of miles appeared out of thin air above his head. It was so fast that it directly blasted down and struck him solid. Although the three-legged golden crow was not a living creature of flesh and blood, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was different from ordinary lightning. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack, and the spiritual power source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind was pushed to the extreme. In an instant, the three-legged golden crow let out an incomparably mournful cry. Although it was not a serious injury, it was inevitable that he would be injured. The feeling was really unpleasant. Screech. Suddenly attacking, you are simply shameless. Rumble? Suddenly, the three-legged golden crow was enraged by the sudden sneak attack. The sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. At the same time, from the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking to the eye. A huge tide of black flames with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black golden sun hanging high in the sky like a raging river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the void and covered Yi Xian in his true form in the form of the devil ape. This black river was formed by the world-destroying black flames. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The three-legged golden crow blasted out in extreme anger, and its power was terrifying. Even the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors who were hibernating in the distance could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly, and they secretly gasped. At this moment everyone's hearts were in their throats. Rumble? In great anger, the three-legged golden crow suddenly attacked, and the sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. From the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. This flame tide was condensed from the pure world-destroying black flames. The world-destroying black flames were famous for their ferocity, and they belonged to the top unusual flames of heaven and earth. The flame energy was as violent as the world. At this time it was used to launch an attack, and its power could be imagined. What's more, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly law in the Great Perfection Stage 9th stage. Now that he had fully activated the black golden sun, the black flame river pouring out like a raging river was really terrifying. In the battle half a year ago, a similar black flame river had once destroyed the 9-colored flame ball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure in one fell swoop. Now that Yi Xian did not have the 9-colored flame ball to protect him, if he was hit by this black river, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Yes, Yi Xian had long been aware of this kind of attack. Although the scene in front of him was shocking, he did not panic. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the black fog clone immediately roared violently, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. At this moment, the mental power secret technique, the destructive vortex, was activated. The purple-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain of Yi Xian's mind also began to spin crazily. In an instant, the vast amount of mental power contained in the source core was extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! The sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. The small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but in fact, it was formed by compressing nearly half of the origin power in Yi Xian's mind to the extreme. It had already exploded halfway. The boundless and endless mental power source collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. The invisible mental power was wild and tyrannical, as if it could annihilate everything. It revealed a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It directly blasted apart the black flame river that was rushing towards it. Countless black flame tides splashed in all directions in the void. Although, It still emitted a destructive aura that caused people to raise their eyebrows, but now that it had collapsed, it no longer posed a threat to Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. Crackle. The three-legged golden crow seemed to have already expected this scene. Right, he actually did not have any reaction to the collapse of the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flames. He immediately appeared and attacked. Soon an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. In front, in the void, this huge black gold star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide suddenly bloomed with a dark light that was as fast as lightning. When it spread out, it seemed as if even the void was melting. A strange sound entered people's ears. This was the three-legged golden crow's destructive light. This black light seemed inconspicuous, but it could ignore everything. Once it came into contact with it, everything would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow refined from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a murderous black curtain of light. In the battle half a year ago, the three-legged golden crow had also used this magical power at the end, but it was broken by the heaven-falling arrow that was shot from the skeleton's hand. No, however, the murderous light curtain of destruction collapsed, and even the three-legged golden crow was seriously injured by the power of that arrow. In the end, it had to turn around and flee in anger. But this time Yi Xian had already stated in public that he would not use his most powerful magical power, the heaven-falling bow. Therefore, the three-legged golden crow had high expectations for this light curtain of destruction. In its opinion, Yi Xian would definitely be able to resist it head-on. Even if he used the nine-colored sea of flames, he would not be able to stop its power. Even if he did not die, he would at least be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz. In fact, Yi Xian was indeed extremely afraid of this destructive light. It could be too powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to face it head-on. That would definitely cause his precious body to be injured. After all, it was refined from the essence extracted from the world-destroying black flames. But, although he did not dare to face it head-on, it did not mean that there was no way to resolve it. These thoughts flashed through his mind. A faint light flashed in the eyes of the black fog body, and he immediately moved his mind. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang in the void. The black fog body raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it was as if it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Void-dense scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the air. An invisible spiritual power roared like a raging river. The divine black hole moved. The roaring spiritual power was like a majestic sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was terrifying. As it surged, the void collapsed in an instant and spread all the way to the extreme. Like dominoes being pushed over, in less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole in front of them. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it blocked the black light curtain of destruction that was sweeping toward them head-on. Hiss! Boom! In an instant, the black light curtain of destruction rushed into the huge black hole formed by the collapse of the void. It immediately collided with the majestic spiritual power in the black hole, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. At this scene, the three-legged golden crow, who was hundreds of billions of miles away, almost vomited blood on the spot. Never would he have thought that Yi Xian would be able to so easily neutralize his light of destruction without using his most powerful ability, the heavenly fallen bow. Up until now, Yi Xian had only passively defended and resolved his 2 consecutive attacks. He had not launched a counterattack. However, he was still a peak great perfection 9-stage heavenly Dao beast. He was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Like this, today he had attacked twice in a row, but the other party was unharmed and easily resolved his attacks. This was really frustrating. He could not bear to lose face at all. Roar. I'd like to see what other tricks you can use today. Rumble. All of this flashed through his mind. The three-legged golden crow's earth-shattering roar sounded again in an instant. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of madness in it. His repeated attacks were all in vain. His heart was indeed filled with anger. At this time he was on the verge of going berserk. He steeled his heart and directly used the divine ability that he had always relied on as his trump card. At this moment, the black gold sun rumbled. Rolling black flames soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the void within 100 billion miles. It completely enveloped the black gold sun, and it could no longer be seen. Then, before anyone could react to what had happened, the endless black flames suddenly condensed, and the black gold sun that had just been enveloped by the black flames reappeared, but it was no longer a single round. Instead it was 10 suns in the sky. Whoosh, what happened? Why did the black gold suns in the void suddenly become 10? Their auras are exactly the same. They are all incomparably violent. They are all peak great perfection 9th stage heavenly Tao. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? In the blink of an eye, one turned into 10? This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak heavenly Tao experts joining forces to fight against the magic hall's master Yi Xian. In the surroundings, a large number of gasps and cries of surprise could be heard. In the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the existences of the heavenly Tao that were hiding in the dark were all shocked. What happened? How could there be 10 black golden suns in the void all of a sudden? 10 great suns with the same aura, all of them are peak great perfection 9th stage heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, one turned into 10? This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak heavenly Tao experts joining forces to fight against the magic hall's master Yi Xian. As the three-legged golden crow used its secret technique, 10 great suns appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the surroundings, gasps and exclamations could be heard. Surface in the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnants of the heavenly Tao experts who were hiding in the dark in the void were all shocked without exception. It wasn't just them. In fact, even Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him. The eyes of the three devil bodies were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The auras of the 10 black gold suns were indeed extremely powerful. They were all peak heavenly Tao experts of the Great Perfection Stage 9. It was as if the three-legged golden crow had been replicated 9 times. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Yi Xian had never heard of such a terrifying and heaven-defying secret technique. His Blood Sea secret technique was already heaven-defying enough. In this vast and boundless primordial space, who knew how many experts wanted to obtain the complete Blood Sea secret technique? However, even the Blood Sea secret technique could only condense 3 Blood Sea clones that were of the same cultivation level as oneself. 1 into 3, this was already the limit. It was impossible for one to turn into 10 in front of him. This was definitely not something that could be described as heaven-defying. I have to say, you are indeed worthy of the fierce reputation of the Master of the Magic Hall. You can actually force this venerable one to use my strongest foundation. You should be proud of yourself. However, you must think that among these 10 suns, there must be 9 illusions that belong to the void, right? In that case, this venerable one will let you see the true power of the 10 suns in the sky. Yi Xian, there is no suspense. Today's battle you will definitely lose. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow's divine sense sounded like thunder again. However, moreover, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the void, it sounded at the same time. The 10 voices gathered together, emitting a power that made people point their fingers and the void tremble. At this moment, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too spectacular, and the momentum was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking. 10 inside each black gold suns, there was a huge black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles, pouring out like a furious river bursting the dike. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the void and covered Yi Xian, who was in the true form of the demonic ape. This kind of black river was formed by the world-destroying black flame. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Previously, the three-legged golden crow had just blasted out a beam, and the horror of its power was already shocking. However, now each of the 10 black gold suns that spanned across the void rushed out a black flame river. The 10 flame rivers were like black giant dragons galloping up. The scene was so terrifying that it could not be described with words. When this scene entered their eyes, even the heavenly law beasts and the experts who were hibernating billions of miles away could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly again, and they all gasped at the same time. Next, subconsciously, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. This is impossible. In an instant, the 3 demon bodies also changed their expressions greatly, and Yi Xian exclaimed from the mouth of the demonic ape. First, previously he did think that 9 of the 10 black gold suns were illusions, but now that the 10 black flame rivers were rolling over, the power and aura could not be faked. Under the sudden shock, even Yi Xian could not help but be shaken. His body shook violently and he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. It was at this moment that a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the demon soul pupil. In the extremely faint buzzing sound, a tiny vertical eye appeared on the forehead of the demonic ape, emitting a mysterious light. It scattered toward the 10 black golden suns in the void ahead and the 10 black flame rivers that were surging over. Demon Soul Pupil. Demon Soul Pupil. Demon Soul Pupil. Demon Soul. The Demon Soul Pupil was known as the strongest pupil technique, and its power could be traced back to the source. It was just a piece of cake for it to see through all illusions. In Yi Xian's heart, he had always thought that this kind of blood sea secret technique could not exist at all, but he could not see any trace of an illusion. This was most likely because this kind of illusion technique mastered by the three-legged golden crow was too strange and unconventional. But even so, if it was really an illusion technique, no matter how strange and unconventional it would definitely not be able to escape the power of the Demon Soul Pupil. Everything Yi Xian was only moving in the dark. The Demon Soul Pupil that appeared between the demonic ape's eyebrows could not be seen by outsiders at all, and they would not know that the invisible light radiating from between the demonic ape's eyebrows was sweeping through the void ahead. With just one look, the result was already clear. The power of the Demon Soul Pupil was originally heaven-defying, and now that Yi Xian had the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, when fully activated, he instantly saw through everything and saw the truth. In fact, it was only natural. The 10 black gold suns were indeed not illusions. But at the same time they were not real entities. The so-called 10 suns in the sky were just a kind of projection of the divine ability. Among the 10 suns, only one was the three-legged golden crow's actual body. The other 9 were just projections of the three-legged golden crow's meticulously condensed divine ability. Through this strange divine ability, the three-legged golden crow's actual body and the 9 projections of the divine ability became one. Although there was only one real sun, it could turn from illusion to reality in any of the other 9 projections of the divine ability. No, there were only 10 suns, including the 10 black flame great rivers that were blasted out from the 10 suns, and it was the same. Among the 10 black flame great rivers, only one had the power to destroy the world. The other 9 were just projections of the divine ability. But the real black flame great rivers could materialize in any of the projections of the black flame great rivers. Therefore, no matter how Yi Xian dodged, as long as one of the black flame great rivers came into contact with him, the majestic power of this attack would be instantly dispersed. Of course, if Yi Xian continued to use the same method as before to intercept, then what he broke was merely a projection of the divine ability. Out of the 10 black flame great rivers, 9 of them would still exist. If he continued to use the same method to intercept, Yi Xian would have to attack 9 times in succession before he could break all 9 projections of the divine ability. But in the end, there would still be one real black flame great rivers left, crashing down with a boom. In such a short period of time, it was not very realistic to attack 9 times in succession to intercept. Furthermore, even if Yi Xian could do it, if he did not die from exhaustion after attacking 9 times with all his might, the energy in his body would be mostly depleted. No, needless to say, this kind of divine ability was indeed strange. It was both real and illusory, mysterious and unpredictable. It was simply despairing. But, unfortunately in the end it could not block the power of the Demon Soul Pupil. With just one look, everything was completely seen through by Yi Xian. Chapter 51-29. Boom. Boom. Void. In the air, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens. 10 streams of flame rivers surged up like black dragons, surging towards Yi Xian. The scene was so shocking that it was impossible to describe it with words. On the surface, no heavenly Tao realm expert could remain calm against such a terrifying attack. Even a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th order perfection realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. The only way to deal with this situation was to turn around and flee in a panic. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of taking it head-on. The three-legged golden crow's strange projection divine power was like an open scheme. Among the 10 flaming rivers, 1 was real and 9 were illusory. But the 10 black rivers could freely switch between illusory and real. No matter which one he charged towards or touched, even if it was illusory, it could instantly turn real. Under such circumstances, charging forward or intercepting would be extremely passive. Rather than that, he might as well attack the root of the problem and take drastic measures. A deep hum sounded. At that moment, Yi Xian pushed his psyche strength to its limits, fully activating perfect concussion. First in an instant, his figure vanished as he concealed himself. Even his aura was perfectly converged. It was as though he had vanished in an instant. What? He actually escaped. This is only natural. Such an attack is something that even a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th order perfection realm would not be able to withstand. After all, it's 10 black gold suns that similarly have a heavenly Dao realm cultivation level. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian is still rather clear-headed. He knew that he was no match for Yi Xian, so he instantly used his mysterious escape technique to escape. After this battle, the three-legged golden crows ranking among all the heavenly Dao beasts on the left bank will probably rise again. I never expected him to have such a terrifying bloodline divine power. To be able to split one into 10 is just too astounding. As Yi Xian's figure vanished, sighs could be heard from the surrounding void trillions of kilometers away. The heavenly Dao beasts and remnant experts lurking in the dark were almost certain that Yi Xian had escaped. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Xian, he had silently fled. Even the three-legged golden crow thought the same. At this moment he felt an extreme unwillingness in his heart. He originally thought that this attack would be able to trick Yi Xian, or at least severely injure him. He didn't expect that in the end, he would see that the situation was bad and directly escape. No, although he wasn't able to heavily injure the Demon Hall's master, Yi Xian, at least he'd achieved the goal of this battle. Not only did he wash away the stain from the previous battle, he even managed to squeeze a few spots forward in the rankings of all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. He might even be able to enter the top 5. Boom. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the three-legged golden crow was secretly delighted, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the top of his head. A big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that held up the sky smashed into his body at lightning speed. Stars appeared in his head and his skull hurt terribly. "Awoo! Damn you, you didn't King escape." Amidst the miserable howls, the three-legged golden crow's incomparably mournful roar sounded, revealing a monstrous sense of resentment. Yi Xian really didn't leave. He just used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and restrain his chi. Then, he teleported slightly and directly appeared behind the 10 black and golden suns that were lined up in a row in the void. 10. Similarly, one of the suns was real and 9 were illusory. The illusory ones were the projections of the 9 suns. Although the real one could materialize in any one of the 9 illusory suns at the three-legged golden crows will, however, this obviously didn't affect him because at least one of the 10 suns was real at any moment. What was even worse was that Yi Xian had the demonic soul pupil and could see through everything. No matter where this real sun was, he knew it in his heart. Therefore, after quietly sneaking behind the 10 suns, Yi Xian immediately attacked. The big-headed black stick directly smashed down on the real sun as if it was a bludgeon. It was incomparably solid. As the stick smashed down, Yi Xian's figure also appeared. However, he immediately put away the stick and activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique. His figure was hidden again, not revealing a single bit of his chi, and there was no way to track him. In fact, after his stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howls sounded at the same time that the real 9 illusory suns and 10 black and golden suns immediately changed. 10. The 3 great suns were lined up in a row. The real great sun, counting from left to right, was originally 3rd. However, after being hit by the stick, the three-legged golden crow instantly switched from 3rd to 9th in order to avoid being hit again. In his opinion, Yi Xian's sneak attack was just a coincidence. But, unfortunately, as he switched, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, also quietly followed him. When he arrived behind the 9th sun, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the big-headed black stick smashed down again. Bang! Rumble! Awoo! The heart-wrenching pain from the previous stick had yet to dissipate. He had just switched his body to the 9th sun when he was hit again. The three-legged golden crow almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he didn't want to howl, it was really too painful. He directly screamed at the top of his lungs. However, at the same time as this tragic howl rang out, he once again switched instantly. His original body, which had just reached the 9th position, instantly switched to the great sun projection that was ranked first on the left. All of this still couldn't escape Yi Xian's eyes. In an instant, his figure disappeared again and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He held the big-headed black stick and rushed to the left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a game called Whack-A-Mole. Wasn't what he was doing now exactly the same as Whack-A-Mole? It was just that the level was higher. It wasn't wrong to call it Whack-A-Mole in the starry sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who'd already concealed himself once again, instantly arrived in front of his target. Without any suspense, he swung the violent ape club and smashed it down once again. Bang! Awoo! You actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech! He had been hit 4 times in a row. If he still didn't understand what had happened, how could the three-legged golden crow be considered a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage? At this moment, as the 4th stick smashed down, his mournful howl instantly appeared again. The three-legged golden crow's voice, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, sounded at the same time. The entire void trembled slightly, and anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Indeed, there was no way he wouldn't be sullen. In fact, at this moment his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood had already reached his throat. He was a heavenly Tao and a peak heavenly Tao at that, but he was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Bang! Awu, you actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech! As the fourth stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howl sounded again, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void trembled slightly because of this. Anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A dignified peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the ninth stage was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Biased, however, he still thought that he was infallible. A moment ago he was secretly delighted in his heart. Now that he recalled all of this, his face burned with pain. It was too sad. All of this sounded long, but in fact Yi Xian only swung the big-headed black stick and hit the mouse 4 times in a row. How long could it take? Although Yi Xian and the three-legged golden crow were well aware of all of this, the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank and the experts of the remnant people who were secretly hibernating in the void billions of miles away were confused. For them, they only saw the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, flash and disappear. The 10 rivers of black flames that the three-legged golden crow had blasted out by the 10 black golden suns earlier missed and rushed to the end of the void and disappeared. Immediately after, behind the 10 black golden suns that were lined up in a row outside the star domain of the golden crow forbidden land, the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, suddenly reappeared. He swung the big-headed black stick and moved around as if he was hitting a mouse. In a flash, he smashed the three-legged golden crow 4 times in a row. Every time the stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow responded with a miserable howl, each more miserable than the last. The dignified heavenly Tao at the peak of the great perfection of the ninth step was actually smashed to the point of howling like a hungry wolf. Anyone who heard it would shed tears. It was shocking to hear it. Everything was so real, but it gave them a sense of absurdity as if they were in a dream. Dumbfounded, these heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank and experts of the remnant people who were hibernating in the void in the distance had their minds buzzing for a few seconds before they gradually came back to their senses. Their bodies shook violently as they gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, what happened?" The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not escape. Instead, he did the opposite. He hid his figure, restrained his aura, and quietly sneaked behind the 10 black golden suns. These are not important. The key is, what are they doing? Playing whack-a-mole? Looks like it. This is simply ridiculous. Why didn't the three-legged golden crow fight back? He even revealed his heaven-defying magical power of turning himself into 10. After being hit 4 times in a row, he only knows how to howl. This is illogical. Could it be that his head was damaged by the first hit? That's very likely. After all, this big-headed black cudgel is infamous for its ferocity. It's only natural for the Demon Palace Master, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, to give him a concussion or something. How is this possible? There are 10 black golden suns in the sky side by side. Even if the three-legged golden crow suffered a concussion from the first hit, the other black golden suns shouldn't be stunned. Why didn't they react and let him continue to hit them? Could it be that they moved away? The last sentence was simply a godly shot. Basically, it hit the three-legged golden crow's sore spot. When the words entered his ears, he was so angry that he almost spat out the mouthful of old blood that was stuck in his throat. Rumble. The secret technique was ineffective. He didn't know what method the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, used, but he instantly saw through the mystery. Although the three-legged golden crow was unwilling, he had to accept it. In the void, the rumbling sound of thunder sounded again. From the 10 black golden suns, the black flames that were like a furious river instantly rose again. In the blink of an eye, they were connected to the sky and shrouded all 10 black golden suns. After one breath, when all the black flames instantly condensed like before, the 10 black golden suns disappeared, and only one remained in the void. It was as if the scene just now had never happened, as if it was just a dream. Far away, billions of miles away, the heavenly beasts and the survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void were all stunned. Although they didn't know what happened, they vaguely guessed something when they saw the 10 black golden suns being put away by the three-legged golden crow after Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, beat a round of rats. Screech. The moment the only black golden sun appeared again, an earth-shattering screech came from the black golden sun. Then the black golden sun, which was as huge as a star, rapidly changed. Half a breath later, the black gold sun vanished, transforming into a black gold three-legged golden crow. It was incredibly large, spanning 100 million kilometers in length. It even blocked out a corner of the horizon. The three-legged golden crow was completely infuriated. He finally revealed his bloodline true body. But the strange thing was that this black golden three-legged golden crow, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, had 4 dazzling big blood bags on its huge head. These were obviously knocked out by someone. At the sight of this, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly path who were hiding in the void a trillion miles away suddenly came to a realization. Although they didn't see any clues until now, when they saw the 4 big blood bags on the three-legged golden crow's head, they immediately understood that 9 of the 10 suns were illusory and could be switched between real and illusory in an instant. But, unfortunately, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. The big-headed black cudgel in his hand seemed to be smashing 4 different black golden suns, but in fact, all 4 of them fell on the three-legged golden crow's body. Otherwise, when he showed his bloodline true body, how could there be 4 big blood bags on his head? Screech. Tang Tang, who was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, was forced to show his bloodline true body as soon as the battle started. Moreover, it was in this shape, with 4 dazzling big blood bags on his head, so unique. All this flashed through the three-legged golden crow's mind, and he immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. He was about to go crazy with anger. Netherworld Claw? Claw of the Netherworld. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. Bao Yuan suddenly roared, and the black fog doppelganger waved his hands again. Rays of light shot out, and as the wind rose, they turned into millions of miles long dark green withered claws and shot toward the three-legged golden crow. Although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful Desolate Era magical power, it was not on the same level as the fallen Sky Bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen Sky Bow. Although the Netherworld Claw was not too powerful, it was the most powerful bloodline magical power of the Desolate Era Netherworld. Desolation. The Desolate Era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted, and once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. The Desolate Era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted by it. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it was hated by both ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing, and once contaminated, it would only bring bad luck without any benefits. Against such filthy things, even heavenly Dao realm experts would choose to retreat immediately. In fact, it wasn't because they were afraid of its power, but because they were worried that they would be contaminated, causing damage to themselves. At the next moment, the dark green withered claw hovering above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the Netherworld Claw had been fully activated by him. A few almost at the same time, the tens of dark green claws that darted out exploded at the same time. The raging dark green energy swirled in the air, expanded and expanded, then transformed into a series of dark green skulls that were tens of millions of miles long. Fierce flames flickered in those skulls' huge eye sockets as they dashed out at the three-legged gold crow in front of them as if they had teleported. Bam! 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 As soon as they approached, all of these dark green skulls rumbled and exploded apart without exception. Green liquid raged through space, and it covered the heavens and the earth while a strand of an evil aura that made one feel nauseous swiftly swept out. Boom! Boom! The three-legged golden crow's eyelids twitched as a look of disgust appeared on its face. Its massive body, which was nearly 50 million kilometers long, rapidly retreated. It was too large and its speed was very fast. Unknowingly, it caused an earth-shattering rumble in the void. Screech! Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Black Fog Avatar. It raised its head and roared, instantly activating the mental energy in its body again. At the next moment, the Annihilation Spear, one of the two mental attack mystic techniques, was fully activated by the Black Fog avatar. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental energy, but it didn't transform into a mental vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely tiny dot that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly stabbed out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental energy was extracted, but the attack was targeted at the smallest dot. This tiny dot that transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it was indestructible. Buzz. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard, and the mental source core that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also spun faster and faster as the mental energy circulated. In the blink of an eye, a tiny mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from the Black Fog avatar's sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy thread, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Facing the three-legged golden crow, Yi Xian had been using his mental energy almost all the time, and he continuously performed various mental mystic techniques and divine abilities. This was something that could not be helped. The three-legged golden crow was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the golden crow great world. Just like the primeval heaven's eye, it did not have a physical body at all. Under such circumstances, although physical attacks like the big-headed black stick could hurt it, they could not shake its foundation. The nine-colored divine flame was originally the best choice to deal with this kind of existence. However, the three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in the great world when the golden crow great world that it ruled collapsed completely and was completely swallowed by the endless void turbulence. It had turned its body into a black gold sun condensed from pure black flames of destruction, and it was naturally immune to flames. The effects of physical attacks were barely satisfactory, and the nine-colored divine flame was not very effective either. Naturally, they could only use mental mystic techniques to suppress it. Although Yi Xian was rather depressed about continuously exhausting his mental energy, it had to be said that mental energy was quite miraculous when dealing with such an existence. At the very least, the three-legged golden crow was clearly fearful of the Annihilation Spear, a secret technique that Yang had unleashed with all his might. Under the pressure of the dark green blood from the dozens of dark green skulls that exploded, it retreated even faster. Yi Xian attacked continuously, and it could be said that he had made a big fuss. How could he just watch as the three-legged golden crow calmly withdrew? I've already prepared my next move. Screech. At this moment, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head, and a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded at this moment. In the next moment, the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and a large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing it to fall into a dim and weak state. A demonic dragon phantom that was millions of kilometers long suddenly appeared behind the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape. Its eyes were faint, as if it was opening a gap. In an instant, even this corner of the void seemed to flicker as the demonic dragon phantom's eyes opened. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the black gold sun's figure, as if this gaze had imprisoned the void and fixed its figure. This, shockingly, it was the most powerful ability of the demonic dragon's bloodline that the black gold dragon scale represented, seeing through darkness and darkness. Demon the dragon was the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness contained the torch dragon's bloodline inheritance, which included seeing through darkness and darkness. The torch dragon's bloodline ability was contained in a pair of torch eyes. When this pair of torch eyes was opened, it was day, and when they were closed, it was night. Of course, the so-called opening eyes was day and closing eyes was night was just a description, but it showed the mysteriousness and power of the torch dragon's bloodline ability. At this moment, Yi Xian fully activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the sea of consciousness in his sea of consciousness, performing seeing through darkness and darkness. The three-legged golden crow was caught off guard, and its entire body was imprisoned. Although, with its cultivation strength, this kind of imprisonment could only last for a short moment or two, but it was enough for Yi Xian. Puff puff puff. At the same moment when the three-legged golden crow's body abruptly stopped in the void, the dozens of skulls exploded and turned into dark green blood. In an instant, it had already covered half of its huge body. Filthy with the bloody body, the aura of the three-legged golden crow's cultivation instantly dimmed. It was also at this moment that the invisible spear formed by the Annihilation Spear, a secret technique of spiritual power, also whistled and pierced through its ribs in an instant. Unfortunately, it lost its accuracy and did not hurt the head and other vital points, otherwise the three-legged golden crow might have died on the spot. This is not enough. Screech! These thoughts flashed through its mind, and the eyes of the skeleton clone flashed with a cold light. It raised its head and raised its right arm, and the ferocious withered demon blood blade slashed through the void of 200 billion miles. Puff! A bloody light suddenly appeared like a waterfall across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the three-legged golden crow. It slashed through its right shoulder and almost cut off the three-legged golden crow's right wing. At this moment, its huge right wing drooped down and hung weakly on its body. A large black river gushed out from its wound. It was the Heavenly Tao's origin black liquid. Screech! Only at this moment did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. Screech! Only when the withered demon blood blade slashed out from afar and almost cut off its right wing did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. But, unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, he could no longer reverse today's battle. Just now he had suffered heavy injuries and now he was in an extremely serious state of injury. He only had half of his combat strength left, and if he continued to stay here, the final result would definitely be his death. Screech, master of the magic hall, this sovereign, will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow once again let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing monstrous anger and endless unwillingness. Then he directly tore through the void. With a flash of his huge body, he turned into a black and gold light. In the blink of an eye, he entered the crack and disappeared. Obviously, this old fellow knew that there was no hope for today's battle, so he immediately fled into the parallel void to lie low. After all, he was a peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Ninth Stage and he had been in this realm for a long time. Even among the peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Great Circle, his cultivation and strength were among the best. He was also known as the 10th existence among all the heavenly way beasts on the left bank. When such an existence was determined to escape, even the current Yi Xian could not stop him. After all, the three-legged golden crow was different from the other heavenly way beasts. Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames was completely ineffective against him, and could not trap him at all. In an instant, the void crack that the three-legged golden crow had fled into was closed. Even if Yi Xian waved his hand and tore it open again, he would definitely not be able to trace the three-legged golden crow to the parallel void that he had fled to. Yi Xian was also a peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Ninth Stage, so he was well aware of this point, so he did not waste this effort at all. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the heavenly way's black liquid hanging in the void in front of him like a river. Although that fellow had escaped, he had at least left behind a river of heavenly Tao origin black liquid. To Yi Xian this battle was not in vain. Even though he already had the heavenly Tao black liquid in his possession, such a top-grade resource was extremely rare. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not take it? Whoosh, walala. Brain as the thought flashed through his mind, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant an invisible force shot out. The black liquid river that was hanging in the air in front of him instantly emitted a strange sound as it was directly sucked over and absorbed into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Everything took a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian waved his hand and blasted out the giant dark green claws to the moment when the dozens of nether claws exploded, the claws turned into the nether claws and turned into a huge dark green skull that exploded, forming a large stretch of blood that connected the sky to the earth, staining the three-legged golden crow's body, causing its condition to plummet, and its cultivation aura to sink into darkness. Then the Annihilation Spear's spiritual power secret technique was fully activated by Yi Xian, piercing the three-legged golden crow's ribs and injuring it. Then when the Torch Dragon Bloodline's most powerful ability was used, it caught the three-legged golden crow off guard and temporarily imprisoned it. Yi Xian also took advantage of this critical moment to summon the withered demon blood blade and almost cut off its right wing. In the end, the three-legged golden crow was heavily injured and had no choice but to tear open a crack and flee into the parallel void to seek refuge. From the beginning to the end, less than 10 breaths had passed. 10 breaths ago, although the three-legged golden crow was in a sorry state, it did not show any signs of defeat, nor did it fall into a disadvantageous position. But, All of this was completely reversed in the span of 10 breaths. Yi Xian's attacks were too fierce, one after another. It was obvious that all of this was a result that had been calculated long ago. He had been waiting for the three-legged golden crow here for a long time and predicted that it would end miserably today. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly beasts and experts of the left bank who were hibernating in the void billions of miles away finally regained their senses. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They sucked in cold breaths, and exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly filled the sky and earth, resounding like a tide. Heavens, in such a short time this battle actually ended in such a hurry? This is a bloody battle between two peak heavenly Dao experts at the peak of the 9th level. Logically speaking, shouldn't this battle last for months and years? This is too shocking. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has endless methods. In the end, he clearly used the Torch Dragon's most powerful bloodline ability, the Annihilation Spear. He even possesses the demonic dragon bloodline. It's simply heaven-defying. Monster. An unprecedented monster. Did this guy really come from the Great Wasteland world? This is simply unimaginable. I also deeply doubt this. After all, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the primitive world has been defeated countless times by him. This situation is simply illogical. Defeated, the three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. It's simply shocking. Exclamations of shock and horror rose from all around. This battle of the pinnacle finally came to an end. Yi Xian was unscathed, but the three-legged golden crow, the strongest expert of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, fled with extremely serious injuries in the void. Like a stray dog, he escaped into the parallel void and lay dormant and licked his wounds. This was already the second time that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, and both times he had been seriously injured and bloodied in the void. This point alone was enough to explain everything. If it was said that in the earth-shattering battle nearly a year ago, Yi Xian had used the fallen sky bow to severely injure the three-legged golden crow, causing him to retreat in a hurry out of unwillingness, then, today Yi Xian had openly caused him to suffer heavy injuries in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of this battle, Yi Xian had practically held the advantage, forming a domineering aura towards the three-legged golden crow. All of this was witnessed by the other heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the hundreds of desolate venerables and powerful figures, as well as the large number of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank who were secretly lurking in the void billions of miles away, and could bear witness to this. Without a doubt, after this battle, the three-legged golden crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank, would change hands after today. But it was hard to say whether the new 10th on the left bank would be the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Because, although Yi Xian had the true form of the devil ape and was considered to have the bloodline of a ferocious beast, his original body was still that of a human. Based on this point, he was not qualified to be ranked among the ferocious beasts of the left bank. God. I'm afraid you have this battle strength, but you are not a ferocious beast, so how can you squeeze in? Dang. However, all of this was left to the ferocious beasts of the left bank. Yi Xian was not interested at all. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of the left bank or the ferocious beasts of the left bank, he could not be bothered with them. What was truly important was his own strength. In the Milky Way, strength was the most important thing. The fist was the absolute truth.